from regions across Canada, conveying to you resources that their organization has to support you in success, whether it's Moncton or Fredericton or London, Ontario, or some of our partners in British Columbia, Calgary, for example. So really, we encourage you to join the Discover Canada live channel today, April the 4th. On April the 5th, we have our Career Forum channel, and we'll have partners and resources digging deeper into specific subsectors of the Canadian economy, whether it's healthcare. We have some healthcare accounting. We also have educational institutions like Humber that have great bridging programs that accelerate your success. In Humber's case, it might be Ontario oriented, but of course we have partners from BC like IEC BC. So once again, there's lots to engage and research in terms of the Discover Canada live channel. But let's take a look at the platform before we start in a few minutes. So once you logged in, this is what you're going to see. So I'm in the lobby of the G-TAC National Virtual Career Expo. I'm logged in as an admin because I am an admin, but there'll be some navigatable tabs at the top of your screen as a guest, as a job seeker, and of course here we have the live channel that I just mentioned, or the main hall. So Shaw likes to talk about strategies for success. So I mentioned his name because I want to remind him of the jobs tab. Because Shaw, what do you think someone's strategy should be in terms of researching jobs and company booths and chat availability of recruiters available live?
Oh, absolutely. So, for example, if you're an engineer, you're looking for engineering job, the best thing to do is obviously click on the job tab there, and then look for various engineering jobs. For example, CN, ABB. There are a few other Cognizant. So there are quite a few of the employers are looking for engineers, and then from there you check on their chat time, because some of them are very, very limited chat time. So make sure you coordinate it so that you can visit the booth while their rep is live in their chat room, and you can chat with the rep. Now, I have to be honest with you. You're probably not going to get a job offer today. But today, your job is certainly to chat with the recruiter, perhaps make more intimate, develop a very good, let them know, give them a good idea of who you are, what you can do, and perhaps set up another meeting later on, or on the side of this VCE, to have a more meaningful conversation. That could be a formal interview, or just a conversational networking coffee chat. So all this is your strategy today. So as I said, Jay, I don't think you're going to get a job offer today. I don't think so.
Well, that's not because
Yeah,
there's not a lot of jobs available. That's reflective of the reality of getting jobs. And everyone that's joined us this morning is a professional and a smart person. So we know that there's a process and right, multiple rounds of interviews, etc. So today is going to be the beginning of your process. So as mentioned, we have the jobs tab. You know, research all the jobs that are of interest to you based on your professional profile. Then your next step, because this is a great platform for facilitating personal connections, would be to go to the Recruiters Available Live tab, because you hopefully want to connect with, for example, a recruiter from Cognizant. Now, that's in the Recruiters Available Live tab. We see they're going to be in their booth both days. So that's great. They're really looking for talent, Cognizant. They have few hundred roles. I'm trying to find an example of someone who might be available just one day, such as Sanmina here. So for example, Sanmina will be in their booth today. So let's go to a booth instead of talking, right? I've talked about steps. First, research jobs related to you or of interest to you. Second, go to the Recruiters Available Live tab to see when the recruiters will be in their booth. And thirdly, you'd probably, excuse me, I want to go back to the go into the main hall. We want to go to the booth, because you guys want to, we suggest, for example, let's use CN as an example. You found a job in the jobs tab, and then your next step should be to go to the booth. And you might want to look at a video, but for purposes of time, let's go to job vacancies. Find that role that you found a few minutes before. Let's say this manager of corporate development. If I go over here and click view details, that job is going to come up, the job description. You can review the job description, and then you want to click on apply to the job. So you apply to the job, and then after you've applied to the job, we would probably suggest that you chat with the recruiter. Whether it's you click here on chat, and you would engage the recruiters for CN, assuming they're in their booth at that particular time. Now, let me go back to the floor. You'll see we have a diverse array of employers. You can explore them by scrolling to the right-hand side, or in alphabetical order on the left-hand side of the screen. We also have the exhibitors, partners, employers, and you would just click on, for example, CPA BC, and that's going to bring you to the booth. And once again, you would carry on with the process of applying for the jobs. And as Shaw said, make the connections, make the personal connections, ask questions about the role to the recruiter. And you also, in my opinion, should tell the recruiter that you apply to that specific role, and perhaps, ask the recruiter if you can give them your resume. It would be nice to add a personal touch to what you've already done in a digital way. The digital way is important. It's important to apply to the job so that data is captured. You want to make sure your resume is in the talent management system of CN Rail in that example that we just gave. But it's great that you can chat with the recruiters and ask them questions, perhaps give them their resume, your resume, through the chat function. And so you've sort of doubled up your application. There's also the public chat room. So that's where you can, if you didn't, some of you can, it's a public chat room. That's where you go to see what employers or economic development agency or educational institutions, what their message is to you. Because once again, not everyone will be in the platform for 2 days straight. Some of the partners might be there for 1 day. So when they're there, they're going to go into the public chat room, and they're going to let you know that, hi, my name is Sarah. I'm a recruiter from CN National Rail. I'm looking for XYZ type of talent, for example. Please come to the booth now. And so don't forget about the public chat room as well. Now, Shaw, we're of course really focusing on the G-TAC National Virtual Career Expo today, but for some of our friends this morning that haven't heard of Global Talent Alliance Canada, and it's their first time joining the G-TAC National Virtual Career Expo, are there any other resources or programs that you would like to let our friends know about that they might be interested in, continuing to join?
Okay, good. Thank you, Jay. That's a great point. Now, first of all, I just want to let everyone know is there are some employers that do not have a chat time. Don't worry about it. If you see some of the jobs that you like, please come to G-TAC booth or look for me or any one of the G-TAC staff and says, I'm interested in a job with Alpha Wave Semi. I'm a design verification engineer with this many years of experience. We can chat because even though they're not in their chat room or they're off air, they'll talk to us because we still have good connection. And speaking of connection, this is what G-TAC's value is to all the job seekers, whether you're newly arrived Canadians or you already received your paper, you're making a plan to come to Canada, or you're thinking about coming to Canada that you haven't started the application process, or you're in express entry process, or you're international student that just graduated. So everyone, we can help you, and that's exactly what we do. We are a connection between you and employers. Okay, so not only just the employers, our reach is not limited to only the employer that's in VCE platform today. We also have reach to over 400 employers across Canada from coast to coast that covers various industries. healthcare, finance, accounting, obviously IT, engineering, aeronautic as well. So robotic, aeronautic, communications. So mining, food preparation, construction industry, right, Jay? Construction industry, and also people that wants to have certification, know how to if you're foreign trained engineer, you want to know how to get your engineering degree recognized or engineering degree here in Canada. So all these are all various resources that we put together, and that's exactly what G-TAC is. We are like your connector between you and hundreds of employers and various other industries across Canada. We also provide training. We do have upcoming training for PSW people that's interested in the personal support worker training or accounting training. They're all upcoming soon. For those of you that used to tune into our weekly webinar, due to the VC13, so I want to let you know is we will not have any weekly webinar this week. We will resume next week. So obviously this week we have quite a bit of webinars already, including today and tomorrow. So back to you, Jay.
Thank you, Shaw. That was a great overview of how Global Talent Alliance Canada helps all of our friends and our Canadian job seekers, and for the overseas friends that might soon be coming to Canada, or whether you're in your research mode of your journey, you are very welcome to be here today. We thank you. And I just want to remind my colleague who's off camera to put in the normal website of G-TAC. So as Shaw mentioned, if you want to review some of the resources or the weekly webinars, that would be on www.g-tac.ca. So my other particular colleague could put that in the chat function, because it's all about the National Virtual Career Expo today. And before we are joined by Nasheen Ali from Ignite Fredericton, we wanted to say special thanks to the Canadian National Railway, the New Brunswick Association of Nursing Homes, Chartered Professional Accountants of British Columbia, and Lighthouse Labs. So there's a wide variety of roles from these organizations, and particularly the New Brunswick Association of Nursing Homes, CPABC, and Lighthouse Labs will have career forum sessions on April the 5th. So once again, we remind you that we have two events at the same time. There's a lot going on. There's many booths and opportunities to chat and apply for jobs and learn more about partners, whether they are end employers or whether they're economic development agencies or associations that support you in your career development. There's all those partners to peruse in the main hall of the expo. As well, we have the Discover Canada live channel today on April the 4th and Career Forum tomorrow on April the 5th. So you can go back and forth between the live channel and enjoy and have coffee and learn more about accelerating your career in Canada. And then you can be more proactive and go into the main hall and apply for jobs that are relevant to your career success. So I'm going to stop sharing my screen because I'm going to have my other colleague bring up the presentation that we are going to go through with Nasheen Ali of Ignite Fredericton. And there she is on time, 9 a.m., which it's 10 a.m. though in Fredericton. Nasheen, your microphone is muted.
There you go. I hope you hear me.
Good morning.
Good morning.
So it's great to have Nasheen Ali here. She is Director of Workforce Attraction at Ignite Fredericton. Fredericton is, many of you know, the capital of New Brunswick and a hub of activity and knowledge for the region. And Ignite Fredericton has a wealth of resources and programs and relationships to help accelerate your career in the region. So what we can expect in the next hour, this will be a 1-hour session with Nasheen. We will hear from Nasheen all that the region has to offer for career success, lifestyle, study, family planning, and enjoyment. And then Nasheen will tell myself when it's time for question and answer period, which is great because you will all have the ability to send in your questions of Nasheen through the chat function, and then we'll have a more interactive dialogue and conversation with Nasheen. And of course, later today, we really suggest that you go to the Ignite Fredericton booth and engage with Nasheen's team. So Nasheen, thank you so much. I will once again remind my colleague to bring up the Ignite Fredericton PowerPoint so that we can give it to give control to Nasheen. And let's give control to Nasheen and make sure that Nasheen has control before I turn off my microphone.
Hey. I don't know. Should I test it now?
I would test, yeah, go to the next slide to make sure you can actually go to the next slide.
Okay. Yes, I can.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for your time, Nasheen. Look forward to joining you in the Q&A.
Thank you very much, Jay. And thank you everyone for joining in this morning. Hello from Fredericton. My name is Nasheen, and I am the Director of Workforce Development and Attraction at Ignite Fredericton. And as Jay mentioned, Fredericton is a hub of activity and innovation in the center of New Brunswick. It is the capital city of New Brunswick. And this morning, it's a lovely day. The weather is about to turn to spring now. And I am very excited to be communicating with you all. I understand that there are people from various parts of the world joining in today. So it must be different times of the day at your end. So whatever time of the day it is, thank you for being here, for taking out this hour, for listening to me. And I hope you get a lot of value out of this 1 hour together. To tell you a bit about Ignite. Ignite is the prime economic development agency for the capital and the Western Valley regions in New Brunswick. And when I say the capital region, it includes about 13 smaller communities. The city of Fredericton being the center of the universe here, it is the largest urban center in the capital region, followed by Oromocto, Newmarland, Hanwell. And Nakawik, which is about 45 minutes away from here, is another big center of activity with a pulp mill and a lot of amenities and great tourism options. So overall, this region is one of the most sought after regions in the East Coast of Canada. Our summers are absolutely beautiful. We welcome a lot of tourists, and likewise, we have welcomed about 5,000 immigrants during the last year, which is, a number that has never been seen before. This is a location that is making its mark now. The immigrants from all over the world are checking us out, and they're getting attracted with the fact that this region has so much to offer. So there is this video that I would like to show you before I jump into the presentation. I hope it works for you. Let's play this and see if it works. If it doesn't work, Jay, please let me know.
In Fredericton, we value our heritage, our history, our legacy. Our city was built by small businesses who became big businesses.
By dreamers who became industry leaders. By young minds and tech minds. By researchers, manufacturers, and startups. We're a smart city, a digitally advanced city with a bustling economy, world-class healthcare, and diverse industry. Innovation is what makes us, us.
We thrive in our city, not only because it's rich in beauty, but because of its opportunity and its dynamic.
We're a community of doers, creators, and innovators, and we get results.
In Fredericton, we appreciate the little things as well as the big picture. We value our past but we're focused on the future.
Okay, I'm glad that video worked. So as the video says, you may be thinking that Fredericton is a small town. We have about 65,000 people in the city, but we like to call it small but mighty, just because of the fact that it might seemingly be small, but it has everything that any individual or any family dreams of. You have access to a quality of life that is second to none. There is all sorts of facilities available. The city government or the municipal government itself makes sure that all the urban planning in the city is done in such a manner that each and every resident, no matter wherever they live in the city, gets the same kind of service. And this is one reason why we have been ranked number 2 in Canada's top 25 communities to live and work remotely in 2021. And we received this award right in the middle of the pandemic when everything was shut down. And even at that time, our city was ranked number 2 just because of the quality of living, quality of housing, and because of the quality of connectivity that people could get here. So during that year, we saw a lot of people from across Canada, from cities like Toronto, Ottawa, Calgary. They started to move towards this side of the country, just because, you know, when you can work from your backyard, when you're working remotely, why do you want to live in a small apartment of 1 bedroom and do everything from there? So that is one reason why we have been so much sought after in during those years. We have also been named one of world's top 7 intelligent communities in 2022, and that is because of the focus on digital infrastructure and the focus on reduced carbon emissions by our industries, by our governments, and by our crown corporations. This Top 7 Intelligent Communities Award comes as a result of being named as Smart 21. So, you know, first they name the Smart 21 communities, and then they pick the top 7 communities out of them. We have been given the Smart 21 status for 3 years in a row. And last year we won the Top 7 Intelligent Communities Award. Last year, we were also ranked among Canada's top 10 small cities by smallcities.org. Again, the accolades are limitless. If you look at our office, we have a full wall covered with awards. And this is just the beginning. I'm telling you, we are striving to become the best and the topmost, the top city to live in, top small cities to live in Canada. Location-wise, we're on the East Coast, so we're an hour ahead from the Eastern time zone. And it's kind of a good time zone for global businesses, because even right now, if you look at the time right now, it's 10:10 a.m. and it's still a good time in most of the parts of the world to communicate with your business partners or your employees or your families and friends. It is a very, very lucrative time zone like that. Also, we do have an international airport in Fredericton. So though we do not have many direct flights to major centers, but we do have connections which are just an hour or an hour and a half away. And, you can easily get those connections. New Brunswick is an officially bilingual province. This is the only bilingual province of Canada. So we speak both languages, English and French. I don't speak French though. I'm trying to learn, but it's going to be some time until I'm able to speak. But it is an official language. And, our youth, most of the millennials who go to school here are acquainted with both languages. Also, since Fredericton is the capital city, we do have the seat of the New Brunswick government here. There are a lot of public departments that have their headquarters here, and likewise, a lot of public sector jobs. As you saw in the video, we focus a lot on innovation, and it is actually intentional, and it comes from the focus on education. The University of New Brunswick is right here in the middle of Fredericton, and it is one of the most acclaimed educational institutions in Canada. Especially its computer science faculty and business faculty have been named as the best across Canada. We do attract a lot of international students on an annual basis, but also there is a very high focus on education among locals, and our high schools actually do a brilliant job at that because it's their job to condition young minds to pursue higher education. So because of that, we have the 4th highest university educated population in Canada. We have 4 universities in this seemingly small town, the University of New Brunswick, the St. Thomas University, the Fredericton University, which is a completely online institution, and the New Brunswick College of Craft and Design, which has a university status. It's one of the very few colleges in Canada which give you a fine arts degree. Then we have 7 training colleges, and these training colleges also have skilled trades and arts programs. So, as I said, a lot of our millennials are bilingual, especially kids who are going to school now are being subjected to complete Francophone education or French immigrant association, French immersion education, which is a great deal for newcomers because you have the choice to send your kids to whatever school you want. And there is a lot of focus on science, technology, engineering, and mathematics programs. And because of that, we have a thriving knowledge sector. We have the largest engineering services cluster in New Brunswick. We have about 40 companies. In fact, Fredericton has the highest number of engineers per capita in New Brunswick. We also have the largest research and development cluster in New Brunswick, and this would include organizations like the Research and Productivity Council, the New Brunswick Research Council, and the Center for Cybersecurity at UNB, and multiple other research institutions that actually add a lot of value to the innovation space. We also have the largest IT cluster in New Brunswick, and that means we have the largest number of IT businesses and IT companies in all of New Brunswick. It comes to about 80 employers, and likewise, we have the largest number of IT sector jobs here. There has been a lot of money invested in startups and research and development with commercialization potential. So this ecosystem, the business ecosystem that we've developed here is very, very lucrative for startups and businesses that play in the innovation space and really want to, become something and contribute something to the ecosystem. Our major sectors which are doing really well at the moment, they have developed over time, and these are the sectors that have the highest number of jobs available, would include the IT sector, biotechnology, agricultural technology, engineering, forestry, and the number one emerging sector right now is cybersecurity. There has been a lot of investment in the cybersecurity space over the past couple of years, and this sector alone is expected to create about 300 jobs within the next couple of years. And this is the reason why we have a thriving labor market. We have had an 11% increase in employment in the last 5 years. Even during the COVID years, when everything was shut down, we did see some decline in those numbers during 2020, but the economy is on a very fast rebound, and it seems like COVID never happened. There is 6.5% unemployment rate, which is the lowest in Atlantic Canada urban centers. And when I say Atlantic Canada urban centers, this would include centers like Halifax, Moncton, St. John's, Charlottetown, and centers that are somewhat equal to Fredericton. There has been a staggering increase in number of job vacancies as compared to the last 5 years as well, which is the highest in Atlantic Canada. And the best part is we have the highest per capita declared family income among urban centers in New Brunswick. And that is because of the high skilled jobs, the focus on innovation, and very, very high skilled people that we attract in our region. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about lifestyle. What is it like living in Fredericton? Ask any family that packs up its bags and moves to a new town. What do they look for in the community they land in? What do they want to see? What change do they want to see in their lives? And more or less, every one of them would say they're looking for a better quality of life. And that is exactly what the Fredericton region offers you. We've been named Canada's best places to live by Money Sense multiple times. Again, one of those awards. And this has been for a reason. I like to tell my own story here. I have lived in Fredericton for about 5 years now. I was an immigrant myself. We came here from a very large city in Southeast Asia in 2018. But trust me, our family has never regretted this decision even once. The thing that attracted me the most is the warmth and the welcoming nature of the people of the East Coast. You would see everyone is willing to help. Everyone is always smiling at you. People actually care about you and they want you to succeed. It is a very, very welcoming community. The best part of my day is the commute time. And this would, a lot of people who come from large cities would relate to this. If you have ever got stuck in rush hour traffic, you would appreciate the fact that the average commute time in this town is maximum 15 minutes, even in rush hours, even if you live outside of the city center. Housing is one of the major considerations for any new family that comes into any region. And if you compare our housing costs with other parts of Canada, you would see the differences right there. It's on the screen in front of you. These comparisons come from a very famous online site which is used for cost of living comparisons. It's called Numbeo, and you can check it out. You would see the cost of renting apartments is significantly lower than other parts of Canada. If you want to buy a house, the average cost of buying a house is way less. It's almost 60 to 65% less than what a similar dwelling would cost you in bigger urban centers like Toronto. So, being a newcomer, I understand that we bring all our life savings with us, and we don't really want to spend all of that on housing only. So this is where you can actually save a lot of money. And not only that, the city offers you a lot of opportunity for active living. We have 150 kilometers of multi-use linked trails that connect the whole city, so all parts of the city. And if you look at the map of Fredericton from up top, it's actually divided into two parts, the north side and the south side. And the St. John River runs right through the heart of the city. So, the two sides of the city are well connected with trails and motor bridges. You can walk, cycle, bike, you can rollerblade, you can use your skateboard, you can, move around in whatever way you like. You have ample opportunity to do so. In fact, it's actually, this kind of a lifestyle is promoted because it's good for your health. During the summer times, you would want to go out and use these trails yourself because it's just so beautiful out there. There are opportunities for other sports like ice hockey. There are arenas that you can use. There are golf courses. There is the Kingswood Golf Course that's in Hanwell, is a nationally ranked golf course. Crab Mountain Ski Resort is Maritime's highest vertical. We recently had the Canada Winter Games there. It's at about 30 minutes drive from Fredericton, and it is absolutely beautiful. The river, it's the playground for water lovers. You can use it for boating, kayaking, paddle boarding, fishing, or whatever way you want to whatever way you want to enjoy the water. For me, just sitting on the bank and enjoying the sunset is the highlight of my day during summers. Apart from that, there are lots of woods. We have recently been also named as the forest capital of Canada. So there are green spaces around you. You can go hunting, you can go cross-country skiing during the winters, you can go snowmobiling, you can go for hikes. There are some beautiful spots, waterfalls all across the region. We've also been named as the cultural capital of Canada, and that is because of the focus on art and culture. So starting from the various historical buildings that we have in our downtown, from the art gallery, the Beaverbrook Art Gallery, which is, one of the most renowned art galleries in Canada. The Harvest Music Festival that happens every fall, and it is Atlantic Canada's largest music festival, and it attracts thousands of tourists from all over the world. So every year during September, for a whole week, the downtown comes alive with tourists and live music performances and food trucks, and it is the best time of the year to be here and listen to some great music and some local artists. So if you're planning a trip to Fredericton, if you're planning an exploratory trip, let me tell you, either summer, so the months of July and August, or September are the best times of the year to visit. In terms of weather, there is a misconception among a lot of people that the East Coast is extremely, extremely cold, like it's colder than the rest of Canada. Well, to be honest, we're very much like the weather in Ontario. The more extreme weather you would see in maybe in the prairies, which is very extreme, but we are very much comparable with the central part of Canada. You can see average temperatures there on the screen. Winters are bearable. It sometimes gets a little bit overwhelming for people who are new, but as long as you have the right kind of attire, like the right coats, boots, gloves and hats, and you have to invest in that once, and then you're good. And you just have to have that spirit to adapt to your environment and enjoy the winters. Every other season, be it summer, spring, or fall, it's absolutely beautiful. As I said earlier, our schooling system is offered in both Anglophone and Francophone terms. So as an immigrant, you're given the choice to send your child to either an Anglophone school or a Francophone school. Schooling generally starts from the age of 5 when your child goes into kindergarten, and then follows through elementary school. From elementary school, after grade 5, the children progress into middle school, and then after that, they progress into high schools. All through kindergarten to high school, public education is free of cost. However, before kindergarten, if you're sending your children to daycare, there is a cost associated to it, but the best part is the province of New Brunswick gives parents about 50% rebate. So the cost of childcare in New Brunswick is half of what the cost of childcare would be in any other part of Canada. There are school buses available to take your kids to school if you live a little, off distance. School busing is also free of cost. As your child progresses from high school into, higher or post-secondary education, there are options for that right here inside the city. They don't really have to go out. They get all sorts of programs of their interest in, the multiple universities and colleges that we have. Also, as a professional, you have the option of going for professional development, because the two universities, St. Thomas and University of New Brunswick, they have an extended list of continuous education and extended learning programs that you can use as a professional to upskill yourself and utilize them for your professional development. Now, it is very important for you to understand what sort of support that is available for you as a newcomer. So when you come into this region, of course, you're absolutely new. You may have done your research, but you would still need some guidance and some hand-holding through the initial, parts of your arrival so that you're able to settle down. And that is exactly what our organization Ignite is mandated to do. We have two major pillars. One of them is workforce development and labor force growth. And through these programs, we help newcomers to connect and integrate into the community. And we would give you access to multiple programs, and we would give you individual one-on-one counseling to be able to do that. Our second pillar is business development and growth, which actually drives economic growth. So for those of you who come in with a business mindset or who have the plans of getting into business or entrepreneurship at a later point, Ignite is the right place for you to be at. So just to touch upon business growth side, as as a business growth hub, we provide mentoring and coaching. There is new business programming available. There is a program called BIE, which is the Business Immigrant Essentials program. Growth programming. There are programs to help you access local markets. There are quarterly workshops, webinars. There is so much support and learning facility that is available for you to become a seasoned business person here. We also have our partner brand that is called PlanTouch, which is a co-working facility that helps you establish your office setup here. Because if you go out to lease a commercial space for your business, it might cost you a lot of money, but working inside of PlanTouch, it would cost you just a fraction of the money that you would spend on space. This center also gives you access to the business community to connect and leverage shared office space and become members of the Fredericton Chamber of Commerce. We are also the only designated incubator for the Startup Visa program in New Brunswick. Startup Visa is a federal program for innovative startups all across the world. I will not go into much detail on that, but if you are interested in exploring this, please reach out and I would be happy to tell you all about this program. And the most important part for today, and I know this is why you're all here, I understand that most of our audience that is on this webinar today is looking for employment opportunities, and they want to understand how they can integrate into the workspace. And that is one of our focus areas, one of our objectives, to help newcomers not only come here, but also to integrate into the workforce and stay here for long term. So our aim is to retain you in the province and in the city. And to do that, there are multiple things that our department does. We do events, so periodic job fairs and hiring events are happening all the time. We have a job fair coming up in May, another one in June, and this goes on. There are a couple of really good integration programs. One of them is for newcomer women, and another one is for international students. And these integration programs are known to help its participants not only create meaningful connections in the community, but also empower them to land into the jobs that they want to work on. We also have partnerships with Working NB, which is a provincial institution, a provincial department that provides you employment counseling. PEDAL, which is the governing body for NB Jobs Portal and Working NB. The University of New Brunswick, which gives us the opportunity to upskill and partner with their programs to ensure an endless supply of talent. And Tech Impact, which is an IT workforce development forum. These partners help us develop skill development programs and employment support programs. We also maintain monthly job lists, and you will be able to access the most current job list on our booth that we have today on this forum. And if you visit our website regularly, this job is updated. This job list is updated regularly, so you would be able to access a list of about 200 or 250 jobs that are open at any given point in time in the Fredericton region. Another feather in the cap last year was when we launched the Ignite Connector program. The Connector program is a great resource for newcomers, especially who are looking for creating their professional network. So when you come here and you apply for this program, we first connect with you and we make sure that you're job ready. And then we are able to connect you with a professional connection in the industry. So somebody who has lived here for a longer period of time, knows the industry, is on a good position with an organization. We connect you with that person. And then that person connects you with 3 more connections of theirs further. So this network of connections keeps expanding. And we have seen in our program that by the second or the third layer of connections, newcomers usually land into a job of their dreams. So this is a very powerful program. We have some great testimonials around it. And this is something that you all should explore when you arrive into the Fredericton region. This is definitely going to help you. On our website, we have toolkits that help you navigate through the whole job search process. A very, very useful toolkit. It is downloadable. You can download it. It's a 10-step process. If you follow it, it is your best guide to help you with your job search. We also have the newcomer's guide available for download on the same website. This newcomer guide is going to answer all your questions about, things like how do I search for housing, or how do I open a bank account, or how do I get my driver's license, how do I get my social insurance number registered, and all this kind of questions that you would have in the beginning. If you read through the newcomer's guide, you'll be good. You'll have your answers. And even after accessing these resources, if there is anything that doesn't make sense to you or anything that you want to find out, you can always reach out to our team and we would be really happy to help you. Let me tell you, this kind of one-on-one support you would only receive in a small community like Fredericton. You would not receive this kind of service in any larger communities. So we take a lot of pride in that. And we do allocate a lot of resources to make sure that each one of our newcomers feels special and feel welcomed and feel supported. So this brings me to the end of my presentation, and it leaves us with a lot of time for questions and answers. My email address is right there on the screen. As I said, if you come across any questions, even after this webinar, one, you can connect with me or my colleague on our booth, which is going to be online throughout today and tomorrow. So feel free to reach out to us on the fair. If you want to connect with us later or you have any specific questions that you want to reach out for, feel free to drop us an email and I would be happy to help you. I would also urge you to follow our social media channels, our channels on Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn. They're all updated with whatever is going on here, and you would get all sorts of information from there. I would also urge you to visit our website, myignite.ca, and sign up for our newsletter so that you start receiving job lists in your mailbox and you start receiving information about the various events that we put up and all the resources that we have. And with that, I will conclude my presentation, and Jay, over to you.
Thank you, Nasheen. Perhaps bring the last slide up though, because it had your email and a call to action. It's nice to have that up there in case people want to connect post VCE. Like Nasheen said, now is time for question and answer period. So it's great that we have more time to dig in deeper into what we just learned from Nasheen about all the opportunities available to you in the Fredericton region. I've written some questions that I saw were interesting, and please feel free to start sending in your questions. However, I want to remind people to sign up for the Ignite Fredericton newsletter, because that's a pretty interesting that you could sign up for the, I believe Nasheen said, a automated jobs list that's updated, and then registrants to the newsletter would get intermittent updates as to the jobs list being updated on a monthly or bi-weekly basis. Is that right?
Yeah, that's right.
That's right. But in the shorter period, of course, whether today or tomorrow, you guys can go to the Ignite Fredericton booth and see some of the resources in the jobs board that is there in the Ignite Fredericton booth in the G-TAC Expo. So let's dig into some questions. We can go deeper into some of the subsectors that Nasheen had mentioned. Well, we've heard about Fredericton, the region, being a hub of technology, and there's some startups there. So there's someone named Ali who is an IT engineer from Algeria. And I'm going to ask more open-ended questions of Nasheen rather than tough ones to put her on the spot. So if someone was Mr. Ali from Algeria, who I assume is bilingual in both official languages, someone with such a profile, even though I've given you a very general profile that they're an IT engineer, would there be resources at Ignite Fredericton and also, a robust IT sector that would be, a good ramp for this type of person to start off their career in Fredericton?
100%. As I mentioned, we do have the largest IT sector cluster right here in Fredericton in Knowledge Park. So there is no shortage of IT companies or IT jobs. Even right now, if you open the job list, I think there is a link on our booth, and you can access the job list from there. If you open the job list, you would see that there is a large number of IT jobs listed there. Now, IT engineer is a very broad, generic term, and the specialization could be in anywhere. But whatever you do in IT, it's not just the IT sector that's looking for IT people. It's other, IT is something that every industry has. So a person with IT skills or an IT engineer, he should not only look at IT companies, but he can actually have a really good career path in one of the larger industries or other companies that we have. Like I know that the health sector right now is hiring IT and software engineers just because they're working on enhancing their digital infrastructure. So, the opportunities are endless. And as I mentioned, there are support systems available for you. The Connector program is a great resource. We will actually, when you sign up for the program, we will connect you with a person from the IT sector, from your profession, from your industry, who would then be able to give you further connections. So it's a very, very powerful program, and that gives you a head start in your career.
Thank you, Nasheen. And before I continue, I want to remind my G-TAC colleague that's off camera to bring up the PPT and put up Nasheen's last slide, which had her contact information, because Nasheen's 1 hour live interview isn't going to last forever. So we hope that the conversation continues, though, in the coming weeks with persons whom are interested in learning more about the region. So continuing on, actually at least two people have generally asked about supply chain and logistics. So I'll try and keep it general. We'll switch from IT to, once again, someone who has a background in logistics and the supply chain. Do you have any insight as to employment opportunities, or generally speaking, the supply chain and logistics space in the Fredericton region?
Yeah, sure. So as far as the supply chain goes, geographically, when you look at the Fredericton region, it is a connection between the East Coast and the central part. So when you're coming in through the road network from Ontario, Quebec, Fredericton is sort of one of the first largest urban center that you hit, and then you move further into the province and over to Nova Scotia. So we are sort of central to the logistics part. So, all the distribution, transportation of goods, industrial goods, everything has to come through Fredericton. So we do have a very robust logistics and supply chain sector as well. The largest company would be Day & Ross. They started off in East Coast, and they do have a very large setup here. There are other companies as well. Walmart has recently developed a distribution center in Moncton. So, the trickle effect comes here too. It's a sector that has jobs, maybe not as much as IT, but there are opportunities available as that. And again, I would reiterate that you go to the job list, you would find jobs in each and every sector there.
Thank you, Nasheen. And one of the people that asked that question was Farhan. So thank you, Farhan. Let's go on to a different sector. So Cha is joining us from Togo this morning, which it's the afternoon for Cha, excuse me, whom is a bilingual French and English accountant by training. So I want to touch upon bridging programs, because Cha wouldn't be, have Canadian experience as an accountant, and there might be some different GAAP principles or accounting principles relevant to Canada, but Cha is an accountant by training. So how can Ignite Fredericton support someone like Cha, who's an overseas accountant, with integrating into the workforce in the Fredericton region?
Yeah, so in the accounting profession, most of the Canadian companies require the CPA standard. So you have to upskill yourself a bit and, get your CPA designation. For that, what we can do is we have a partnership with Grant Thornton, which is one of the largest accounting services consulting companies here in Canada. What we can do is we can connect you with somebody from the profession and give you an opportunity for learning through those, getting some mentorship through those professionals. Meanwhile, you can do your CPA, you can upskill yourself and get your CPA designation done. So it is, you would not be jobless during the time that you would be doing your CPA. you would work as an apprentice or work as, an assistant to somebody in the accounting sector. And we make sure that you get that training. I think it's a requirement for CPA as well. So, again, the Connectors program is a great resource for that. We do have professionals who are direct partners with our programs. They come in and take sessions. They teach you. So, there is learning opportunity there as well. Each person has a different path, depending on where you're coming from, what your education from your home country is like. So according to that, your requirements would be different. And once we analyze that, we would be in a better position to connect you with the right resources.
Speaking of resources, I wanted to ask a question because I believe that, well, I could be wrong, but I believe that many of the resources that Ignite Fredericton has to convey to newcomers, whether they're newcomers to New Brunswick or they've intermigrated from Ontario, for example. The question was how much is the small business support? You mentioned a small business program, and this person assumes there's money involved in the resources that Ignite Fredericton has to convey to this interested person. Is that true?
So any services or resources that are public that Ignite offers you are free of cost. So, if there are any guides or toolkits or, any one-on-one consultations that our people, so my teammates or, people employed by Ignite give to you, it's all free of cost. We're funded by the region, by the federal government, by the provincial government to give this service to you. So initial service, any resources that you find off our website or any resources that we connect you with, they're all free of cost. However, if you become part of a special program that has been put together to help you with upskilling, or a program like Business Immigrant Essentials has a small price tag to it, and it's not a lot. It would be somewhere between $200 to $500, not more than that, but it's a wealth of resources that you get from that. These programs are very, very useful. There are also resources available with the University of New Brunswick's entrepreneurship engineering management and entrepreneurship program. There are resources available through the McKenna Institute. Again, there might be price tags attached to them, but there are financial assistance available too. So price or cost is never an issue as long as you have that capacity and that drive to connect and to learn.
Thank you, Nasheen. Once again, to my colleague who's off camera, if you can put up the PPT so we can have Nasheen's last slide. Continuing on, Nasheen earlier talked about educational institutions, colleges. I want to touch upon skilled trades because there's a diversity of programs within colleges in the region, I assume. So Daniel is a certified automotive mechanic. With someone with such a background, would there be perhaps, mechanic and trades types bridging programs in the region?
Yeah. So, in fact, skilled trades is one of the areas where the New Brunswick Community College is extremely focused on. And they have programs. They have a special skilled trades section that develops and delivers programs in skilled trades, and that would include automotive technicians, computer technicians, carpenters, construction workers, and a lot of trades like that. So the New Brunswick Community College is the right place for that. And right now, NBCC, the New Brunswick Community College, is working on a program that is expected to even enhance their offerings to their cohort size and their offerings in terms of programs to a large scale. So we expect some improvements to come in the skilled trades sector as well. And again, all these programs, they're usually done in collaboration with employers. So as far as employability is concerned, once you're done with the program and once you're done with your training or your apprenticeship, you normally have a job ready for you.
That sounds pretty good.
Yeah.
As we continue on with a few more questions, I believe my colleague will put up a poll, and feel free to reply to the poll as we continue on with a few more questions. A few people have mentioned, they said, wow, the Fredericton region seems like a great region for a family. So Nasheen mentioned earlier in the presentation, childcare is subsidized. I wrote that down on a piece of paper because that sounds pretty good. So in terms of, yeah, non-employment and non-work, Nasheen, who you yourself are a former newcomer to the region, childcare being subsidized, and you want to just touch upon generally how that or other, why is Fredericton a great place for a young family?
Yeah, sure. I think the most important consideration for any young family is access to childcare, of course, access to education, and safety. These are a few things that well, the list would be very long, but at least if I talk about myself, these were the major considerations that I had when my family moved to New Brunswick. I did not need childcare. My kids were old enough to go to school. But for families with younger children, I think it's a great advantage when you have subsidized childcare, because that actually lets you save a lot of money that you can spend on improving your quality of life otherwise. And it also gives young mothers an opportunity to work just to improve your lifestyle. So the number of childcare facilities, we used to have this problem in the past that, children did not get spaces, but it is improving now. The government is issuing more licenses. There is cost reduction. So, it's easily accessible. You can send your child to childcare. And let me tell you, it's not like anything that you would see in other parts of the world. It is very, very regulated. So you can leave your children in these childcare facilities because they're licensed professionals. They're monitored by the government regularly. So they're trained to do this. So, you can be very sure that your child will be well taken care of during the time that you're off to work.
Thank you, Nasheen. Now, last question, or it's almost a comment from Sukaina, who has received their nomination from the province of New Brunswick, and so they're eligible as a future Canadian. And Sukaina is in the hospitality industry as a hotel manager. So how can Sukaina, now that we know pretty soon, I'm trying with your nomination, how can she start working with Ignite Fredericton Resources for success, even though she's joining us perhaps from overseas, well, obviously from overseas, but she's soon, let's say, landing in the next 6 months. What can she do? And this will also lead into your wrap up this is your final comment, and we'll continue to encourage people to go to the Ignite Fredericton booth over the coming days, and there's a jobs board, but that's a good profile. And we really think it's great that Sukaina has connected with Nasheen this morning.
Okay, so this is the perfect question to end this talk with. So the first thing to do for anybody who is foreseeing landing into Fredericton in the next 6 months, the first thing that you should do is sign up for our newsletter, start following our social media channels, send us an email if you don't find any resources so that we can give you links to sign up to all that. Download our newcomers guide from our website, download the toolkits, the job search toolkit from our website, and through our social media, you would be able to get information about some pre-arrival sessions or workshops that we do for people like you who are about to come to answer your questions. Again, I forgot to mention that in June every year, we celebrate the Immigration Month. So during that month, we organize multiple activities. A lot of them are virtual, and people from all over the world would have access to those virtual sessions. And these are designed to help newcomers who are yet to arrive in our community. So this will be a great resource for you to understand or to know what to expect, and to understand what services are available, and to know exactly who to connect with. Again, if you don't know, just send us an email. You can get our email addresses from our website, or I gave you my email address. Just connect with us, send us your questions, and we'll do the rest for you. So you don't have to bother with anything, just engage with us.
Just engage with Ignite Fredericton. So that's been such a great presentation this morning, and we really thank Nasheen Ali for her time, as well as the Ignite Fredericton team and all the partners in the Fredericton region and the ecosystem. There's much more to learn. For now, we're going to take a quick break, and everyone can get a cup of coffee refill, and we'll soon be joined by Immigration Greater Moncton and Miss Angelique Reddy Kalala. So thank you very much, Nasheen. I'll see you again.
Thank you, Jay. I hope to see everyone on our booth.
Dear job seekers, to broaden your career horizons, a National Virtual Career Fair is definitely your top option, since it offers several advantages over a local one. Welcome to VCE 13 G-TAC's 13th National Virtual Career Expo. There are more than 1,000 job openings across Canada, from coast to coast. This means that job seekers have access to a wider variety of job opportunities and industries. Meanwhile, a greater diversity of employers from various industries and sectors will participate VCE 13. This will increase the likelihood of you finding employment that aligns with your interests and goals. Our National Virtual Career Fair allows job seekers to connect with employers from the comfort of their own homes, saving time and money. This is especially important for individuals living in areas where job opportunities are limited. VCE 13 will offer 14 live seminars that are not typically available at local fairs. This will help you enhance your skills and knowledge, gain more career resources, and be aware of industry trend and job market demand. And therefore, make informed decisions about your career paths. Why wait? Register now.
Based on our decades' experience serving internationally trained professionals, together with our partners, G-TAC is proud to offer career-focused trainings. The goal of those trainings is to help skilled workers stay abreast of the latest and emerging labor market demands in Canada, explore career options and the pros and cons, expand your professional networks and therefore make informed decisions, and fast-track your career. Different from academic trainings, there are 3 key features of G-TAC's career-focused trainings that you can benefit from. 1. The trainings are all designed by industry insiders, along with inputs and feedbacks from hiring employers we worked with, and delivered by experienced industry experts. 2. The training contents are focused more on case studies and practical tips and tactics, not on theories. As a result, you can apply the knowledge and information in their job interviews, and quickly and successfully take on tasks when you are newly hired. 3. The trainings are short-term and low-cost, with possibility of job referrals. One-on-one career coaching is available to help you find out career path that can make the most of your experience and passion. Please visit G-TAC's website to find more details. Grow your career, G-TAC can help.
Okay, it's 10 a.m. on the dot. I hope everyone had a coffee refill or a water refill or tea. Good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, regardless of where you're joining us from. Good morning to you, Angelique.
Good morning.
Great to see you. Welcome. Thank you for coming.
Thank you for having me.
Let's start off with a video that the Immigration Greater Moncton team would like to share. First, of course, I'll introduce Angelique Reddy-Kalala, Immigration Strategy Officer of Immigration Greater Moncton. Moncton is Canada's, Atlantic Canada's fastest growing region with a booming economy surrounded by beautiful nature. And if you're relocating to Canada or moving to Canada, Moncton is a great place to start your new chapter in Canada or New Brunswick. Aussi parce que le Nouveau-Brunswick est une province officiellement bilingue, Angelique parle français aussi. Just wanted to get that out there. First, let's take a look at the region with a quick video, and then we'll have Angelique take it away. Can we play the video, please?
Eu venho do Brasil.
Germany.
Kigali, Rwanda.
De Vichy en France.
Vietnam.
China.
Venezuela.
Kyiv, Ukraine.
South Korea.
The first thing that people told us, welcome to Canada.
No one will judge you like because of where you come from.
Toujours quelqu'un pour aider.
We have a really nice winter and then we have a really warm summer.
Il y a des arbres qui sont roses, il y a des arbres qui sont rouges.
A lot of snow.
Just more snow.
De la neige.
All snow and all become white.
Il y a tellement de différentes nationalités, ça fait qu'on que la petite ville, c'est vraiment très riche.
Beaucoup plus d'immigrants qu'on le pense, puis il y a des choix qui sont offerts à eux, qui leur donnera vraiment la chance de s'intégrer.
Any question, you can find someone help you.
They give me a lot of skills about how was the difference from my country to here.
In China, there is a lot of homework.
They very, very, very happy with their school.
How teachers relate to the kids. It's actually very good.
L'été, par exemple, il y a beaucoup d'activités, surtout pour les enfants et avec la famille.
J'aime aller à la plage. We have lots and lots of nice beaches.
Il y a beaucoup de restaurants.
We discover the camping.
Football, lacrosse, hockey.
Je prends des cours de boxe avec lui ici.
Skier avec mes amis.
Your home is where your heart is, and I guess this is where my heart is.
On se sentit vraiment chez nous.
Thank you for bringing up the video, and if you would please bring up the presentation. We really thank the Immigration Greater Moncton team for being a participant and a partner to the G-TAC National Virtual Career Expo, and of course, Angelique Reddy-Kalala for her time and her expertise. She will speak on behalf of herself, of course. So I just want to make sure that Angelique has control of the PowerPoint before I mute myself. So we'll just see if, Angelique, if you can move to the next slide.
Jay, where on the screen is the slide button here? Can I use my arrows or?
Yeah, your keyboard arrows, I actually prefer that way, to be honest.
So it's not, oh, there we go. Yep.
There you go. Okay,
we are ready to go.
Thank you so much, Angelique. I'll see you in the Q&A. Thank you.
Sounds great. Thank you. Well, welcome everyone. Bonjour tout le monde. I'm very excited to be here with you today. My name is Angelique Reddy-Kalala. I am the Immigration Strategy Officer for the City of Moncton. And I work very closely with my colleagues from the City of Dieppe and the town of Riverview. And together, the three cities, 2 towns and 1 city, work together in collaboration under a shared brand, which is Immigration Greater Moncton. And so today I will be doing my presentation for the most part in English, but I'll go back and forth between the two languages. Alors, bonjour tout le monde. Mon nom c'est Angélique Reddy-Kalala. Je suis l'agent de la stratégie d'immigration avec la ville de Moncton. C'est important pour savoir que la ville de Riverview, la ville de Dieppe et la ville de Moncton, on travaille ensemble en partenariat sous le logo et notre site web qui est joint, qui est Immigration Grand Moncton. So my presentation today, I would like to give you a little information about living, working, and settling in Greater Moncton, as well as, of course, studying. And as Jay had said, we are the fastest growing region in Canada, as per the last census, and 87% of that population growth is coming from newcomers. So new immigrants that are deciding to move to our region to start their lives, to build their families, and to learn, of course, about our region and to really contribute to our local economy and our local communities. So we're very, very excited about that. Alors, la ville de Moncton, la région du Grand Moncton, c'est actuellement en pleine croissance. C'est la région avec l'augmentation le plus haut sur la croissance démographique à travers le Canada. Alors, c'est très important pour savoir, et à peu près 87% de notre population, ça vient actuellement, cette croissance-là, ça vient sur le plan d'immigration. Alors, les nouveaux arrivants qui sont en train de déménager chez nous. And so just to give you a little idea of where Greater Moncton is, and as I said, Greater Moncton is composed of Moncton, Dieppe, and Riverview. We're three cities that work together in partnership to be able to give you this information. And so you could see here where we're located. We're about a 1 day's drive to Montreal, about 9 hours. We're about a 16-hour drive to Toronto. In terms of flights, for instance, we are about a 2-hour flight to Toronto and about an hour and a half long flight to Montreal. And you can see here where we're located on the eastern seaboard. We're seen as the hub of Atlantic Canada. And that would mean that we are very strategically located on the eastern side of Canada. So we have an international airport. We have, with lots of different flights available, we have a train that runs cargo as well as passenger train that runs directly through our city. We also have bus access. So we're also close to two major ports, which is St. John as well as Halifax. Not. Oh, there. Oh, there we go. Alors, tu peux voir ici où nous sommes. Alors, la région du Grand Moncton, Fredericton. So we heard from our friend Nasheen from the city of Fredericton, from Ignite Fredericton. So it's you can see where they're located, as well as St. John. So we're all about an hour and a half away from each other. New Brunswick is a beautiful province, and those are our three major cities. But of course, there's other smaller towns and cities that are located across the province. And overall, it is an absolutely beautiful place to move, to raise your family. And of course, a lot of different employment opportunities. And I'll get into that as well. And you could see here when I was speaking about the three cities, the two cities in one town, so Riverview is officially a town. You can see here our logo. So oftentimes if you're doing some research on Greater Moncton is composed of Moncton, Riverview, and Dieppe. Each city and town have different programs and services, different parks, for instance, and I'll cover some of that in my presentation, but I certainly encourage you to take a look at Moncton, Riverview, and Dieppe as we work together, but also there's some different unique aspects of each of our cities and town. So when it comes to our population growth, so I just wanted to give you a little bit of information on that. So Moncton CMA, so that's our entire region, added about 8,800 people to our population over the past 5 years. That was actually the fastest increase per capita in all of Canada. It's about a 5.4% increase. We have the fastest growing population rate in all Canadian cities, and actually in the past 20 years. And like I was saying earlier, much of that population growth is as a direct result of immigration. So certainly if you do choose to move to Greater Moncton, there's many, many people who have come before you that are really helping to build our community. Alors, tu peux voir ici, la population de la RMR de Moncton s'est enrichie d'à peu près 8 800 personnes et c'est actuellement une hausse de population de à peu près 5,4%. Notre taux annuel de croissance est le plus rapide parmi tous les RMR au Canada et actuellement dans les dernières 20 années. Alors, c'est une énorme croissance démographique. Aussi, on a ajouté à peu près 16 000 personnes à notre population depuis 2019. And so there's reasons for our economic and population growth, and certainly our employment opportunities here are very diverse. So oftentimes when people are moving here, you're moving here as an individual or with your family. And so there's really something for everyone. Alors, la région du Grand Moncton, la ville de Moncton, c'est une ville officiellement bilingue, anglais et français. La ville de Dieppe, c'est plutôt français. La ville de Riverview, c'est plutôt anglais. Mais tu peux parler dans la langue anglais ou français à peu près partout dans la région du Grand Moncton. C'est aussi dans la province, la seule province au Canada qui est officiellement bilingue. Alors, ça veut dire que je peux voir beaucoup de personnes ici en train d'écrire des messages en français. Tu peux vivre en français dans la région du Grand Moncton, mais probablement tu vas travailler dans les deux langues officielles. So I just wanted to add that we are a region that is officially bilingual. The city of Moncton is a bilingual city. The city of Dieppe is mainly French. The town of Riverview, English. However, people can move in any of those cities and town. You can live in French, but likely you will be working in both official languages. So it's a great opportunity for children, for families to learn Canada's second official language, or if you do speak French, it is a huge opportunity as well for you and your family. And so I wanted to just go over a few aspects. So our community is 47% officially bilingual. And so that means that our population has indicated that they speak both official languages. When you do arrive as a permanent resident, for instance, you have your choice between learning either English and French or French. So for instance, if your first language is French, you'll have the opportunity to take free language classes in English. If your first language is English, you'll have the opportunity to take French classes as well. And that's something that's put on by also the federal and provincial government. So our key sectors here are transportation, logistics, and supply chain, back office support, IT, healthcare, construction. Those are some of the main ones. So just to give you an example, with this huge population growth, there is a lot of opportunities, obviously, in the education sector as well. I'll go to the next screen in a second. Lots of new schools being built. So certainly if you're a teacher assistant, there's a lot of opportunities to work in that field. You're going to want to look at credential recognition prior to coming to, just to make sure everything's lining up for you. Construction as well. So there is a lot of opportunities in the construction field. So if you're a skilled laborer or a manager, for instance, a lot of different opportunities, engineering as well in the construction field. And of course, in healthcare, lots of opportunities to work in the healthcare field. Alors, comme tu peux voir ici, nous sommes vraiment une économie diversifiée. Alors, à peu près 47% de notre population est officiellement bilingue. Alors, si vous êtes un immigrant francophone qui déménage chez nous, tu peux actuellement prendre des cours d'anglais, dès que tu arrives et c'est gratuit. Et ça, c'est quelque chose que le gouvernement fédéral offre des cours et aussi le gouvernement provincial offre des différents types de cours en anglais pour pratiquer votre langue seconde ou peut-être troisième ou quatrième langue. Tu peux voir ici juste quelques secteurs d'emploi qui sont disponibles. Alors, transportation, logistique et aussi d'approvisionnement. Aussi, on a des autres services d'administration comme la finance, l'assurance, la technologie informatique, certainement la santé. Alors, si tu travailles déjà dans le secteur de santé, par exemple des infirmières, juste pour donner un exemple, on a beaucoup de différentes positions qui sont disponibles et absolument la construction. Alors, si tu travailles dans ce secteur-là, on a besoin de vous autres. And you can see here some other sectors. We're a very diverse economy. So education, retail and tourism, advanced manufacturing, AI and robotics, IT and gaming are all in high demand in our region. With such fast population growth, we have a lot of new construction going up, a lot of new buildings, a lot of new schools. And of course, we are in a beautiful location within Southeast New Brunswick. So we're about 20 minutes away from the beach. There's tons of hotels here. All of them are seeking labor. We are almost at full employment in our region, meaning that everyone, for the most part, who would like to be working is currently working. So that's why it's so important that we continue to welcome people to our community, to make sure that there are people to help fill those jobs and, of course, contribute to our community. Alors, tu peux voir ici des autres secteurs qui sont en pleine croissance dans notre région. Alors, éducation et études postsecondaires, activités manufacturières, de pointe, intelligence artificielle et robotique, aussi le commerce de détail et tourisme, technologie informatique et les jeux vidéo. Juste pour nommer juste quelques secteurs. Mais c'est vraiment une économie qui est vraiment diversifiée et on cherche toujours la main-d'œuvre pour, oui, travailler, mais aussi pour vraiment contribuer à notre communauté qui est en pleine croissance. So when it comes to schools and childcare, as Nasheen was saying, from the city of Fredericton, the fact that we are also in officially bilingual province, you will have the choice of having your children in the French or English school system, and they're both excellent. And so many Francophone newcomers, will put their children obviously in the French school system and also English school system as well. It's really your choice as a parent. For the most part, there is some rules, however, for if you're Francophone or if you're Anglophone, but if English or French is not your official language, your first official language, then you have the choice in between the two. So it's important that you meet with each school district to learn about what's best for your child. And there is no bilingual schools here, meaning that you're either in the French school system or English school system. Same thing with daycares, French or English. However, within both of those school systems, your children, for the most part, will learn the second official language, depends on to what degree. So you'll want to do a little bit of homework on the school systems. Our schools here are beautiful. They're government regulated in the programs. And so we have schools, we have daycare. If your child, of course, is not able to go to school just yet, again, in French or English. And after school care programs. So for the most part, many parents will work, both of the parents will work. And so after school programs are available. For the most part, they are either at the school. Once the bell rings, your child will go basically to an after school, similar to a daycare, but it's after school hours. And also, when it comes to, or sometimes if it's not located at school, a bus will come pick up your child to bring them to another location. Alors, dans la région de Nouveau-Brunswick, la province de Nouveau-Brunswick, on a un système scolaire qui est anglais ou français, des garderies qui sont anglais ou français. Alors, c'est à travers le gouvernement, tu as le choix d'une province officiellement bilingue Tu peux vraiment choisir entre les deux. Il y a des règlements dépendant de votre langue maternelle, de les parents. Alors, je vous encourage pour vraiment apprendre plus sur les systèmes scolaires. Dans la région de Greater Moncton, on a vraiment des belles écoles, des très bonnes garderies et aussi des services de garde après l'école, si les deux parents travaillent aussi. When it comes to post-secondary education, there is a lot of opportunities. So the Greater Moncton Southeast region actually has the most international students in all of New Brunswick. So we welcome about 3,500 international students, and we have some of the very best colleges and universities. So if you are moving here as a family, your children can also choose one of these great post-secondary institutions. Alors, on a beaucoup de différents types d'écoles postsecondaires. On a à peu près 3,500 étudiants internationaux aussi dans la région du Greater Moncton. Alors, dépendant si tu déménages ici avec ta famille, et tu as des enfants, il peut actuellement continuer dans les écoles postsecondaires qui sont au sud-est du Nouveau-Brunswick. Alors, tu peux voir ici quelques de ces choix-là. And so you can see some of the choices here that we have. Mount Allison University, for instance, has been recognized about a 30-minute drive from Greater Moncton, maybe 25 minutes. And it has actually been recognized repeatedly as one of Canada's very best undergraduate universities. Aussi, on a l'Université de Moncton. C'est la plus grande université francophone à l'est du Canada après la ville de Québec. Alors, c'est vraiment une belle occasion pour vos enfants et même pour vous autres pour étudier dans la région de Greater Moncton. In terms of healthcare, we also have two healthcare authorities here. We have Horizon and Vitalité. So Horizon is known as the English healthcare system, since we are an officially bilingual province. And we also have Vitalité. Vitalité, c'est plutôt un système de santé qui est francophone. Mais c'est important pour savoir, dépendant de votre langue de choix officielle, tu peux actuellement avoir des services en anglais ou en français dans les deux hôpitaux. So although it's a French and English healthcare authority, meaning two different hospitals, you can actually be served in either English or French in either hospital. So the fact that our region is so big and growing, the services that are available in Horizon and Vitalité in those two hospitals are also growing. We also have the Atlantic Cancer Research Institute that also is a great employer, but also has a lot of opportunities for cancer research, which is really important in Canada. So you could see in terms of employment too, with two hospitals, there are a lot of different employment opportunities. So certainly healthcare in New Brunswick, specifically in Greater Moncton, is in high demand. Alors, tu peux voir avec deux hôpitaux, on a une grande demande d'emploi. Alors, on a vraiment besoin de la main-d'œuvre pour travailler dans nos hôpitaux parce qu'on a deux. Alors, il y a beaucoup d'opportunités d'emploi. So the average housing cost, this is 2021. However, just to give you an idea, for a two-bedroom apartment, it's around $1,042. This amount has gone up, however. So normally you can find a two-bedroom apartment here around between $1,000 to $1,800. It's important to prepare yourself before you arrive to learn about also the housing market here. With such a fast-growing population in New Brunswick overall, but certainly in the Greater Moncton region, it's really important to do some research prior to arrival on available apartments. Also, you can oftentimes expect to stay in a hotel for a week or two while you secure housing. Also, Airbnbs can be an option, or if you move here in the summer, there's sometimes some other rental units that are available. However, certainly doing some research on the housing market is really important. The fact that our region is growing so fast, we actually have record-breaking building permits, meaning that there are tons of new apartment buildings that are opening every month. But it's important that you do some research. And I'll tell you where you can find some information on rentals prior to arrival. Alors, tu peux voir, selon l'enquête sur les logements locatifs menée par le SCHL en 2021. Alors, c'est un peu âgé ces numéros-là, mais à peu près, c'est 1042 pour un appartement de 2 chambres. Alors, la plupart du temps, tu peux trouver un appartement ici à 1000 jusqu'à 1800 $ par mois. Mais c'est vraiment important de faire un peu de recherche avant votre arrivée sur les logements qui sont disponibles dans la région du Grand Moncton. Le fait que nous sommes aussi en pleine croissance, on a des appartements qui sont en train d'ouvrir à peu près chaque mois dans la région du Grand Moncton. Alors, Moncton, Riverview et Dieppe, mais c'est vraiment important de vraiment planifier avant votre arrivée. Et ça se peut que dès que tu arrives, peut-être tu vas rester dans un hôtel pour un bout de temps avant que tu trouves un appartement. Alors, le mieux que tu peux être préparé, le mieux que ça va être pour ta famille aussi. You can also see here the average home prices. These are just a few examples of homes that you would find on the market here. So the average home price is about $300,000 for a home within the Greater Moncton area. Alors, la moyenne des prix de logement, c'est à peu près 300 000 dans la région de Grand Moncton. Alors, c'est beaucoup moins ici qu'à travers le Canada. And so actually the housing prices here are much more affordable than across Canada to purchase a home. And so it's not just all about working as well and opening a business, but certainly it's about all those extra things to do within our region. So I just wanted to show you a few examples of some activities in the summertime, in the wintertime. There's always something to do on the weekend. And I just wanted to show you a few of the different exciting events. For Canada Day, we have huge concerts on the waterfront. We have winter festivals. We have a multicultural festival. Pretty much every weekend, there's something pretty significant to do. And certainly, you'll have that opportunity when you move here. Alors, la région du Grand Moncton, il y a toujours quelque chose à faire. Pendant l'été, pendant l'hiver, chaque fin de semaine, il y a toujours des différents types de festivals. Alors, ceci, c'est juste quelques exemples des festivals qui sont disponibles dans la région du Grand Moncton, comme le Mosaïque. La Fête de Canada, c'est énorme sur la rivière. Beaucoup de concerts. Aussi, on a même des festivals d'hiver. Alors, il y a vraiment quelque chose pour tout le monde dans la région du Grand Moncton. Alors, c'est pas vraiment juste le travail, c'est aussi toutes les choses que tu peux faire avec ta famille. Sports and recreation here are a big deal. So there's always tons of activities to do with your family. The average commute to work here is like in between 5 to 10 minutes. So you will not find yourself stuck in traffic here really at all. And so what that means is that you have a lot of opportunities to do different activities with your children. So whether, you or your child likes to play, for instance, hockey, Canada sport, cricket, basketball, soccer, American football, baton twirling, gymnastics, swimming, tennis, cricket, like really there's something for everyone. And you'll have that opportunity to do that within the region of Greater Moncton. So, alors, ceci, c'est juste quelques exemples des différents sports et des activités de loisirs qui sont disponibles dans la région de Grand Moncton. Alors, sur le fait de les différents sports et activités qui sont disponibles, il y a des clubs ou des activités, juste pour donner quelques exemples, de hockey, le football américain, le football, basket, la natation, le tennis, cricket. Alors, juste tellement de différents types de sports qui sont disponibles pour les enfants, mais aussi pour les adultes. Alors, il y a toujours quelque chose à faire. We're also surrounded by the beautiful outdoors, and within each of the municipalities, Moncton, Riverview, and Dieppe, there are neighborhood parks, there's sports facilities, there's pools, we have a beautiful zoo, we have transportation museums, farmers markets. There's really tons of activities to do for families. And so here is just a few photos of what you'll find with 4 extreme seasons. Spring, winter, fall, and of course, summer. There's something really for everyone in all 4 seasons. Alors, ici, tu peux voir juste quelques photos des activités qui sont disponibles. Avec 4 saisons, il y a vraiment quelque chose par saison à faire. Alors, on a des belles plages, des musées, des piscines à l'intérieur et l'extérieur, des différents parcs qui sont dans les quartiers ou des parcs régionaux. Alors, il y a vraiment toujours quelque chose à faire dans la région du Greater Moncton. We are also known as an urban city surrounded by nature. So you could see here some of the national parks. We have Hopewell Park, which is a provincial park, the highest tides in the world. We are within about an hour driving distance to 2 national parks, which is Kujibikwak and Fundy National Park. So if you like hiking or camping, these are great opportunities, and they're all within a short drive. Alors, tu peux voir ici, la manière qu'on voit notre région, c'est vraiment une région en pleine croissance avec tous les aspects urbains, mais c'est vraiment entouré par la nature. Alors, tu peux voir ici quelques exemples. On a 2 parcs nationaux. Alors, si tu veux faire du hiking ou du camping, c'est vraiment proche de chez vous. À peu près 1 heure de la région du Greater Moncton, tu peux faire du camping, par exemple. Aussi, on a Hopewell Rock. Ça, c'est plutôt un parc provincial qui n'est pas loin d'ici non plus, à peu près 30 minutes. So it's important to note that when you move here, you will be surrounded by services and people who are really there to work on your behalf to make sure that you're welcomed and that you're well integrated into the community. So some of those services that can help would be our core settlement services like Magma and CAFE. They are funded by IRCC, which is the federal government, and the provincial government primarily, to be able to provide support to newcomers in English or in French. So Magma and CAFE. We also have many ethnocultural associations. We have newcomer integration organizations, such as OLA and B and Moncton Cares. Magma is a bilingual settlement agency. CAFE, c'est un centre d'établissement qui est pour les francophones. Alors, vraiment, on a des services d'établissement qui sont pour tout le monde ici. Alors, des services d'établissement qui sont financés par le gouvernement fédéral, comme IRCC, et provinciaux comme Magma et CAFE, mais aussi on a des associations ethnoculturelles, des autres types de supports qui sont disponibles pour les nouveaux arrivants dès que tu arrives, sur le côté d'intégration, l'établissement. Aussi, on a des services d'emploi. Alors, Travail NB offre des services d'emploi à des conseillers d'emploi. Dès que tu arrives aussi, je vous encourage pour visiter notre province de Nouveau-Brunswick. Notre service d'emploi, c'est Travail NB. So if you're looking for employment, once you arrive, please do visit Working NB as well. And you'll find a link directly to their website at our kiosk. But Working NB helps provide employment and training services for newcomers when you arrive too, and that cost is free to you once you get here. So I certainly would encourage you to go visit them. We also encourage people to do a lot of networking and volunteering when they get here. And we've listed a few of those organizations like the Chamber of Commerce, the United Way, the Volunteer Center. So certainly volunteering in the community and networking is a great way to build friendships, meet people in your community, and really help making a difference and a great way to get involved in your community. Alors, sur le côté de réseautage et bénévolat, on vous encourage vraiment pour faire de réseautage avec des organisations comme la Chambre de commerce, la Centraide Nouveau-Brunswick, aussi même avec le Centre de bénévolat. Aussi, le bénévolat, c'est vraiment important dans notre région et vraiment, c'est une belle manière pour rencontrer de nouveaux amis et de vraiment grandir votre réseau dès que tu arrives. Of course, if you would like to open a business in Greater Moncton, there's a lot of different training programs available and support, such as through the Southeast Regional Service Commission, the Chamber of Commerce, or Venn Innovation. Alors, si ça vous intéresse d'ouvrir une entreprise dès que tu arrives, on a beaucoup de différents types de supports qui est pour vous autres, qui est comme le service régional de la commission, aussi la Chambre de commerce, Venn, par exemple, juste pour nommer quelques services qui sont disponibles pour vous autres dès que tu arrives pour ouvrir une entreprise. You can find all of this information. I know it's a lot. It's a big choice to move to your new city. And certainly you can find all of the information that I'm discussing on our Immigration Greater Moncton website. So I would strongly encourage you to go visit immigrationgreatermoncton.ca. You'll find everything you need to know about living, working, and settling here. Alors, je vous encourage vraiment pour visiter notre site web du Grand Moncton. C'est immigrationgrandmoncton.ca. Il y a tant d'informations qui sont disponibles pour vous autres et tout que je discute aujourd'hui, c'est actuellement sur notre site web d'Immigration Grand Moncton. Alors, juste pour donner quelques exemples de différents types d'informations qui sont disponibles sur notre site web, c'est tout là. Alors, logement. Comment de trouver un logement dans la région de Grand Moncton? C'est qui les différents services de logement qui sont disponibles, les entreprises qui offrent logement, les services d'emploi, où de faire votre épicerie, comment d'inscrire votre enfant dans l'école. C'est tout là à travers notre site web. So on our Immigration Greater Moncton website, you will find all of the information that I'm discussing today. I know it's a lot to take in, and certainly this is just a few examples of the types of information you'll find on our website. So everything from housing, all of the different housing agencies that are available when it comes to apartment rentals, how to find employment and how to contact, for instance, Working NB, that service I had described, where to go get your groceries, how to volunteer in the community, how to access daycare. All of that is listed on our Immigration Greater Moncton website. You'll also find a link from that directly from our kiosks as well. We also have over 20 ethnocultural associations in the Greater Moncton area. And you'll find a list of those on our Immigration Greater Moncton website. So every organization from a Ukrainian association, Moroccan association, Congolese association. There are many ethnocultural associations that do some amazing events and really bring people together in our community. And it's a great way to meet people from your home country too. Alors, sur notre site web d'immigration, tu vas voir, on a plus que 20 associations ethnoculturelles qui existent dans la région de Grand Moncton. Alors, tu vas trouver toute cette liste-là sur notre site web immigrationgrandmoncton.ca, la liste de toutes les associations ethnoculturelles qui sont disponibles dans la région de Grand Moncton. You can also download our newcomer guide. It's a PDF version basically of our website, something that you can download, have on your phone as well. Everything you need to know about living, working, and settling in the Greater Moncton area. Alors, tu peux aussi télécharger notre guide destiné à des nouveaux arrivants et les étudiants internationaux. C'est aussi disponible à notre kiosque, mais c'est aussi disponible sur notre site web. We also offer regular employment fairs in the Greater Moncton area. And so we have filled over 550 positions as a direct result. So once you do arrive, I can pretty much guarantee you'll hear about an employment fair within the first couple of weeks. So we help organize those fairs and we currently work with over 100 different employers. Alors, dès que tu arrives, probablement tu vas entendre après quelques semaines d'un salon d'emploi destiné à les nouveaux arrivants. Alors, vraiment, je vous encourage pour venir à un de ces salons d'emploi. Vraiment, notre but, c'est de jubiler les nouveaux arrivants dès que vous arrivez avec des employeurs et des emplois qui sont disponibles dans notre région. Alors, à travers ces salons d'emploi, on a déjà comblé plus que 550 positions à travers ces salons qui sont vraiment réguliers. Alors, je vous encourage pour venir à un de nos salons d'emploi. Other ways that you can also keep in touch with our region is following on LinkedIn, Greater Moncton Local Immigration Partnership. Alors, tu peux vraiment être en contact avec nous à travers nos médias sociaux. Sur LinkedIn, tu peux suivre notre partenariat local en matière d'immigration et aussi sur Facebook, Greater Moncton Local Immigration Partnership, also available on Facebook. So certainly you can follow for different updates on what's going on in our region. You can find that information on our two media channels, Facebook and also on LinkedIn. And so that pretty much is the end of my presentation. I saw lots of questions in the chat. You can also follow me on LinkedIn at Angelique Reddy Kalala. I'm very active on LinkedIn as well, so certainly follow me there. Et tu peux trouver toutes les informations que j'ai discutées sur notre site web d'immigration, immigrationgrandmoncton.ca. And also, you can me sur LinkedIn, Angelique Reddy Kalala. So, as I was saying, you can also follow me on LinkedIn at Angelique Reddy Kalala on LinkedIn, or on our website, immigrationgreatermoncton.ca, where you can find all of the information that I had discussed today. So I guess I'll bring it to you, Jay, and we can answer a few questions.
Absolutely. Let's answer a few questions. And I noticed that some people were sharing their email address. So Angelique is not going to email you because you shared your email address. Rather, we encourage you to, as Angelique just mentioned, there's the Immigration Greater Moncton website, but of course there's the Immigration Greater Moncton booth that you could visit today or tomorrow at the in the expo and engage Angelique and the team from Moncton, Riverview, and Dieppe. So I just wanted to say that no one's going to email you because you put your email in the chat. There's a lot of resources available to you through the Greater Moncton team and the city of Moncton. So, which leads me to, I had a question here. It was almost a comment because it's pretty cool, Angelique. We have a lot of friends that are landing even within 1 month or 2 months, joining us live. And well, as I look for that question, I flagged a lot of questions. So one from Olamide, who's in Nigeria with experience in the banking sector. Because off the top of my head, I know that I believe TD Bank has a pretty big footprint in the Moncton region from past expos. So for someone that, Angelique, that has a background in financial services, could you please elaborate a little bit more about the labor market as to that space?
Absolutely. So finance is one of our largest sectors within the Greater Moncton area. So absolutely, TD Bank has a huge footprint in Dieppe. I think they have close to 800 employees there. We also have the Royal Bank, so RBC, also a huge staff here as well. Always hiring. Both of those employers generally always attend our newcomer job fairs as well. But we also have other employers such as Tangerine Bank, Scotia Bank. We also have the National Bank. And those are just some of the banks that we would have here that are often hiring some great employment opportunities. In addition, we also have, which are very transferable, people who work in finance, of course, can work in any government. So government is also in high demand here, people that would like to work in government, as well as the other one is insurance. Insurance is a huge industry here too. So even across the street from me, I'm located at City Hall in Moncton, but across the street from me, even we have Medavie Blue Cross, just to give you an example, and Assomption V, all located within about a 2-minute walk with, hundreds and hundreds of employees. And so if you're working in finance, insurance, back office support, there are likely hundreds and hundreds, if not thousands, of available positions in our region, and certainly something that's in very high demand. We know of many newcomers that have decided to move to the Greater Moncton area that have secured employment upon their arrival in finance, of course. So certainly if you're in the finance industry, you would have a lot of different employment opportunities. At our kiosk as well, you'll see a link to nbjobs.ca, and it's at the top handle of our kiosk. That is the provincial government's website, and it's called NB Jobs. What they do is they have a list of all of the different employment opportunities that are available within New Brunswick, and you could just put in the search bar Greater Moncton, and you'll see all the different employment opportunities in your sector that would be available. Something to keep in mind, that does change every day, so you'll want to keep on checking back often as well.
Thank you, Angelique, and thank you, Olamide. I referenced some friends this morning that are soon landing in Moncton, such as Celia. I found her comment, who says, Bonjour, Cecilia, nouvelle immigrante pour Moncton 3 mai. Vol initiative stratégique, like looking for a settlement plan, strategic plan. She's landing on the 3rd of May, which is less than a month, or no, it's almost exactly a month from today. So once again, that question was in French, Angelique, and Celia isn't the only guest this morning that's landing in a month or two. So how can they connect with your team or some of the resources such as mbjobs.ca to have her initiative strategic plan?
Pour la province de Nouveau-Brunswick?
Oui, Celia, she will land dans Moncton le 3 de mai.
OK, alors quelque chose que tu peux faire, Célia, avant votre arrivée, sur notre site web d'immigration, tu peux voir, il y a une section qui est pré-départ. Alors, je vous encourage vraiment pour regarder ce site web-là sur la section de pré-départ. Aussi, tu peux contacter les centres d'établissement avant votre arrivée. Alors, le CAFI et le MAGMA, l'Association multiculturelle du Grand Moncton. Les deux, c'est nos deux centres d'établissement pour la région du Grand Moncton. Alors, vraiment, je vous encourage pour aller sur notre site web immigrationgrandmoncton.ca et tu peux faire une recherche sur tous les différents services qui sont disponibles dans la région du Grand Moncton. Mais certainement, je vous encourage, si tu viens ici à travers cet système stratégique pour l'immigration francophone, de faire un peu de recherche sur le CAFI, parce que le CAFI donne des services à des immigrants francophones. MAGMA, c'est des services bilingues, anglais et français. Alors, les deux offrent des différents types de services et ils travaillent très proches ensemble. Alors, je vous encourage vraiment pour regarder à notre site web. Tu vas trouver ces deux associations-là sur notre site web.
Merci, Angelique. So, Angelique, you mentioned Horizon Health and the healthcare sector. We'd like to touch upon that. Ataman has asked about a social worker, which is not necessarily a healthcare worker, but if we could touch upon opportunities for PSWs, nurses, social workers. Once again, this question is from Ataman, who asked about social workers, but we'll let you, as the expert of the region, convey more.
Can you repeat that, please, Jay?
Sure. Ataman had a question about careers for social workers, and I'm referencing generally more also opportunities at Medivie Health and Horizon Health for PSWs, physiotherapists, nurses, but this person was interested in social working. But it's different, but I'm trying to kill a few birds with one stone here, if possible.
So there's a lot of different positions available in the healthcare field, as Jay was saying. So within our hospitals, within our nursing homes, within our schools, for instance. So when it comes to social work, that is something I would certainly encourage you to speak to the province about. So welcomenb.ca is the province's immigration website. However, when you're in social work, for instance, the province hires province of New Brunswick would hire many social workers, but there's also social workers that would also work within community agencies as well. And so we have a lot of community agencies, for instance, that would work with people who are transient or unhoused, for instance, people that would work with at-risk youth, people that would work with, single parents or children that have, or adults that have different behavioral aspects. So certainly there's a lot of opportunities within that sector, but I would take a look at mbjobs.ca. I'd also contact the province of New Brunswick too, from a credential recognition perspective, and certainly our friends at West too.
Thank you, Angelique. The next question, we could touch a little bit upon the aquaculture sector and the agri-food sector. We didn't touch upon that so much. The question is in French. It's from Fatiha, who says, Je veux savoir encore sur le domaine maritime au Nouveau-Brunswick, l'activité de la pêche et de l'aquaculture et la gestion populaire et la protection de l'environnement marin.
Alors, ça, c'est une très bonne question. Alors, le fait que nous sommes vraiment proches à l'océan, il y a beaucoup de différentes positions qui sont disponibles. Le gouvernement fédéral est actuellement en train de construire un énorme bâtiment qui est dédié à actuellement les ressources de la pêche, par exemple, nautique. Alors, ça, c'est quelque chose pour vraiment regarder. Alors, et aussi sur nbjobs.ca. Alors, c'est un secteur, le fait que nous sommes proches à l'océan absolument, il y a des positions qui sont disponibles. Et le côté d'environnement, certainement à travers la province de Nouveau-Brunswick, les positions qui sont disponibles, mais aussi le gouvernement fédéral aussi.
Merci, Angelique. You touched upon the educational sector a little bit. So someone had a question, and I'm trying to find the person's name, but regardless, the question was about opportunities in the university space. This person, whom I apologize, I can't find her name. We have so many great questions, so her name will remain unknown. But the question was about finding opportunities and in the university and educational space.
Yeah, so we have many post-secondary institutions here, whether public or private. And so there is many different employment opportunities, whether it's through teaching, whether it's through working in the libraries or different resource teachers. So that's certainly something. Post-secondary institutions is in high demand here in terms of employment, just because we have so many public and private institutions. They're often hiring. However, even as international students coming here, we have many, like thousands of international students that now call Greater Moncton, Southeast New Brunswick home. So certainly, whether it's coming to study or whether it's coming to work, there's a lot of different opportunities. Again, you'll find most of that on our nbjobs.ca. So if you visit our kiosk, you'll be able to see that link that goes to NB Jobs. But again, those positions are posted every day, different types of positions. So you might look one day at that site and see nothing that really aligns to your skill set, but certainly keep on checking back, because positions are added every single day within our region. I had a question I see here I'd like to answer, Jay, is about if it can be considered as an information session for interest or procedures for the New Brunswick government. Alors, est-ce que ça peut être partie de la processus d'immigration pour la province de Nouveau-Brunswick? Alors, la réponse, c'est non. Cette session ici, ça va pas faire partie de votre processus d'immigration pour le Nouveau-Brunswick. So the answer was, can this be considered an information session for the interest declaration procedures for the province of New Brunswick? The answer to that would be no. This is for information only. Certainly, if you want more information on immigrating to New Brunswick, I would encourage you to visit welcomenb.ca. You'll find, again, that on our Immigration Greater Moncton website, and I can put it in the chat here too, welcomenb.ca, and you'll see all the information as it relates to the provincial government, the province of New Brunswick's immigration stream. Alors, sur le côté de où tu peux trouver les informations sur le processus d'immigration pour Nouveau-Brunswick, je vraiment vous encourage pour visiter bienvenuenb.ca pour toutes ces informations-là. Mais cette présentation, ça fait pas partie de la processus d'immigration.
Thank you for that, Angelique. It's 10:52.
Okay, can I ask a quick question?
Go ahead, Shaw.
Yeah, hey, Angelique, we're getting questions on the floor. I'm not sure. Does Moncton have a booth in our VC 13?
Yes, we have the Immigration Greater Moncton booth.
Okay, perfect. So they're asking if you will be at the booth after the presentation.
Yes, I'll be at the booth as well as my colleagues from Dieppe and Riverview, either tomorrow morning or this morning as well. Yes.
Okay, perfect. Okay, good. So I'm going to answer them. Sorry about that. Go ahead, Jay.
Well, that all ties into perhaps Angelique's final words, because they don't have to be final words, right? The Immigration Greater Moncton team from Moncton, Riverview, and Dieppe will be at the booth intermittently today and tomorrow, and Angelique will convey that, as well as the multitude of resources we've already heard about. nbjobs.ca, which is updated daily, working MB. So once again, as we do soon cut to commercial break, we'll certainly give a few minutes to Angelique to convey to everyone what the next steps are, because we want to make sure that you go to the Greater Moncton Immigration booth, because we won't be sending you an email because you sent your email in the chat here. It's going to go the other way around, but Angelique will convey how you can connect with the resources and the team. And it's great to see that some of you, like Celia, are landing on the 3rd of May in Moncton. You're really at the right spot, and you're going to be in good hands with Angelique and her colleagues. So I will let Angelique convey the next steps. And we really thank the team and the Immigration Greater Moncton team from Moncton Riverview and Dieppe for her time as always. Thank you, Angelique. Feel free to convey final words on behalf of yourself and the city of Moncton and Riverview and Dieppe.
Yes, so absolutely. You can find our booth in the lobby area. And I saw that question a little bit, so come visit our booth. We'll have representatives there for the next hour, and then again tomorrow morning. So certainly come visit us at the booth. Also, if you're looking for more information on our region, you can visit immigrationgreatermoncton.ca. Lots of great information there on living, working, and settling in the Greater Moncton area. Alors, comme j'ai dit, on a un kiosque, tu peux venir nous visiter pour la prochaine heure. Nous sommes là jusqu'à 13h à notre temps, alors Atlantique, et encore demain matin. Alors, tu peux venir nous visiter cet après-midi pour la prochaine heure et demain matin. Et aussi, tu peux visiter notre site web immigrationgrandmoncton.ca pour plus d'informations sur le côté de travail, le fait de vivre et étudier dans la région de Grand Moncton. So I really want to thank you for your time today. I hope to see you at our kiosk, but also I hope to see you move to our community, and we're there to answer any questions you might have. And just know that you won't be alone when you arrive. There's a lot of available programs and services to help support you. Thank you very much. Merci tout le monde.
Merci, thank you.
Based on our decades' experience serving internationally trained professionals, together with our partners, G-TAC is proud to offer career-focused trainings. The goal of those trainings is to help skilled workers stay abreast of the latest and emerging labor market demands in Canada, explore career options and the pros and cons, expand your professional networks and therefore make informed decisions, and fast-track your career. Different from academic trainings, there are 3 key features of G-TAC's career-focused trainings that you can benefit from. 1. The trainings are all designed by industry insiders, along with inputs and feedbacks from hiring employers we worked with, and delivered by experienced industry experts. 2. The training contents are focused more on case studies and practical tips and tactics, not on theories. As a result, you can apply the knowledge and information in their job interviews, and quickly and successfully take on tasks when you are newly hired. 3. The trainings are short-term and low-cost, with possibility of job referrals. One-on-one career coaching is available to help you find out career path that can make the most of your experience and passion. Please visit G-TAC's website to find more details. Grow your career, G-TAC can help.
Okay, it's 10:59. I hope everyone had a nice water break or coffee break, depending on where you are in Canada, or if you're an overseas friend. Hope you had a nice quick break. And if you've been following the schedule, we'll soon, in a minute or two, we'll go and connect in Alberta with our friends and partners from Calgary Economic Development, as well as some experts in the private sector, specifically Pascal Ferraud from Purpose Med and Sana Aslam from Event Combo. So we'll hear from Sana and Pascal about what they do. And once again, our friends from Calgary Economic Development, Nimrit Anand and Sharman Surani, will be sharing with us all that there is to know about Calgary in terms of the labor market, the opportunities for success, the resources and programs that are available to you through many different service providers, but through your friends at Calgary Economic Development. So Calgary was ranked the most livable city in North America to live in last year by the Economist Intelligence Unit. So that's amazing. It's a robust and diverse city with endless opportunities. And once again, you'll be hearing from experts in Calgary as to what those opportunities are. And for people, from people like Pascal and Sana, how you can prepare yourself for success in the labor market as well. Pascal is a human resources professional and expert. So it'll be great to hear from them. Your expectations for the next hour will be a panel moderated by the Calgary Economic Development team with subject matter experts Pascal and Sana. And when it's time for the question and answer period, that's when you'll be able to send in your questions through the chat function to Nimrit and Pascal and Sana. So Pascal and Sana and Nimrit, if you want to unmute yourselves and turn on the camera, it's 11:02 in Ontario, which would make it, what time in Calgary, Nimrit? Have you had your first coffee yet?
Not yet, but it's 9:02, so I'm lagging behind. That's all good.
9:02. Good morning, Pascal.
Thank you so much for having me.
Well, thank you so much for being here. And Nimrit, it seems your colleague Sharman is logging in. It seems as yourself, so that's fine.
Oh, right.
And,
okay.
And Sana is, her camera is off. It's up to her if she would like to unmute herself or not.
Hey, Jay.
Good morning,
hey.
Sana.
Good morning. Good morning. How are you?
We're doing wonderful. Thank you so much for your time.
Oh, I'm glad to be here.
Well, everyone is really pleased that the four of you will be conveying opportunities for career development and lifestyle and study in Calgary and the region surrounding Calgary. So Nimrit, really, I understand that you will be the panelist host this morning?
Yes.
Well, wonderful. So it's great to have you, Nimrit, and Sana and Pascal and Sharman. So Nimrit, without further ado, I'll just turn off my camera and my microphone and really welcome you to start it off on behalf of the Calgary Economic Development team and our partners, Pascal and Sana from Event Combo and Purpose Med. Thank you so much.
Perfect. Thanks so much. Thanks again, Jay. And I appreciate Pascal and Sana joining us here with Sharman and myself from Calgary Economic Development. So I just wanted to start with talking a little bit about what's Calgary Economic Development. So we're basically an opportunity maker for the city of Calgary, and we help companies within Calgary and from outside Calgary spark their growth. So we are involved in business retention and expansion. So we try and get FDIs from within Canada or outside Canada to come and invest in Calgary. And at the same time, we help companies from within Calgary find, our team specifically helps them find real estate and talent pathways. So one of that example will be Purpose Med, and Pascal will tell you a little bit more about that going forward. So what I'll do is I'll quickly pass over to Pascal, and then he can introduce himself and Purpose Med.
Yeah, awesome. Thank you so much, Imrit. Yeah, so my name is Pascal Theriault. I am a talent acquisition partner with a Calgary-based startup called Purpose Med, although we do operate across Canada. I've been working as a recruiter in the talent acquisition space for about 6 years. I'm not originally from Calgary, but I have lived here and worked here and studied here for the last 11 or 12 years. So I am quite familiar with the city and different aspects of it from a student perspective, a professional perspective, and just a life perspective as well. Really passionate about what I do in talent acquisition. Purpose Med is a telehealth or health tech company. So what I do in terms of recruiting is really focused on technology hiring for the most part. So although we have a technology component to our business, we do also have a healthcare component to our business as well. So there are lots of different roles that we look for and hire for, which I'll touch on a little bit later in the discussion today. But yeah, really excited to be here and share my perspective. So I'll throw it back to you.
Perfect. Thanks so much. And then I'll quickly pass over to Sana, and I'll ask her to introduce herself and the company she's presenting, Event Combo.
Thank you, Nimrit. So my name is Sana Aslam, and I am one of the team leads at the Customer Success Department at Event Combo. I've been working with the company for the past 2 years. I joined in as a client support associate, and I was able to be promoted in quite a short period of time because of the amazing company culture that we have. And we have inclusive leadership practices at Event Combo. If you would ask me about Event Combo, it is pretty much a one-stop shop turnkey event management platform. One thing that is really cool about Event Combo is that we offer services for all kinds of events, may it be in person, virtual, hybrid, and now we are even, carrying our events in the metaverse. So our services can range between anything from ticketing to offering online event hosting with our platform Fireworks. And then we have the Eventiverse, where our clients can actually have customized venues to host their events. These can range from anything for a conference or a concert in the metaverse. So our platform is basically designed to make event planning, hosting, and management as easy and stress-free as possible. So yeah, this is a short introduction about myself and the company. Thank you, Nimrit.
Right, thank you so much. And we'll come back to Event Combo and talk a little bit more about the company. I'll quickly throw it over to Charmin now, and Charmin's going to tell us a little bit about herself and a little deeper dive-ish into what Calgary Economic Development is all about.
Hi, everyone. So thanks for inviting me. And I guess Nimrit's given quite a bit of information about CED since we're on the same team. I'm happy to deep a little bit but really in a nutshell, our team really works to support companies in finding the pathways to talent and wonderful talent like yourself, and supporting companies in other areas such as real estate as well. Whenever a new company comes to Calgary, usually there's two common things that they need people in place, and that's what our team fulfills. Our intention is also to support talent in finding the companies, right, at the same time. And usually you hear companies it's hard for them to find that right person. And the talent, and being a career advisor and professional in my career, about 10 years or so, that includes being in Pascal's position as a recruiter, as well as now talent marketing and so forth, and career advisor, I can say that many a times talent is like, where are all these opportunities? How come I haven't seen them around? So our team focuses on ensuring that both these parties are able to connect at different platforms in different ways. That includes virtual, in-person, in-market, and so forth. So that would be in a very easier way to explain our work. And my career has been pretty much in anything talent. So talent recruitment, talent management, mostly focused on tech side, because my degree background is in IT. And so that just helped me build my career in the talent sector in the tech world. And I guess I'll leave it to Nimrod for the rest of the questions. Thank you.
Perfect, thanks so much. So before we go ahead into the question and answers, I quickly wanted to jump in and say, I see a lot of questions coming into the chat saying like people are based out of Canada and they are looking to move to Canada. So our content on this panel will be more relevant for people who are already in Canada, but we can at the end do a quick brief. I know Charmaine and Pascal know a lot about how immigration works out and how the people can move to Canada, what the various path streams are. So we can quickly delve on it at the end, but we'll keep it relevant to people who are already in Canada as of now. And I'm going to quickly throw in a website called Live Tech Love Life in the chat right now. So I would appreciate if anybody who's looking for careers in Calgary to visit the website. We work with about 300 companies within Calgary. They're all tech and non-tech companies, and we actually divide all the companies that we are sort of exhibiting on this website as per the sector that they're in. So you can actually find careers relevant to certain sectors and have a look at it. So we're gonna move on to Pascal. So the first question that I wanted to throw towards Pascal is a little bit about Purpose Med's individual programs. So I know Purpose Med within their organization runs a couple of programs. I know you're wearing a Freddie hat, but you're also you have a program called FRIDA. So I wanted to know a little bit about that. And then essentially what challenge is these programs trying to solve for us?
Yeah, that's a great questions. I'm going to start with the second part of that question first, because I think it'll help to kind of describe what we do with our different product offerings. So essentially the problem that we're trying to solve is reducing barriers to access to complex healthcare in Canada for all. So that's the vision that we have at Purpose Med. Is we envision a healthcare system where there are no barriers to access specialized or complex healthcare services, no matter where you are in the country, no matter what your background is, or which kind of different communities you're a part of. So our mission really at the highest level is to improve access to complex healthcare services, primarily for underserved communities. So communities who have been historically stigmatized or marginalized by the public healthcare system and who have historically not gotten the access to care that they deserve. So that's our mission at the simplest, highest level, and really why Purpose Med was founded and why we're doing what we do. Now, to get into our product offerings or the way that we kind of try or hope to achieve that mission, is that we build specialized virtual healthcare products, essentially, or brands, and launch them out into kind of niche areas of the healthcare market within Canada. So we have those two kind of product offerings or brands in the market today that Nimrit mentioned. So our first, the hat that I'm wearing, is called Freddie. It was founded, or I shouldn't say founded, it was launched in the market about 2 years ago. It really supports the LGBTQ2S+ community with HIV prevention. So there's a medication called PrEP medication that helps to prevent HIV, and we also support our patients in that area with general kind of sexual health treatments and education. And then our second product offering, which was launched about a year ago, is called FRIDA, and it supports adult ADHD and mental health patients. So these are two areas. Two of our co-founders actually at Purpose Med are medical doctors and have spent significant amounts of time in the public healthcare system, and they've identified these two areas as two really pressing areas where there are gaps that are being left in the public system. Just a couple of interesting statistics to share with you. On the Freddie side of things, there are only 2% of doctors or physicians in Canada who are actually trained and licensed to prescribe HIV prevention medication. So if you can imagine, obviously the population who identifies as a member of that community is significantly higher than 2% of the Canadian population. So you can see how there would be a significant gap there. And that problem is exacerbated even further if you move into remote communities or different kind of distributed areas of Canada. And then on the FRIDA side of things, there are actually only 1 in 5 adult women who demonstrate ADHD symptoms in Canada who are appropriately diagnosed. So there's a huge gap there being left. We do provide our FRIDA ADHD diagnosis and treatment services to all gender representations, but that was kind of the statistic where we saw there was a gap that needed to be filled there. So that's really what we do today. We do operate a pharmacy as well called Affirming Care, which operates pretty separately from a day-to-day perspective, but it allows us to fulfill the prescription and medication demand from all of our Freddie and Frida patients. And as we continue to grow, we plan to expand and launch new products into new verticals of the healthcare world that will continue to help us to fulfill our mission again of improving access to care for underserved communities. So yeah, hopefully that answers your question there, but I'll throw it back to you for now.
No, that does actually. And I think my first experience with Freddie was a few years back when I was getting very targeted Instagram ads, and I was really happy to see what the work was being done. And with Frida, like, I'm so happy with that because I've been reading a lot of these articles about adult ADHD being diagnosed at a pretty older age, and I'm like, yeah, if that could have been diagnosed earlier, it could have, like, the course of history could have been a little different. So absolutely brilliant work there. And I'm going to quickly pass it over to Sana right now, and I'm going to ask her about Event Combo and the diversity that they bring to the table, because I was on your website and I was amazed at the amount of countries that Event Combo is currently present in. So that makes me think, and I want to ask you, like, as to why you chose Canada as a particular country to start hiring in.
Yeah, thank you, Nimrit. So yeah, of course, the diversity thing. We have an extremely diverse workforce at Event Combo. I and a number of my colleagues are from Pakistan. Then we have people from India. We have people from Russia, Egypt, Turkey, Ukraine, and of course the United States. So we have this amazing melting pot of cultures at Event Combo. At Event Combo, diversity is it's not just a buzzword, it's actually a core value that we definitely prioritize. I've seen our higher management at work with the mindset that diversity allows unique perspectives. It allows unique ideas and experiences that are essential to create a dynamic and innovative team. And as I mentioned earlier, our workforce is incredibly it's diverse, and this diversity again is not just reflected in our team, but also in the events that we support and cater to. We have a vast network of clients and partners from all over the world, because our platform it's designed to cater to the needs of pretty much any type of events, maybe a small gathering to a large-scale international conference. It allows us to build relationships with a wide range of organizations and individuals in the event industry, from event planners and promoters to venues and vendors. And coming to the second part of your question as to why we are considering Canada for hiring, there are a few key factors in that that make Calgary in Canada, an attractive option. Firstly, Canada has a thriving tech industry. Particularly in cities like Calgary. This means that there is a pool of talented individuals with a passion for the tech industry and for innovation. And that is definitely something that Event Combo would like to tap into. Additionally, again, Canada is known for its welcoming attitude towards immigrants, which definitely aligns with our values and diversity and inclusion. So ultimately, our goal is to build a strong team of individuals who share our passion for event tech and our commitment to delivering the best possible experience for our clients. And I think we believe that bringing people together from diverse backgrounds and experiences from a place like Calgary, we can definitely create a company culture that fosters creativity and innovation. Yeah.
Perfect. Thanks so much. And that sounds amazing. We're more than happy to promote Calgary as a city, and that brings in Charmin, I think. And then Charmin is going to tell us a little bit about why we think Calgary is a very affordable city. And she's going to tell us a little bit about the tax structure, the housing market here. And I know it's amazing. I know Pascal knows it's amazing, but I think everybody else needs to know why it's amazing. So I guess I'll give it on to Charmin now.
Hi, thanks. Aren't all those reasons that you mentioned make us the third most livable city in the world and the top most in the continent? And we're really, according to those reports, they're developed very carefully as to they survey like over 100 cities in the world. There are several numbers of quantitative and qualitative data collected to make such a report so comprehensive to ensure. And all of these inclusive of like, culture, you talked about affordability, everything, economic situations and what does the future look like and so forth. Based on that, this report gets developed, and that puts us on top of the list in North America, pretty much. Like, for example, if you really are hoping to dream to own a home in a country, I know that the culture that I come from, we are considered successful if we own a home. And so it is easier to own a home in a place, in a city where you have a balanced tax structure, and it's more affordable to be able to put some extra dollars in your pocket, and you're able to make that dream home faster of achievement. And that's not easy but still that's why we're known to be like a family city, where we're able to build a family here because of those dollars in your pocket. So just for an average market, really a house would be a single detached home garage by around $600,000 is what is a ballpark that you would be looking at in terms of affordability of a home. In Alberta, provincial tax, personal income taxes, and inheritance taxes are amongst the lowest in the country, which that makes a lot of companies be interested in Calgary in Alberta, as well as a lot of people interested in moving. I'm not sure if you all also may know, but not only the provincial healthcare is free, but Alberta is the only province without a sales tax. And I know that I recently went to Ottawa, and I was talking to a bunch of individuals in a conference, and they've been living in Canada for years and years, and they had no clue about this. So this is probably the first time a lot of people outside Calgary or Alberta know that this is one of the benefits of living here. We are a young and diverse city. Our average age is 37, and we speak around 170 different languages, and we have people from 240 different ethnic backgrounds. I was trying to, I was in India recently, and I was talking to a couple of my friends who were considering moving to Canada, and Calgary was just not on their list because they didn't know that it was so diverse. After the statistics, they started researching around why is this one of the places to move. And they actually were very surprised and shocked that a lot of their festivals are respected and honored and performed here in the city, which wasn't a thing that they even knew about. And so these are some of the reasons that really help make that diversity even more supportive, and companies are very well versed in this, and so there's a lot of help in building your careers. And just like I guess Sana was able to build her career like that, I had an opportunity to also move to Calgary, and my experience has been pretty well supported from the companies and be able to build my career. I remember I was at one of the conferences, I believe it was in Toronto, and a lady asked me, told me that immigrants were often advised to network. And that's how you find employment, and that is a common thing. It's not just for immigrants. I guess networking is a very best way to find employment. And anyway, it has statistics shown to access some of the hidden job market and things like that. But this lady asked me that I'm an immigrant, I'm on a PR, and I'm always told to network. But because I'm new to this country and new to this place, I don't even have like school friends or university that I went to. Where do I start networking, and who do I network with? Very interestingly, there are several settlement support agencies that are in town that help organize breakfast networking events or an evening of networking with immigrants and so forth. So you get those opportunities in this city. And not only that, I remember that I started the first Women in Tech program in Calgary, and a lot of my graduate students, the women who are immigrants, they were also suggested by a lot of our guest speakers and myself to network. And the difference between this lady I met in Toronto and the students that I graduated here, both tell me that one of them told me that she started networking on LinkedIn in Toronto, and she's like, cold responses and so forth, with due respect to Torontonians. But in Calgary, none of my students gave me any feedback on cold responses. Like, their messages at least got a response on LinkedIn, and pretty much a lot of them were surprised and shocked that the people that they connected with over a coffee actually paid for their coffees. That wasn't, today we have virtual coffee as an option, but at that time, virtual wasn't such a big thing as it is today. And I'm just talking about 4 years back. And so that's when she talked about being able to have those networking options pretty easy. And Albertans are very, very happy to be able to support. And I think one of the best examples in Alberta, in Calgary, that we have is Pascal and his LinkedIn posts. If you are on this platform and you want to grow your career and you want some really good tips, you must be following Pascal. Anyway, long story short, yeah, long story. And I also follow Pascal, so I get to learn a lot of things. I mean, in my sort of work. So he's just truly a great source for a lot of people. And I know a lot of people have been able to use those tips and find employment. But I would highly recommend that you look at Calgary as an option, with all the reasons that Nimrit mentioned, according to affordability, the tax structures, as well as the diversity that helps you build your career and see a future for yourself in the city.
Perfect. Thanks, Charmin. And thanks for the shout out to Pascal as well. But I just wanted to add to that what I've realized is that traditionally, if you look at newcomer destinations in Canada, like Vancouver and Toronto are always the topmost destinations for immigrants to move into. And I think Toronto is just such a bustling city, and Vancouver, of course, has a little better weather compared to Calgary. At least it's warmer compared to Calgary. And I guess there's always a point that people want to notice. But I just wanted to highlight a couple of points. So I think if you go onto YouTube right now and you look at Toronto versus Calgary comparisons, I think you'll find a million videos right now, because the hottest topic on YouTube is YouTubers are just making these videos about how Calgary is so much different and maybe better than Toronto. And I guess the other one is, I wanted to highlight, last year I saw this really interesting report that that U-Haul came out with, and somebody who does not know U-Haul is basically a company you rent a truck or a van with, and you move your possessions from one place to the other. And their report said that the highest number of hauls that they saw in 2021, I believe, was from Toronto to Calgary. So that's number one right now. So clearly there is something happening here that people recognize. And on that note, I'm going to ask Pascal to tell us a little bit about what PurposeMed is looking for in the new hires, and essentially what's the working culture like. And then additionally, if you wanted to highlight the roles that they've posted here and talk a little bit about them, that would be perfect as well.
Yeah, totally. So we do look for all sorts of roles over the course of time. We are in a bit of a slowdown or a lull right now. That as you'll see, we only have, I think, 3 positions posted through Calgary Economic Development here today at the career fair. But we are going to be growing much more quickly later on this year. We're really in a period where we just came out of a bunch of new hires for the first 2-3 months of this year. So we're just taking a little bit of a break to catch our breath in the talent acquisition team and start to kind of ramp up and onboard some of these new people. And then we do anticipate that even potentially later on this month, but especially as we head into the second half of 2023, we will be really ramping up our hiring and scaling much more aggressively at PurposeMed. We are already 200 plus employees across Canada. We're less than 3 years old as a startup, so we've grown really quickly in a short period of time, and we're really excited about the continued growth to come as well. As I mentioned earlier, we have kind of the two different sides of our business. So we have the business and technology side, and then we have the healthcare side. On the business and technology side, we would hire roles such as product managers, UI, UX, or product designers, front end and back end software developers, different kinds of data roles, whether it's data analysts, data engineers, data scientists, and then all of the other kind of business groups that you would anticipate in any really any organization, but any software or technology organization as well. So of course the HR or people team, myself in talent acquisition recruiting, we're just building a talent enablement team, which is kind of on the learning development side of things. Of course, finance and accounting, we've got a pretty comprehensive marketing team, strategy team, and an in-house IT team as well. I'm sure I'm missing someone, but just to say or give you some examples that we do hire in all of those sorts of areas over the course of time as we scale when kind of there is a business need there. And then on the clinical or healthcare side of things, we do also employ registered nurses, nurse practitioners, and we have a role called operation support specialists as well, which is sort of like kind of like a customer support or customer success role, helping to be the bridge between our internal clinicians and our patients and supporting them from a customer service and administrative perspective. So those are kind of the different types of roles that we generally recruit for. In terms of what we look for in our hires, we look for everyone across the board. We look for, I think, a genuine passion and interest in our mission and vision and what we do. So again, that mission of improving access to complex care for underserved communities. So we really want to find people who are genuinely passionate about helping us to fulfill that mission and have their own sort of unique connections to why that mission is important to them or why they want to make a positive impact in the healthcare world. And then we also look for people who I think align really well with and contribute naturally to our core value set. So we have 4 core values here at Purpose Med. Number 1 is that we are patient first, or by extension, people first in everything that we do. So always keeping the patient and our colleagues and the people that we're serving top of mind. Number 2 is that we are inclusive. So much like the Sounds of Event combo, we have an extremely diverse and inclusive team. We're only across Canada today and not internationally, but we do have people who come from really all walks of life, all backgrounds, and all cultures. We have many members of the LGBTQ2S+ community as it relates to our Freddie brand. We've got many people who have ADHD or who are neurodivergent and deal with different mental health conditions as well. And we're very open about all of these kind of things that make us unique and different, and that helps us to become, I think, stronger and build a better understanding and be able to work together more efficiently in the long run as well. So just a very inclusive, welcoming, and non-judgmental culture. Our third core value is that we like to work with a sense of urgency. So we are a high growth startup. We like to get things done. We like to make decisions quickly and move in a direction quickly, but sometimes that also means pivoting and changing direction quickly as well. And then fourth and finally, we like people with high degrees of ownership and accountability as well. So really people who want to take that accountability and responsibility over their work, who are able to kind of meet deadlines, or if not, communicate updates transparently and just really act as an owner over your own career, your own work, and ultimately for the business as well. So those are a few of the pieces that really define our culture and I think are things that we look for in all of our different hires across the board. It's also a culture of flexibility. We are remote first. We've got people working across Canada from home, from coast to coast. So there's lots of flexibility, especially for our business and technology professionals in terms of how they manage their schedules, which hours of the day they're working, and really how they produce results. We're very much a results and value driven business in terms of how we assess performance versus kind of how many hours you're in your chair or how many hours you're online and that sort of thing. So yeah, lots of flexibility and autonomy that comes along with that. And then, I mean, I could get more granular. Obviously, on a role-specific basis, there would be differences in terms of what we look for role to role. But I think those qualities that I've discussed or values that I've discussed, and then I would probably add just really strong and transparent communication skills as a last piece, as well as something that we also really value and look for. So yeah, hopefully that gives everyone a little bit better of an idea of the types of roles that we generally have available, but also the qualities and values that we look for in our team members.
Right. Yeah, those sounds like really amazing core values, because I guess we are in that time in the world now that we need these core values to exemplify what we're doing exactly. So that's perfect. Thanks for that, Pascal. And I'm just going to pass it over to Sana, and I'm going to ask her a little bit about what's her typical day like at Event Combo, or somebody who might be joining Event Combo. And then how is it any different than any of the previous employers that you worked at? So it could be better, it could be different. It's really up to your perception.
Right. So thank you for the question, Nimrat. Being one of the team leads in the client success department, my day would usually involve a lot of client meetings. There would be a lot of emails back and forth. There'd be virtual meetups with the engineers, the designers, the product owners from my company, from the different departments. And as we are rapidly growing right now, there's always a lot of onboardings in our schedules. So that is something that a customer success team, a person would be responsible for. We like to call ourselves the advocates of the clients. So at Event Combo, we like to stay connected to our clients beyond the onboardings as well. We are always listening to their needs. We are offering them custom solutions wherever and whenever that's possible. So as a customer success lead, I am, like Pascal was just saying, that I am always working as a bridge between the client and if they want something done, and the talented people at Event Combo who can get those things done. So the customer success team are like the voice of the clients, ensuring all operations are aligned with the client's needs. So my typical day at Event Combo, like anybody else, it's busy and it's challenging, but it is also very rewarding and fulfilling. Now, moving to the second part of your question, considering my past work experience, one thing that was really, really important to me when I joined Event Combo was inclusion. And I'm not talking about just inclusion in terms of ethnicity, but gender inclusion. So Event Combo has women in leadership roles in pretty much every department. Not only that, our company has a personal care leave policy just for the female workforce. And then the male to female ratio of human resources, not that drastic. That is a good sign for any tech company. In addition to that, there is one other thing that's really great is there's very little bureaucracy, which I believe it allows people to take action and it allows people to grow. And I believe I am a living example of that. And I would really, really like to mention our CEO here, because he definitely leads by practice, and he is a massive advocate of women empowerment and, creating a healthy workplace practice. So overall, the company's focus on diversity, inclusion, and women empowerment really sets it apart from the other employers that I've had in the past, and it creates a work culture that is rewarding and inspiring, and it's truly a special place to work at.
And that sounds brilliant as well, honestly. Like, I'm so happy that that's how you feel about things. So, and I'm sure people looking to apply at Event Combo could feel the same way as well. I'm lastly just going to throw it over to Charmaine, and I'm going to ask her to tell me a little bit about what people who are currently not in tech, how they could pivot into tech, because I guess we are throwing around the fact that tech is a very growing industry in Canada and in Calgary. So how could somebody, Charmaine, could pivot into tech if they aren't yet in tech?
Yeah, there's several ways to start with. Really, why technology, and why is like what are the options available? Technology really, the job growth is really outpacing the rest of the economy, and the ratio is 6-to-1, which is quite a bit when it comes to, at least in Calgary. And therefore, Calgary has seen around 300% increase in the tech training programs that we are here to offer. And these programs make a build of any areas in tech. So now, back in the day, you do tech and you're just technology person, I guess. Today, technology has it's a vast area. You have software, you have virtualization, cloud, and so forth, security, so many options, right? And these programs cover all of these. And since we're just talking about diversity, these programs also cover to support diverse backgrounds. So there is women in tech, there is immigrant bridging programs. You know, if you're a foreign trained professional in tech, getting into the tech industry in Calgary, what are the options available for you? And so it is a wide array of talent who are supported, as well as moving into tech from things like engineering. We also have micro loan programs that is in Calgary, which is supported by a large bank that funded. So for example, Scotiabank funded Windmill microlending. And now with Windmill microlending, you have the opportunity to be able to use those microloans to be able to go and study at a tech certifications on your own, in addition to all these programs that happen to be free, by the way, to help anyone who may want to move into the tech. A CED itself, within CED, we have a program called Edge Up that helps people from oil and gas, for example, who are looking to move into the technology industry. I'm not sure, a lot of you may wonder, how will my skills be in tech, and how will I even go into tech? It's a completely different world. I would give you one example. You might want to take a look at a website called www.calgaryupskills.com. Calgary Upskills is one of the websites that was created, and I think it's .ca, sorry, .ca. And Calgary Upskills was one of the websites that was created to support a lot of individuals who might want to know what skills do they have and what are they missing to get into the technology world. It will tell you that if you were a petroleum engineer and you want to get into tech, you might be around, I'm guessing, 56% skill set to become a data scientist, but you might be 78% to become a technologist. So for example, and then you move and you look at following are the options available where you can upgrade those skills, the missing ones, to become 100% skilled in technology, right? So you might want to learn that. And this website also helps serve employers understand that what skills individuals bring from other sectors to be able to pivot into tech. So these are some of your options to be able to pivot into technology here in Calgary. And we have Calgary Economic Development. You can log on to www.calgaryeconomicdevelopment.com. You click on Live and Work. You scroll a bit down. You'll be able to see all these programs listed for you, and you'll be able to see what options there are. Thanks.
Thanks, Armin. So that sounds like a wonderful website, calgaryupskills.ca, because it actually shows you a mapping level of data as to how you can pivot into tech. And that's relevant for anybody who's sitting in Canada, anybody who's not in Canada as of now, and wants to use maybe moving into tech as an easier pathway to moving to Canada, because that surely will make it easier for you to move to Canada, I believe. Yeah. So I have 3 minutes left on before I wanted to ask the audience questions. I'm going to quickly throw it to Pascal and Charmin. So Pascal, what's it like living in Calgary for you? And then Charmin, what programs do people have who are sitting outside Canada as of now to come into Canada, and how would that work out for them? So I'll start with Pascal.
I'll go first. Okay, cool. Yeah, I mean, it's a loaded question. What do I like about living in Calgary? There's so much. I mean, number one, I'm sure if anyone here on the call has researched Calgary before, you'll know that we're very close to the Rocky Mountains and to a couple of towns called Canmore and Banff, which are beautiful mountain towns. Awesome to get out to, whether it's the summer for hiking and just being out in nature, bike riding, whatever it may be, or in the winter for skiing, snowboarding, snowshoeing, all of the above. So it's a really great place to be if you like the outdoors and being in nature and different kind of outdoor activities and that sort of thing, as well as just beautiful views in the mountains and that sort of thing. So that's number one. I think that really is easy to point to. But living in Calgary, it has a lot of perks as well. It's a really, I think it's a big city. It's very spread out, but it's very well designed, especially in the more central areas, very, very walkable communities, and very accessible in terms of anything you might need in terms of groceries or gas for your vehicle or just different supplies for your life and your house and that sort of thing. So it's pretty easy to get around, especially again in the more central areas of the city. I live in a community called the East Village, which is just on the edge of downtown in Calgary. So I really love living here because I'm basically right on the Bow River, which runs right through downtown Calgary. So again, touching on that nature theme, I guess it's big for us in Calgary, but it is really nice. We've got wonderful pathway systems that go all along the river, both the Bow River and the Elbow River here in Calgary, where you can pretty much get all around either by walking or bicycling or scootering or these different methods of transportation. Calgary has lots of great restaurants now as well. I think it goes back to just how diverse we are as a city and all of the different cultures that we have here. Like the food, especially over the 10, 11 years that I've lived here in Calgary, has really, really improved. And we have amazing restaurants kind of popping up all over the place, featuring all different cuisines and kind of types of food from all around the world. So I'm a big foodie, so I enjoy that aspect of Calgary. Trying to think what else there's always lots of different events going on from kind of like a culture, sports, entertainment perspective as well. We've got some great museums. We've got multiple professional and semi-professional sports teams. We often host lots of different types of concerts and comedy shows and things like that around the city as well. And I mean, for those of you who have children or pets or things like that, great park systems, great pathway systems, dog parks, whatever it may be. So I have a dog myself, so I really enjoy just being outdoors and being able to walk along the river, go to dog parks and that sort of thing with him. So yeah, I think those are some of the pieces that come to mind. Oh, and then the last thing, I think it kind of relates to us being rated as one of the most livable cities in Canada, but we are actually, I believe, the sunniest city in Canada, potentially even North America as well, in terms of the number of days of sunshine that we get per year. I know if you might be considering Vancouver, for example, as an alternative, Vancouver, although it might be a little bit warmer at certain points of the year, is very gray and gloomy and rainy. No offense to anyone who might be in Vancouver on this call. I love visiting Vancouver, but I don't know if I could live there just because I love the sunshine. I think it adds in terms of happiness and mental health levels and things like that, can be really helpful, especially throughout the winter months when it is a little bit colder here in Calgary as well. So yeah, those would be, I think, some of the main things that come to mind off the top of my head today.
Sounds good. And I just wanted to add, like, I completely agree with all those points. And I think the only thing that I wanted to exemplify as well, we do have the largest bike path system in North America as well. So that means you can actually get around a lot. And yes, like you said, we have 330 days of sunshine, which means we have less than 2 months of gloominess. So whenever I see one of those days, I'm like, oh, okay, yeah, this is just one of those days. And then we're back to sunshine. So that's amazing. And then Charmin, quickly throwing it back to you. And if you could just tell us a little bit about all the programs that people have available to move to Canada.
Yeah, By no means am I an immigration professional. I can start by saying that there are a few ways to move. One of them would be definitely if you're looking at PR, for example, you want to become right off the bat, you want to be a permanent resident. You might want to take a look at the express entry that works. It has classified streams within itself and classified programs, but all of them really are based on the skilled worker expertise, whereas you have a background in a certain area and so forth. And it also aligns with like the federal program, it is a federal program, and then provincial programs connect to it in a certain way called provincial nominee programs. And each province, based on their economy, based on their targets and plans, the skilled workers that they would be looking for, they would be hiring in that terms. And so they will have their own criteria and a point system as to what they believe. For Alberta, we are looking at minimum 300 points, but again, it will vary. Things vary over a period as per the economy changes and the desire of the skills in that particular province. So we would recommend that you keep an eye out on that. And if you're interested in right off the bat getting a PR, then start with your express entry. I see a couple of notes chat in here that people are interested in like IT careers and stuff like that, high in demand everywhere. And so one of the ways that you could look at is if you are again going through that express entry and PR pool, Alberta has a speed process nomination program where it's a accelerated tech pathway where if you get a job offer from a Canadian employer, it does help with your processing and increases your points and chances of being in Canada. The question would be again, how would you find that employment? So we do have two organizations that work with companies that are looking for hiring from outside some highly skilled tech talent. That would be VanHack and Mobscot. So if you want to take a look at those two organizations, I'll put the link in the post in the chat here. You'll be able to take a look at those organizations and see what available jobs there are to be able to move. If you are from a Francophone country and so forth, where there's a trade agreement, you might want to look at those options because that will get you a work permit and you'll be able to then go ahead and find employment here in Canada. So those are some of the ways, and I will definitely caution that you keep an eye out on what changes keep happening. If you are unable to keep that updated and you need help with the processing, you might want to contact a designated and authorized immigrant consulting agency. All the best.
Perfect. Thanks so much, Armin. I think you highlighted a lot of good points. I guess at the end of the day, the only thing I'm going to add to that is that immigrating to Canada is not an easy process by any means, and it is a very long and like you have to be very patient throughout the process. So thinking that we could move on a work permit in less than 2 weeks is probably not realistic. So it's a long process. You have to really get in there, be patient, but your best bet is to go for a permanent residence. And that basically means that you can immigrate here with your family as well. So go to Alberta Advantage Immigration Program. That's our provincial nomination program. Look at what the careers are available there. Look at maybe other provinces that your skills might be more relevant to. And then create an express entry profile for sure. That is a really, really important tool. So on that note, I'm going to thank everybody who's been present here, Pascal, Sana, Charmin. Thanks so much for taking this time out. I know, Sana, you're in Pakistan. You're probably 12 hours-ish behind us. So thanks so much for joining at a later hour. And then I'm just going to quickly open the question and answers. I know we only have about 9-ish minutes left. So Jay, how do we want to do this? Do we do the question answers in the question tab, or do we monitor the chat?
Yourself or myself can ask them orally of your panelists. So as you said, there's not a lot of time left. So I'll let you select questions that you feel are relevant to the presentation, your partners, Sana and Pascal, and go ahead and ask them orally of your guests, Nimrit.
Okay, sounds good. So I do have a few questions open right now. I am gonna skip on the questions that are talking about immigrating, or if they're asking about jobs and they're not in Canada right now, because we have highlighted how to go about that. So just give me 1 second on this. So I do have a question that says, how about account career? I'm assuming that means accounting career demand in Calgary. Unemployment is a little higher than in the province of Alberta as compared to other provinces, and why is that? So anybody who would like to chime in there? It's an open question.
I mean, I could share my perspective.
Question, sorry, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, I think from my perspective as a recruiter, having a pulse on the wider talent market in Calgary, we are coming out of a time where Calgary has been historically very reliant on oil and gas and agriculture and some more kind of traditional cyclical industries that I guess have those natural ups and downs in the economy and in the job market. We are, I think, doing a good job of diversifying and moving away from that, especially over the last 3 to 5 years. Oil and gas is always going to be a part of who we are, and will always be a breadwinner when the times are good here in Calgary. But I think we're seeing a lot of change in the job market and just the types of companies that are here, the types of industries that are becoming more prevalent, the types of jobs that are available. So I would say that that's a part of it. That's kind of what I would contribute from my side, but Charmin or Nimrit, feel free to share if you have anything different.
I can quickly add to that I believe, I mean, the entire world is sort of in a sort of a recession right now. So we are seeing like job layoffs happening right now. But Alberta as a province has fared much better, and we did predict that to happen because of our pivot into tech and our consolidation of the industry here. So we're actually we're not doing as bad as other provinces in terms of losing out on jobs. So while people might see us having a little higher unemployment, and that could just be transition, that could just be people wanting to pivot into other industries. So it's not always the healthiest metric to look at if things are okay or not okay in the province. Sean, anything you'd like to add to that one?
No, you guys said everything. Pascal, thanks for noting that example of the change in the city, and that's what the changes make. And also to know that these statistics come with a lot of other factors. For example, people moving into the city. There is a time phase that they move in, they settle down and find employment. And if we have a lot of people moving in, they're moving with that caution and then finding employment. So we're seeing a lot of that growth in PR, which historically Calgary hasn't seen. It is becoming one choice of destination for a lot of people. Clearly, when you move as a PR, you're not having that employment, right? And you take a bit time to settle down, find employment, get your kids settled, and you find employment. So that phase is also considered. And so, but we do have the highest rate of individuals that a labor participation rate in Canada means those people that want to work are working and are able to work. So there's lots of positive stats in there, and it is quite changed historically in addition to the rest of the Canada in its growth and factors and skilled employment, right? So yeah, those are a few factors in addition to consider when you're looking at the unemployment rates.
Perfect. And I'm going to, I do see another question that says, how can I get connected to a job in the IT industry in Canada right now? So as I quickly answer that one and say how we exemplified a little while back. Definitely one of the options is to go and visit this website. It's called livetechlovelife.com. Go and look at all the companies that are currently hiring in Calgary in various tech roles. So that will be a great opportunity. And I'm going to give 30 seconds to everybody just to finish up and just tell people how they can remain connected with your organization or you, whichever you prefer, in finding an opportunity to work in Calgary. So Pascal.
Yes, sorry, I was just getting my LinkedIn profile copied there. So yes, I mean, thank you so much to the G-TAC team, as well as Nimrit and Charmin for inviting myself to participate today on behalf of Purpose Med. I would love to stay connected with all of you over LinkedIn. So I'm going to add my personal LinkedIn profile URL in the chat here. So feel free to follow me or send me a connection request there. And then I will also copy in Purpose Purpose Med's LinkedIn profile and our website as well, so that you can stay up to date on career opportunities here moving forward. So yeah, thank you again, everyone, for joining today.
Thanks so much. Thanks, Pascal. So now 30 seconds, how people remain in touch with Event Combo.
Yeah, thank you, Nimrit. So I'll copy the company's social media handles in the chat. And in terms of what kind of roles we're looking to hire, Event Combo is growing at a really fast pace. So anything from people from the tech industry, we would be looking to hire people from marketing, from sales, from customer support. So pretty much a very holistic, point of view we have in terms of hiring people from Canada. So I will be putting in the company's social media handle in the chat, and you can definitely reach out to people at Event Combo if you're interested.
Perfect. Thanks so much. And Sharman, I think we only have 15 seconds for you, because I want to give 1 minute back to Jay.
Yeah, thank you. I'll be very quick. Thank you so much for having me on this panel, and thanks to Nimrit for moderating it so well, and for Pascal and Sana for their contributions. I'm a part of CED as well, so it's definitely an honor to have you guys on this platform. And thanks, Jay, for organizing this.
I think
you're welcome, Sharman. And Nimrit, do you have anything else to say before I take over?
I think no, we're all good. Thanks so much again for organizing this. It was brilliant. We are available at our booth until 4 p.m. Mountain Standard Time or 6 p.m. Eastern. So come and have a chat with us, and we'll be more than happy to have a conversation with everybody. Thanks so much again.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's what I was hoping you were going to say, because we could all learn more and more about the opportunities that abound in Calgary and in the labor market. So it was really great to have specialists Sana and Pascal and Sharman and Nimrit convey all that Calgary has to offer. And as Sharman mentioned, some of you are in different stages of your journey. And even Nimrit himself has been through the newcomer journey to Calgary. So if you want to learn more about general resources or strategic plans, go to the Calgary Economic Development booth, whether later today or tomorrow. Nimrit said they'll be in the booth until 4 p.m. Mountain Standard Time. And Pascal, for example, had generously shared his LinkedIn. He's a tenured, human resources professional, and himself and Sana are looking for skilled talent, right? They're in Calgary and they're looking for people like you. And as Sharman said, some of you are in different stages of your journey. So you guys will decide whom you will be connecting with on the Calgary panel that we just had. So a lot of opportunities in Calgary, and a great place to move to or to start your journey, depending on where you are. So thank you, everyone. Thank you, Sharman, Pascal, Nimrit, and Sana. And I'll see you guys later, because that's it. We're going to move on. We're going to go back to Ontario, and we're going to, bye, Sharman. We're going to be joined by Mr. Robert Collins and Ashley Conningham from London, Ontario. Hi, Robert.
Hi, Jay. How good to see you again.
Good to see you. It's been a bit of a hiatus, but yeah, I think about 2 years. It's really great to see you. How are things in London?
Absolutely booming. And that's why we're so pleased to join you again today. As you know, I'm going to just give you a few moments, a few highlights, and give each one of our guests an invitation. And then if we could then move into the presentation, and then we'll have more Q&A afterwards. But first of all, let me say that choosing Canada is a great choice. Choosing London is even better. So as you'll find where we're located, right in the heartland of Canada, one of its most southerly points. Actually, if you look, we're on a line of latitude with Madrid or Florence. So we have that kind of weather. We are economically resilient because we've got one of the most balanced workforces. So we're not industry dependent like some other particular locations. We're diverse. We have people coming from around the world, and they'll find the full range of supports, whatever their culture, so that even if you're bringing your children with you, they can continue to learn your language at home, as well, of course, learning English or French. And we're a welcoming community. We're the first city to have actually adopted an immigration strategy. as part of the City Council policy. So a welcoming, diverse, resilient community with over 5,500 job titles open in our community as of today. And I'm looking at it right now over my shoulder. It's 5,513 job titles open as we speak. Now, to help you, we want to save some time for you. I'm going to invite you to send your resume to info@ledc.com. We will then respond with some really useful information. And based on your resume, we will send you at least 2 job titles that you may be qualified or interested in pursuing, just so that you actually have some granular information to help you really explore London more fully. So yes, I'll write that email in the chat in a second. So Jay, over to you to please share the recording that we've shared previously with you. And then afterwards, then Jay's going to ask me some really penetrating questions.
Absolutely. Thank you, Robert, for the great introduction. 5,513 roles. And Robert is going to share the info@ledc.com email for you guys to send your resume to. Let's go to the recording and see you soon for the Q&A session.
Welcome, and thank you for joining us today.
We're very excited to tell you all about Canada's London.
My name's Ashley Conningham, and I'm the Director of Marketing and Communications at the London Economic Development Corporation.
And I'm Robert Collins. I'm the Director of Workforce Development here at the London Economic Development Corporation. So let me tell you a little bit about the London Economic Development Corporation. We help local businesses grow and attract new businesses to London on behalf of the City of London. As we work with so many companies across growing industry sectors in London, it's natural we would know about a lot of job opportunities available. So today, you will hear from us about these sectors and companies within them that are currently hiring. We will introduce you to our job portals and resources to see even more hiring companies, as they are only so many we can cover today. We at LEDC are not currently hiring, but our job here today is to share with you who is hiring and share information about what it is like living and working here in London. So let's get started. London is the 15th largest city in Canada and the fastest growing CMA due to our key location, great education institutions, quality of life, and dynamic opportunities. People are moving here from across Canada and overseas. London offers big city appeal with a small town charm and friendly neighborhoods. So you can get to know the city and people here very well while keeping busy with exciting job opportunities and entertainment year-round. As a four-season Canadian city, we enjoy a temperate climate where we don't experience extreme temperature changes, and you can be active outside year-round. Other areas like Ottawa and Hamilton, who you'll be hearing from, see extreme snowfalls and rain due to their location. You should be prepared for winter here in London and cold temperatures, but know that it's never too extreme and lots of activities to engage in.
London is located midway between Detroit and Toronto, with easy access to other established community hubs such as Mississauga, Brampton, and Toronto. We're also close to many US states and have 5 border crossings within a 2-hour drive. It makes for easy day trips to other cities, whether for work or for pleasure. On the larger national scale, London is located right where that yellow star is, underneath Toronto. We are considered part of southwestern Ontario, which includes other cities like Kitchener, Guelph, Burlington, Brantford, Sarnia, and Windsor, as well as beautiful destinations along the water like Tobermory, Grand Bend, Port Stanley, and Kincardine. The City of London has around 400,000 residents, and the London Economic Region, which includes nearby towns like Strathroy, Woodstock, and St. Thomas, puts our immediate area's population just over 700,000. We have over 300,000 people working in the London CMA, and an average unemployment rate in 2021 was 7.6, down from 8.8 in 2020 due to COVID impacts, and better than Ontario's average. We have a diverse economy in London, so those numbers you are seeing there represent the number of people employed in those industries. As you can see, the numbers are quite close, which means our economy is not reliant on one particular industry. So no matter what your skills are, you can find an exciting career here in London. Now, one of the top reasons London is growing so fast is because we're one of the most affordable places in Canada to buy a home.
In August, the median cost of a home in London was around $454,000. Rentals go on average for just over $1,800 per month for a two-bedroom apartment. In general, you'll get a larger home for a more affordable cost in London and can choose from wonderful neighborhoods with lots of walking trails or little shops.
Childcare is also competitively affordable in London, at around $1,100 per month compared to $1,500 in nearby cities. Canada is introducing some new measures for childcare, which we are hoping will make it even more affordable in the next few years. We are also a very diverse city, with immigrants making up 22% of London's population and 140 languages spoken here. They bring their vibrant arts and culture, so there are lots of ways to get connected to your own unique heritage right here in London, in different cultural associations, events, and neighborhood groups. Finally, traveling within and outside the London area is easy with our inner city bus system and our outer city international airport train system and bus systems. As you can see, London is very affordable if you're looking to buy a home compared to other popular Canadian cities. What you're seeing for Vancouver are homes in the millions. In Toronto, you're getting sometimes a third of the space for twice the price as you would find here in London. So, if you're interested in having a nicely sized home in a safe and welcoming neighborhood for a reasonable price, London has them here for you. A great way to see how far your wage could go in London is using a tool called salaryexpert.com. Here you can compare salaries with different cities and better understand the cost of living in each city. On average, the total individual income in London is $46,000, while the average household income is over $90,000. When you're living in London, there are lots of things to do. One would be taking a walk or a bike ride along our trails. We have over 330 kilometers of trails in London. We're also nicknamed the Forest City for our 7 million trees. We have hosted several global recognized artists in the past, including The Weeknd, Elton John, Rod Stewart, Ed Sheeran, and Tim McGraw. If you're into sports, we have some of the best semi-professional teams in Canada, with the London Knights hockey team, London Majors baseball, and the London Lightning basketball teams. Finally, our community events occur all year long, offering non-stop fun, including 15+ festivals that occur each summer, such as Sunfest, Canada's second largest outdoor festival.
Let's talk about some other wonderful opportunities. Learning. A lot of newcomers in London choose to move here because of our great post-secondary schools. Western University and its affiliates, King's University College, Huron University College, and Brescia University College, and Fanshawe College. These schools attract thousands of students each year and have a lot of programs to choose from. They're offering both in-person and virtual learning opportunities moving forward. There are also several private career colleges that focus more on skilled trades or medical programs, which may better suit your needs. If you're moving here with children, London has 4 public school boards and 19 registered private schools. Our public schools are funded through tax dollars, so they're free to attend, whereas private schools you must pay for the child to go there. We have a number of private schools geared to specific cultures and religions, including an Islamic school, a Hebrew, Christian school, a school for the deaf, and other ESL or English as a Second Language schools. Now let's talk about some of our companies in London. London has around 14,500 businesses. You'll notice that most of our businesses are smaller to medium-sized companies. These smaller companies offer a lot of great opportunities, similar to a larger company. Great workplace culture, benefits, and ability to interact with the team quite closely. You will see that our current age demographic is changing, and we have an aging population in London, like myself. Hence, this is where you come in. We need your talent to help with this shift. So let us tell you about London's fastest growing sectors and how you may be able to find employment in them.
The agri-food sector is the fastest growing sector here in London. Pictured on the slide is Nestle Canada, who produces frozen desserts for grocery stores around the country. For those pizza lovers out there, Dr. Utker makes frozen pizzas and serves North American market right from London. You'll also notice Labatt there too. London has a growing craft beer scene, and Labatt was really the anchor brewer that kick-started the trend in London.
Advanced manufacturing is a key and growing sector. Many of the companies in this sector are focused on automation, robotics, and the Internet of Things, as well as medical device manufacturing, clean water treatment, technologies, and aircraft. Diamond Aircraft is producing aircraft so people can learn to fly. So those aircraft are now being distributed throughout the United States, Europe, and into Asia. We are home to 3M Canada. So all of the 3M products and services that are generated worldwide are distributed, coordinated, and some produced in plants here in London. When we look at Trojan Technologies, they're using ultraviolet light to purify water. So the water in New York City benefits from their services. We're home to General Dynamics, one of the largest defense manufacturers in the country. JMP Engineering and Boss Engineering are using robotics to support the industry being more productive and using the latest techniques to make sure that they're error-free. So great opportunities abound in this sector.
Our digital media and tech sector is booming. Companies in this sector such as Northern, Race Roster, and Carfax are recognized as some of the fastest growing companies in Canada. You may have interacted with London-made content and not even realized it. For instance, Digital Extremes produces a popular game called Warframe. Similarly, StarTech.com has offices around the world and creates many of the cords you have to help your computer and devices stay connected.
Our health and life sciences sector is also a growing sector and of critical importance. Our companies are experienced in biomedical, biotechnology, medical devices, clinical trials, and advanced robotic surgery. We're home to companies like Jones Packaging, who make packages for cold medicine, in addition to Trudell Medical, which makes life-saving devices for those with lung disease. We have a rich history of medical firsts in London, such as the discovery of insulin by Frederick Banting and the first HIV vaccine for human trials by Western University's Dr. Chil Yong Kang. People from across Ontario come to London to access our healthcare services because the staff, researchers, and professors we have here are world-leading.
There are lots of opportunities in our professional services sector with large employers such as Western University, Canada Life Insurance, and TD Canada Trust. You will find job opportunities at various banking, life insurance, government, real estate, and call centers here in London. This space sees a lot of crossover with our tech sector as companies are exploring the world of financial technologies and how they can make life easier for their customers.
Many of the companies here in London have a presence in other centers across Canada and around the world. So they really do appreciate international experience. There are many opportunities at these companies in finance and accounting, skilled trades and customer service fields. These are just some examples out of the hundreds of opportunities available to you in London. As we meet with you today, there are close to 7,000 open positions in our community. And many of these companies are hiring for a variety of roles. For example, Digital Extremes, a major gaming company producing the game Warframe, is hiring customer service representatives, graphic artists, and game designers. Each of the companies that you can see have opportunities across multiple roles. In a moment, we will share some resources so you can find out some of the great opportunities at these outstanding companies.
So where can you start discovering what jobs are available for you? The LEDC has lots of free self-serve resources on our website to help get you started. If you're looking for a career in the tech or manufacturing industries, you'll want to visit London Tech Jobs or London Manufacturing Jobs portals. Here you'll see hiring company logos where you can view their current postings right on our website with instructions on how to apply. You can search on the website for specific job titles or companies. Additionally, our Guide to London is another great place to start. Here you'll find a number of resources including job portals, in addition to resources for much of what we've discussed today. If you want to learn more about the types of companies that you can find and potentially work at in London, visit our business directory and get started. You'll see the top 100 employers in the city, as well as companies in the largest sectors we've talked about today: agri-food, digital media and tech, health, advanced manufacturing, and professional services.
Now let's look at some of the job search resources that can help you really discover those key opportunities that are a right fit for you. We host job fairs twice annually in April and September. In fact, last week, we had over 50 hiring employers with 800 opportunities attend our major job fair. It's a great opportunity to connect in person with employers and discover their open careers. You can also check out these additional resource links. These are job portals to help you with your job search. And the last one, please pay special attention to it. There will be specific information here about immigrating to London if you are currently overseas. Now what if you have a great idea and want to start a business here in London? That's an option for you too. London is known as being a great place to start a business because of our low business costs, access to skilled workers and resources, in addition to providing a longer runway so you have more time to fine-tune your business idea. There are many resources in London to help you start a business, including the Small Business Centre, Tech Alliance for tech or health ideas, and resources on campus if you're studying at Western and Fanshawe College. You can learn more about starting and growing a business here in London on our YouTube channel, where you will find these videos. Now, let's learn more about starting and growing a business here in London by watching this video, which shows 5 immigrant entrepreneurs who've come to our community, established their business, and are being successful.
We have shared a lot with you today. Thank you for your attention. And to quickly recap, London is an affordable, exciting, and vibrant city to live and work in. There are lots of job opportunities available across our sectors and educational options to suit your interests. For more information about everything we've discussed today, please visit our website at www.ledc.com. To really get a sense of what it's like to live, work, and play in London, get social with us. You can find LEDC on all social media platforms by searching London EDC.
Thank you so much for taking the time to listen and to watch our presentation about Canada's London today. We hope you will now take some time to research us even more and make the right choice by choosing London. Please feel free to connect with us on LinkedIn. Thank you again, and now we'd be very happy to answer any of your questions. Thanks, Jay. You know, we did that last year, and you know what? It still has so many images and messages which resonate with me. To let you know that our childcare rates have come down since we showed that video. Our unemployment rate is at 5.1, but with an annual average last year of 5.8. And we also were recognized as the fastest growing census metropolitan area in Ontario. So we've welcomed over 30,000 new people into our community over the last 4 years. So that's between different censuses in Canada. So just to share with you, we've got that sense of vibrancy. When I look outside the window from my office, I see nothing but cranes in the sky. So when you look at the opportunities that are in front, not only that are currently posted, but the ones that are coming. We attracted Maple Leaf Foods a little while ago. They're developing their plant here. Well, it's going to be 1,500 people. They've only hired the first 750 right now. We have a company that's part of the reaction to COVID is to make sure that Canada has reshoring products and services so that if we have a pandemic again or another health area, do we have the resources to support and to respond quickly? So yes, so we're building a factory to make medical grade gloves. We have a pharma factory under construction. So all sorts of different opportunities. Because of our agri-food reputation and the marketplace around us, a company from Italy is just about to build a pasta plant, their first plant outside Italy here in London. So as I say, I look out the window and I see all of those opportunities, not only directly in working in those environments, but the kind of roles in marketing and communications, in finance and accounting, and in human resources, and all the skill sets required to support thriving businesses. Along with that, our aging population means that we have lots of opportunities as people exit the workforce. So our healthcare industries is really keen to see any of you with a nursing background, any kind of other medical training. We do have some regulatory challenges, but we're making progress in making those pathways easier. The Ontario government, in addition to the federal programs, has its Ontario Immigration Nominee Program, which has just doubled its capacity to 16,500. So that includes people with a broader range of skills than we're under some of our federal programs. So there's a lot to explore and to find the right pathway for you. I look forward to hearing your questions. And Jay, I know you're going to challenge me in a second.
We'll see. So as Robert said, and such a great recap about all the opportunities that abound in London and all the changes that have been happening recently and the continued growth. Why don't you start sending in some questions through the chat function or through the Q&A function? I find it interesting that there's two different functions that somewhat do the same thing. So whether it's through the question and answer function or through the chat function, start sending in your question to Robert, and we will dig deeper into what we've learned about in terms of the presentation And later on, I want Robert to remind you, and I'll remind you right now, it's www.ledc.com, because some of you asked us to email you the great, wonderful video that was shown, and we're not going to immediately email you that. So I assume, Robert, that video is on your website?
Yes, it is. Yep. It's through our YouTube channel, which is, from our website. Yes, from our website. At the bottom of our website, you'll see the YouTube symbol, and away you go.
And away you go. So to the people that asked for the video to be sent to you, because it was awesome, we suggest you go to www.ledc.com. At the bottom of the landing page, there'll be a link to where it's hosted on YouTube. Let's try and stump Robert.
Yeah.
Go into some sector-specific questions. So start sending in your questions. I want to touch upon something that Robert said that I had read about, and it was sort of big news. And some of you might not know that there is a history of the agri-food sector in London. And the Maple Leaf plant opening, as well as I believe I read about another one, or maybe Robert and I talked about this a year and a half or 2 years ago, about a company that was, I think they were they're making insects because they're
yes. Aspire
products.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, Aspire Food Group has now built their plant, and it's now operational. They are growing and processing crickets for protein, and that's being used already in animal food, and it's just being tested for human food. And it's incredible to see this highly automated, highly roboticized crickets growing in containers that they have their food supply. They put in as and I can't remember the technical term for when they've just been hatched. Then they grow full size as they go through the conveyor belt. And there's a sensor in each one of those containers, so they can tell exactly how those crickets are doing and thriving, and when they're ready to be harvested at the end of the process. So that combination of AI, of using sensors, of being able to mechanize in a very, very clean, information sensitive, data sensitive environment is just a fascinating thing to watch.
Really interesting to hear that came to fruition.
Yeah.
Moving on, we have a question from Igor. He wants to know about opportunities in finance and banking as a financial professional, because I remember one of the slides in the presentation talked about Ashley was talking about the insurance industry and financial services.
Yep. Well, actually, I mean, finance people, of course, are in every industry sector, but specifically when we look at, for instance, my office location is actually in two of the Toronto Dominion TD towers in London. So we are one of the back end operations for TD. PricewaterhouseCoopers has a back end operation, by the way. And by the way, if you work for PwC here in London, you may actually be working on somebody's finances in India or China or whatever, because they have a distribution system for that to happen. When you saw the video, you saw Paystone, the company there, Paystone. That is now the largest company outside our 5 major banks processing financial transactions across this country. So that is an incredible growth opportunity, growth development from somebody who immigrated to London, created that company, has brought his allies along, and now, as I say, it's the fastest growing financial services company in the country, partly through acquisitions, partly through natural growth, and partly by the application of technology and providing excellent customer service. So in addition to our banking system, to the finance and accounting roles in regular business, we also have those niche industries. We actually have a completely online bank in London called VersaBank as well. So all of those kind of things. So from a fintech perspective, it's a very exciting environment.
Thank you, Robert, and very good question from Igor. So more than one person have touched upon the same question, Kofi and Emma Chetta, opportunities for nurses or PSWs that were educated outside of Canada as a nurse. are there opportunities in London? Because you did touch upon the healthcare sector, which is pretty robust in London.
Yeah, yes, there are opportunities. And I'm pleased to say that, for instance, if you were to look at, you may not be able to go directly into your role. In other words, there is a College of Nursing process to examine your qualifications and to help you examine how close you are to becoming a registered nurse, here as an example. However, our hospitals here, especially our hospitals at the moment, are hiring people with less as a practical nurse or whatever, but then supporting people to take the additional courses to qualify here. So what I would suggest that, and by the way, we're just about to launch a new website, probably within the next 3 weeks, which will be londonhealthjobs.ca. So that'll make it even easier for you to find the broad range of those health opportunities in our community. As was mentioned by Ashley earlier on, we have London Tech Jobs for the tech sector, London manufacturing jobs, because we are the part of Canada's heartland of manufacturing. And then because of the need, and we want to make it even easier for you to find those jobs in the broad range of healthcare, whether it be in homes for the aged, whether it be in community-based health services, or whether it be in the hospital environment. We have a significant demand for all of those health-related positions.
Well, it's great to know that londonhealthjobs.ca will be launched in a few weeks. Yeah. So Kofi and Emacheta, remember that and write that down. Yeah. Let's touch upon language, because Mola asks, are there opportunities for a bilingual French-English teacher or a customer service or CSR? Perhaps, you don't only have to move to Moncton or Fredericton. Perhaps you can relocate to London and use your French language skills there.
Well, just to share with you, we have 4 school boards here in Ontario, which are well represented in London. And by the way, that includes a public school board, a Catholic school board, a French public school board, and a French Catholic school board. So all 4 have schools here. So it's your choice in terms of both where your children may go, but also where you may choose to work. Our companies, as I mentioned earlier, our companies are national in scope. So therefore, they're serving French communities, whether they be in Moncton, Fredericton, Ottawa, Montreal, etc. So they are keen to have people, but they will look not just at your language skill, though. It's what other skill do you bring? Are you an accountant, for instance, who's bilingual, or are you a content creator who's bilingual? So they'll be looking at the combination of not just of both your ability in both languages. And by the way, I should add that because Canada has significantly diverse populations, we're also interested in other language capabilities. So, for instance, you saw as an example, you saw the company Digital Extremes and its company Warframe. Well, that game's being played around the world. So they're looking for people who speak different languages and are interested in the game environment to be able to support those users and players of those games around the world. So French and English are very important skills, but other linguistic skills can be valued as well.
Are there resources where jobs can be filtered by language requirements? Probably.
Yes, well, I think you can do it a little bit. If you were to go on to workforcedevelopment.ca, which by the way is mentioned and by the way, if you do, I will be sending you that information on this site as well. If you send your resume to info@ledc.com, I'll be sending you that site. That, by the way, is an aggregator of all of the different job boards in the area. that makes it also easier to search by particular search terms, such as by language.
Now, as you know, Robert, some of our friends today are perhaps in Ontario, but some are overseas.
Yep.
And there are resources available to these types of people through the LEDC, but then there's some resources that are not. Maybe there are other specialized service providers in London that will do support a certain part of the journey. So you mentioned www.immigrationlondon.ca as a resource that I would assume is related to persons whom are interested in immigrating to London, whether through provincial pathways, which you touched upon. So I'll let you finish touching upon the subject of information or resources available to persons who are interested in making London their first Canadian home, because I'm not sure personally what the LEDC team will do and will not do, but of course you're the right person to talk to.
Yeah, well, first on an informational level, going to the LEDC site, which then has a guide to London. So under the guide, it has working in London, playing in London, how to find a home in London. So it's a bit of a self-help. So you can actually check and see all of those particular resources. The Immigration London site also gets into the full range of what are the employment services to support you, what are the settlement services here in London. So those are all there. Then if you were to arrive in London, then there are some services on the ground that will help you with your resume preparation, with your job search skills, etc. And by the way, some of you may come where you've arrived, but you've got a partner, and you may have arrived with a job, but your partner doesn't. So therefore, you want to be able to know about those services to help your partner either improve their English language skills, if that's not strong enough, or to prepare for employment here. So I would suggest that if it's early in your settlement days, the Cross-Cultural Learners Centre in London, and then for the employment side, willemploymentconnection.ca. You will find those resources if you, both from the LEDC site, you will find those resources, but also if you do send your resume to info@ledc.com, I'll be sending you access to those kinds of resources to help you in your journey.
That's a good reminder, because we've mentioned different URLs and some people are already asking what's such and such. So perhaps a good starting point for our friends this morning is to make sure that they send an email to info@ledc.com and perhaps certainly include their resume, so that the suite of resources and services that are then, as you explained, further specialized are conveyed to that person, and that person can then engage what resource is most relevant to their stage of their journey.
Correct.
So let's stump Robert more. Let's get into some tough. A few people have touched upon the same sector. One of them is Zakaria. So they're asking about logistics and supply chain, the sector and opportunities. So that's sort of ties into maybe the geography of London and being an important hub of trade and outside of the GTA, but not too far away, sort of thing. So, for someone that would be looking for more insight as to the sector, perhaps you could share some wisdom.
Sure. So think about that: 150 million consumers within a one-day drive. Think about our highway system, our 401, 402, our international airport, the rail lines that come through London and the London area, and also go into the US from London. All of those make us a very convenient spot for industry, which means that there are supplies coming in, being refashioned, and then going out. That's exactly what supply chain is all about. So if you think about any of one of those advanced manufacturing companies, the agri-food sector, they rely significantly on supply chain roles. Then you look at what's below the roles within companies. You look at the trucking companies, the customs companies, helping people actually make sure that the products and services are appropriate for the particular destinations they're going, how to get them there the most conveniently and at the right cost. So there's a full range of supply chain opportunities within those entities.
Thank you, Robert.
And by the way, the other thing is to when you're looking for supply chain kind of roles, think about what it could include, like warehouse manager, distribution planner. So try to look at those broad range of job titles, and then look beneath that then as to then how those supply chain skills and experience fit within each one of those, because sometimes people don't they narrow their search too quickly without looking at how their skill set applies to the particular job title.
For someone like Zakaria, I don't know if Zakaria is in Canada or overseas. Let's say she's overseas. My question is, at Fanshawe College, is there a supply chain and logistics fundamentals bridging course, or is there some academic resources that would help an overseas, someone that's landed now in Ontario, get up to date from a Canadian perspective?
Yes, very much so. Fanshawe College has several different supply chain certificate programs. And Fanshawe College, if you discuss with an academic counselor, you may be able to get some credit, what's called prior learning credit. So they might be able to look at what you've studied somewhere else, and then look at what else you may need to equip you for the Canadian labor market. And
can you please touch upon a few of the other higher educational institutions that Fanshawe is pretty well known, perhaps, to some of these people?
Well, I'd be pleased to chat about Fanshawe College first. It is the 6th largest community college in Ontario. It's a full range. It has, within London, it has 3 major campuses, well distributed. And what's really good about that is because they're distributed, there's also part-time employment opportunities around each of the particular locations, as well actually just to the south of us in St. Thomas, over in Woodstock and down to Simcoe. They also have some operations, so not just in London. And actually, they've also got a campus opening in Toronto as well. But so 6th largest, full service, highly appreciated by our employers. Then the University of Western Ontario is one of Canada's leading research universities, full medical school, the Ivy Business School. By the way, if you were studying on how to do business in China, the world's largest number of business cases produced on doing business in China have been created by the Ivy Business School. So that development of a master's, the full range from their undergraduate program through to their several master's programs are world recognized. And yet again, as was mentioned in the slide, that the docs that are part of the medical school there, they're innovating all the time in musculoskeletal, in terms of diabetes. All sorts of world-leading research emanates from its university. But it's got a full range, from business programs through to language programs, through to the whole range of science. It has 3 affiliate colleges, which provide a smaller environment, but are all directly linked to Western. You get your degree from Western, but you work through either Huron, King's, or Brescia. And Brescia University College is the only women's university college, women's only university college in Canada. But so you can go to Brescia, but also use some of the fitness and other library and other facilities at Western, but actually have that unique female-only experience. Huron, with the founding college of Western, has, as I say, a full range of the liberal arts, and many people connect into business and law from Huron. King's University College is the only, it has a school of social work, which is not present at Western, and has various other unique factors that make it a very warm and inviting learning environment.
Curious, is there a page on the LEDC website which conveys the higher education institutions in London?
It's all under the guide to London. When you go into the guide on London, you can find all about those higher educational institutions, as well as those 4 school boards that I mentioned, as well as the private schools.
Okay, so it's all there on the LED website.
That's called Learning in London. Learning in London. So you can find all of the stuff there.
It's Learning in London on the LEDC website?
Learning out London under the guide to London. Yes, from the website. Yep.
Under the guide to London. Great. I really hope that some of our friends this morning check that the guide to London on the LEDC website in the coming days. Yep. So Robert, interesting comment or question from Abu, who will be landing in Canada within 3 months.
Yep.
So he's soon landing. And he asks, are there construction jobs in London for the construction estimators, surveyors, commercial managers, etc.? It sounds like Abu would like to do his labor market research because he's landing and maybe he's interested in London.
Yep. Please go on to workforcedevelopment.ca and put in your preferred job titles, and you'll see those ones which will pop up. Just FYI, I've just run a focus group with our leading construction industry. And yes, they are looking for, obviously they're looking for bricklayers, carpenters, electricians, etc., but also people who can manage those trades, who can manage successfully on the job site, estimators, planners for those facilities as well. London has to build 4,700 new dwellings over the next 10 years. Okay? And by the way, across the country, Canada has to build, because of our planned population growth and change, building homes, building new plants and factories and retrofitting them is a very high priority. And so therefore, we have some significant needs in the construction industry.
Thank you for that, Robert. I think that was a great question. And I've heard about significant needs of the construction industry in other areas across Canada too. Yeah. So, but London could be a great choice for Abu. One or two people have asked actually the same question. It's for people that are already in Ontario and interested in London. And the question is about any services, relocation support services. And the other person says, yeah, settlement employment services for those that are in Ontario, those that are landed. So certainly the LEDC or LEDC partner organizations can help such people, I believe, Robert.
That's correct. So yet again, I would start with a guide to London because it has that information underneath it. Then I would say, what is your particular need? You will be able to find there, for instance, and this is a kind of skill that I think it depends on whether you're coming by yourself, whether you're coming with your family. So therefore, you would want to look at where the school is in relationship to potential housing choices, and then and then in terms of whether it's employment or your own personal learning. So there is the information there that can help you do that. Actually, under that workforcedevelopment.ca site, not only does it post the job, it also shows you where it's located. So you can actually look at, before you apply for jobs, you can actually look at where is that convenient location to reasonable housing prices and reasonable transit routes if you're not going to be driving right away. So it gives you that kind of sort of pre-information to help you really sort of plan your combination of your lifestyle well.
Well, let's touch upon lifestyle as we get closer to the end of the hour, because we've had such a robust conversation about employment resources and the labor market. But it seems that London is competitive in comparison to, well, the price of housing in Toronto, et cetera. And you mentioned lifestyle, and lifestyle is a component to someone's life, of course. So that's a general statement or question, but I'm sure you could elaborate, Robert, as to the competitiveness of London's lifestyle opportunities.
Well, sure. And I'll just say this. We were just rated as the #1 city for over 100,000 for environmentally friendly living conditions. What that means is a combination of our air quality, our access to green space, walking trails, parking, to be able to actually live in a healthy way. We were independently rated as the #1 city. So I say that. Secondly, we are sort of the largest urban area in southwestern Ontario, which, by the way, southwestern Ontario is bigger than several of the provinces you've been chatting with today. Just to give you that sense. So depending on your interests, you can get to Toronto within 2 hours, or Detroit in the United States within 2 hours, or Buffalo in 2 hours and 15 minutes. So you have the attraction of being able to visit those major environments and all of what they have to offer, but then to be able to enjoy a neighborhood park close by, a walking trail, having some venues in London bringing in top-notch talent here. So depending on your age and stage and interest, we've got every cultural group is represented here in terms of your religion. If you choose to practice a religion, all of those opportunities are here. London actually has the oldest mosque in Eastern Canada, the second oldest in Canada here in London, as an example. Things which perhaps people would not think of, you know, at a city in sort of, which is surrounded by the richest farmland in Canada.
Well, thank you, Robert. I think lifestyle, or ending with lifestyle, and a great statement like that would be perfect for you to lead into signing off as well, because there's so many. We want to ensure that our friends engage with the next steps. You've mentioned next steps a few times, but there were so many, such a multitude of resources. I want to make sure there's a moment to mention those again before you shut off your camera and do other things. However, you certainly could chat and type in the chat function some of those URLs when our next friend joins us from Lighthouse Labs at 1 p.m. You're welcome to stay as long as you would like, Robert. But I really thank you for your time and for the preparation of your team, yourself and Ashley. And for our friends that have more questions to ask of Robert and want to continue your preparation for settling in London, Robert will convey to you the next steps.
Super. Well, I will be going back time and time again to say, please send us your resume to info@ledc.com. Then I will send you a very handy little summary of everything we've chatted about today, and which will have some of those key URLs and resources. So you will get an attachment to the response, which will help you with that, as well as I will try, if based on your resume, we will try to look at your resume, and if we can identify 1 or 2 job opportunities for you to think about, so that you can look at those job opportunities, but also look at the company that's behind them. So you can get a sense of what they're asking for, what does the job description actually say, and does it resonate with you? Hopefully through these remarks, you found that London is a welcoming city. It's a very livable city with a whole range of diverse and interesting opportunities across our key sectors, and nothing but growth is in our forecast.
Thank you, Robert. Well said. And there's many well wishes to you in the chat function. So great to see you, Robert. And see you again soon. And I wish everyone well on their journey to London and their next steps. And we're going to take a quick commercial break and see you everyone soon. Bye, Robert.
Take care.
Based on our decades' experience serving internationally trained professionals, together with our partners, G-TAC is proud to offer career-focused trainings. The goal of those trainings is to help skilled workers stay abreast of the latest and emerging labor market demands in Canada. Explore career options and the pros and cons. Expand your professional networks and therefore make informed decisions and fast-track your career. Different from academic trainings, there are 3 key features of G-TAC's career-focused trainings that you can benefit from. 1. The trainings are all designed by industry insiders, along with inputs and feedbacks from hiring employers we worked with, and delivered by experienced industry experts. 2. The training contents are focused more on case studies and practical tips and tactics, not on theories. As a result, you can apply the knowledge and information in their job interviews, and quickly and successfully take on tasks when you are newly hired. 3. The trainings are short-term and low-cost, with possibility of job referrals. One-on-one career coaching is available to help you find out career path that can make the most of your experience and passion. Please visit G-TAC's website to find more details. Grow your career, G-TAC can help.
Hi, Topaz.
Hi, Jay. How are you?
I'm doing well. Great to see you.
Great to see you too. I actually don't see myself. I see you. Let me see what I did here. Show self. Okay. Now we're better.
Okay, you made it. So great to see you. I'll just briefly introduce you. Of course, you'll introduce yourself, but Topaz Glasner, Director of Programs and Services of Lighthouse Labs. We're really pleased to, well, I was going to say, yeah, continue our relationship with Lighthouse Labs, who we've worked with for years, and really quite a successful organization in terms of helping people accelerate their career, particularly in the technology sector. And they've helped thousands and thousands of people get to the next level in their career development in Canada. So Glasner is going to tell us about herself and what Lighthouse Labs does and how you guys can fit within their offerings and their support and their services for career success. So that's enough for myself. I just wanted to set expectations that we'll hear from Topaz, and then certainly we'll have a question and answer period so you can dig deeper into what she's conveyed and what you've learned and how Lighthouse Lab Solutions can be your tool for success in your career development. So thank you so much, Topaz. I'll let you take it away here. I'll just make sure that my colleague brings up the PPT. I want to make sure you
Sure. I think I told them I'll share my screen. So let's try and make sure that I have that. And as long as we have, do you see my screen fine?
Yes, I do.
Okay, awesome. So I think I'm good to go. Thank you so much for the warm introduction. And welcome everybody. As Jay said, my name is Topaz. Good afternoon, good morning to the West Coast people. Good evening for those of you who are in another time zone. I know we have a diverse audience here all around the world, and we are very, very excited to be here. Firstly, wanted to thank Ying, Jay, and the rest of the organizers. We've been partners of G-TAC for a long while now, and this event is super impressive and impactful. So just want to say a big thank you on behalf of myself and the rest of the Lighthouse crew. We're very excited to be here over the next 2 days. Whatever I talk about today, we will be at the booth. We have representatives at the booth pretty much all day today and tomorrow. So please stop by. That will be my main kind of call to action to all of you. Come talk to us about anything that we discussed today and then anything that you have questions about. So what I'll do is I'll make a quick introduction about Lighthouse Labs, and I'll also talk a little bit about an exciting initiative that we have that we just launched actually recently, that might be of value to many of you. So do a quick introduction to Lighthouse. So Lighthouse Labs, we're a tech education organization. We've been around for 10 years now, and we've had the honor of being part of over 40,000 individuals, part of their journey in making a transition into Canada's thriving tech industry. So we have immersive and both reskilling and upskilling courses in web development, data science, and cybersecurity. Our vision as an organization is to make tech-enabled change, a source of opportunity for all, and we bring this vision to life every day through our courses, as well as through our impact initiatives. So impact initiative is something that we've been part of pretty much since our early days. And those are initiatives that allow us to expand access to our program for those who traditionally have barriers to equal participation in the workforce. So I'll talk to you a little bit about an initiative that we currently have running, but through it, you also learn about our courses as well. So today I want to talk a little bit about ICT Boost. So ICT Boost is our largest impact initiative to date. And what it is it's actually a pathway to Canada's thriving ICT sector. It is a ESDC funded project under the SWSP program. And we're super lucky as an organization to work with over 100, it's actually over 200 organizations across the country to deliver fully funded training and transition activities and work with them to address the lack of representation of equity deserving individuals in the ICT sector. So I'll talk a little bit about what's ICT Boost is really an umbrella of a lot of different programs that we have. And as I said, through Boost, we have myriad of programs for job seekers looking to enter Canada's ICT sector. I'll be talking about a few of those opportunities. Now, if I have any employers or industry organizations in the crowd, economic development and whatnot, please come talk to us at the booth, because actually as part of ICT Boost, we actually have a lot of offerings for employers as well. I'll focus my presentation around the job seekers, but if you're an employer, we have DEI trainings that are fully funded as part of the project. We have wage subsidies programs available. So just come say hi and we can talk about what we have for you. But the rest of the presentation will essentially focus around the majority of the audience here who are job seekers. So I'll start with our first program that is available as part of Boost. So we have fully funded essential skills courses. We put them together as part of this pathways because we believe tech roles need more than tech skills. So essential skills such as critical thinking, public speaking, presentation skills, collaborations across teams are all essential skills that we heard from our employers that we've been working with over the years. They're really important. So we've partnered with two organizations, OCCSC, as well as the Career Foundation, to deliver essential skills courses. We have them starting every week. They're a few hours long, very engaging, and you get a certificate at the end. So if you're looking to add something to your resume, add a certification or something like that, then we really encourage you to sign up to our essential skills courses. You can come to our booth. I believe my colleague Shweta will post the link, but if not, I'll post the link in the chat right after. But that's one of our offering. In terms of our funding eligibility for essential skills, you must be legally entitled to work in Canada, and you must be a Canadian citizen, permanent resident, or a refugee claimant. I know that will exclude some of you in the crowd. Come talk to us. This is just part of our own funding eligibility from our funder, but we can talk if you do not meet this criteria. So that's about essential skills. Now, I wanted to talk a little bit about another offering that we have as part of Boost, which is really our kind of bread and butter offering. These are our core courses. And at Lighthouse, we deliver immersive courses in cybersecurity, data science, and web development. Those are courses really aimed at career transition. So if you're looking to become a data scientist or a data analyst, if you're looking to become a cybersecurity specialist or start that career in Canada, those are the right courses for you. As part of our ICT Boost, we've partnered with 8 higher ed education institutions across the country in order to deliver those courses. So you would get a dual certificate, both from Lighthouse Labs as well as from the higher education institution. And again, these are all fully funded programs. So I'll talk a little bit about those courses, generally what those courses look like, and then a little bit about each one of those professions and what do they look like in Canada in terms of career trajectory, in terms of roles. So I'll start with funding eligibility. So like I talked before, for our immersive courses, we're looking for anybody that is 18 and above. You must be legally entitled to work in Canada, and you must be a Canadian citizen, permanent resident, or a refugee. In addition, with our immersive courses, we are prioritizing people that come from equity deserving communities, because again, our goal with ICT Boost is to is to address the lack of representation in tech, as well as make sure that we are providing opportunities for those who systematically were underrepresented in tech and in the workforce in general. So if by any chance you are not seeing yourself described as the last two slides, but are still interested in immersive courses, again, come talk to us. This is just for our fully funded opportunity as part of Boost. We have other opportunities. We have financing options, and we can talk to you individually about what's your situation, what barrier you're working with, and find a pathway for you. But this is just particularly for the opportunity that is currently available through ICT Books. So now I'll talk a little bit generally about our immersive programs. So really the way to look at this is they are your quickest path to a tech career. They're anywhere between 12 and 30 weeks in length. So 12 weeks is our fully immersive, 10 to 12 hours a day, while our 30 weeks long programs are our flex programs. So you can do them while you, for example, have a job. All of our programs are extremely fast-paced. They're industry-aligned curriculum, so all of our curriculum constantly gets vetted by employers, by industry, by our mentors. We do expect a lot from our students. They are challenging programs. We call them boot camp for a reason, but at the same time, you get a lot of support. So anywhere from the time you apply to the time you graduate to career services for life, you get one-on-one support from mentors, from career services, from our ed delivery. We've really tailored those programs with the idea that 80% of the effort is on you. You need to be there. You need to be dedicated to your success, but 20% is on us, and we make sure that we come in and support you. Now, in terms of just generally about the program, so they're very hands-on. Majority of your day will be spent a little bit on lectures, but really about doing. So you will be working through projects. So when you graduate, you have a portfolio of projects that you can showcase to employers. You have lots of labs, lots of essentially hands-on exercises. That will be the majority of your day. All of our programs currently are online. This has been since COVID, and we decided to keep the programs online because a lot of tech employers in Canada and beyond are currently expecting people to be able to either work partially or fully remotely. So all of our environment and our learning environment mirrors what you will see in industry. And then what do you get at the end of it? So you get a quality career-ready tech education. As I said, those programs, our full goal is about making sure that you meet your career outcome at the end of them. You get valuable essential skills, as we talked about. We have a huge community of alumni and mentors, as well as a network of employers. You get lifetime access to curriculum, a diploma from us, as well as a portfolio at the end of the course that you can show to employers, as well as lifetime of career services. So we have very hands-on career services and career coaching. They will be with you from midway through the program. We let you kind of focus on the learning for the first few weeks, but midway point through the program and all the way until you find a job, and all the way after you found a job when you want to make another job change, or let's say if something didn't work out with your employers. It's really career services for life. We have career services staff that specialize on the employer side, and career services staff that focuses on the student and helping you, making sure your resume and your interview skills and everything is up to date. So that's something that you get as a Lighthouse Labs graduate for life. Now, as part of ICT Boost, we also have a lot of wraparound supports available in order to remove barriers to participation in any of our programming. So some example of what that looks like. We have mental health support, so through workshops and through a mental health app with access to therapists throughout the program. We have job matching to build work experience and networking experience. We have a lot of workshops to help build your confidence. We have tech stipends, so if laptop or laptop accessories is not available on your end, then we do have some of those. They're all first come, first serve, but we do still have tech stipends available, as well as childcare stipend support. So now I'm going to go tiny bit into each one of our programs. We're really looking at it from the career outlooks perspective. So what do we see from our cybersecurity grads? So the types of career outcomes are listed on the slide. These are generally the roles that we see graduates enter when they graduate bootcamp. And in terms of the market outlook and outcomes, these are all 2021 numbers. We're just about to release our 2022 numbers. But to date, we had 206 cybersecurity graduates. Again, 2021, now we've had a lot more than that. 80% of them have been hired in cybersecurity. For 80% of them hired for cybersecurity job-seeking grads. We have also some graduates that may go back to their employer, but we always report on those who are identified as job seekers. We've seen that the average starting salary is at 64,000 Canadians. For cybersecurity incident responder and cybersecurity analyst at 66,000. A lot of our cybersecurity grads do not have previous experience in cybersecurity. Now, talking about data science in Canada. So some of the career outcomes, we see a lot of different career outcomes when it comes to data science. There is a big list here, and I think this needs to be updated as far as I can tell, because we see a lot of variety of roles that our students are able, or our graduates are able to apply for and start as soon as they graduate bootcamp. So in terms of the market outlook and outcomes for data science, the average annual salary that we see for grads are 80,000, just about 80,000. This is our newest program, so we have the least amount of graduates. Now it's in the second year, so the career outcome that it's going to come out, I think, going to double those numbers. But we are seeing that 90% of our data bootcamp job-seeking grads have obtained employment after graduating. And then lastly, our web development. So this is our flagship program in the sense that we've been running this since we started Lighthouse, so for 10 years now. So I'll talk a little bit about what opportunities look like. So we see, in terms of career outcomes, we see people gain jobs as software developers, web developers, software engineer, programmers, junior developers as they come out of bootcamp. And in terms of career outcomes and outlook, average annual salary for 2021 was $53,000. And 97% of our web development bootcamp graduates have obtained employment. So that's a little bit about the market outlook and outcomes for each one of those fields. And I'll be happy to go into, as questions come up, be happy to go a lot more into any of these stats, but just wanted to give a quick overview. Now, if you want to hear more about any of these programs, our fully funded programs, especially the immersive boot camps, we do have info sessions happening every week. I believe one of my colleagues is going to post some links in the chat, but if not, come talk to us at the booth. We'll, based on where you're located, we'll send you kind of to the right path. Because as I said, we have 8 different programs with different regional eligibility. We really wanted to make sure that this program is available across Canada. We actually have a few schools with eligibility in Southwestern Ontario. So for anybody that has listen to the talk by Robert. We do have few schools that we partner with in that area. But yeah, come listen to an info session. You'll get a lot of information about each one of those programs. And then lastly, again, if you're a community organization, employer, partners, come talk to us. We have a lot of opportunities available within Boost, but also available for Lighthouse Labs as general. We have a lot of different workforce development projects that we are working on and different programs that might be of interest to you. And I think that's it for me. Thank you. Are there any questions?
So now would be the time to start sending in some questions to Topaz. We have time to dig deeper. That was a great overview as to all the different programs and resources that are available to you to accelerate your career in the field of ICT. But as Topaz said, there's a lot going on. And at the end, you actually mentioned projects with some of your perhaps B2B partners or maybe regional partners. So I didn't even know that. I thought we were going to explore the bridging programs or the training programs for career development only. But Topaz, why don't you start by elaborating a little bit deeper as to, I mean, my question, I can ask a question. I'll ask the first question.
Sure.
So, right, because someone could first off, go through the boot camp, for example, in a certain area of expertise, whether cybersecurity or web development. But now knowing that you guys what Lighthouse does projects in conjunction with B2B partners or para-public partners, do some of the Lighthouse graduates then go on to projects, or am I not understanding things correctly?
Sure. I can talk about that. So the answer is yes and no, but I'll explain a little bit more about the project, and then you'll see our graduates are able to either benefit from them. So we have a lot of different projects that we work on with both industry, workforce development organizations across the country. So some of those may be, we do, for example, corporate training for B2B partners. So we go into a company that might be either to deliver immersive programs. We've done it with multinational companies. So we will deliver a bootcamp experience for their employees. Or for example, we've done one where we will deliver a bootcamp experience for the people that are looking to hire. So they would put 100 people through a bootcamp experience and then choose at the end of it to hire them all. So we will do the training component of their hiring, or sometimes retraining. So we had a company, for example, that had sales organization that they wanted to convert into tech sales. We did an upskilling program for them. The same we've done with data. You want your marketers to be able to have data skills, so they're not, bogging down your data science team with things that really they could solve for themselves. So we do those kind of corporate training projects. We also do workforce development projects, where often, kind of similar to ICT Boost, it's either that we partner with, let's say, a bridging to tech program that already exists in the market, and then we deliver the retraining component of it. So another organization might deliver a wraparound support, or might deliver workshops, and we will deliver the training component of it. Or we've done different things. We've done upskilling courses with workforce development, and a lot of those, the focus is generally is either about some population that is underrepresented. That could be due to geographic barriers, that could be due to representation and demographic barriers. So we do have quite a lot. We have a whole portfolio of projects that we've done like that, from anywhere from community organizations to industry associations to economic development. And we have a whole team that constantly partners with organizations like that. And then in terms of your question to how do our grads benefit from it? So it depends. Some projects actually have graduate components to it. So for example, even if you didn't go to a reskilling project through a workforce development funded project, the opportunity might still be open to all of our graduates, for example, to benefit from network opportunity as part of the funding, or from wage subsidies. That's another way that we support our sector, is, let's say, if there are smaller startups or companies that have a barrier to employ more people, but if we can support them through a wage subsidy program, we have done that now for numerous years through different funding sources. So I hope that answered your question.
It did, and it brought up some other good points, wage subsidy, which goes into salary and employment, but there's a lot of great questions here. So this relates back to the original mandate. I wanted to ask it. It was asked by Hannah. She says, hello, is anyone allowed to do the training even if he doesn't have the prior skills?
Absolutely. So a lot of our students come without prior knowledge in web development, data science, or cybersecurity. We do make sure that all of our courses have prep courses. So you first go through the admissions process into bootcamp, and then once you get accepted into the program, we have a mandatory prep period, and those are somewhere between 20 to 40 hours depending on the course. But we absolutely welcome beginners. A lot of our students are beginners. Some do come from previous tech roles, but I would say the majority do not. And as I said, we make sure that we get the fundamentals out the way through our prep courses, and then you can really hit the ground running as of day one.
Well, that's great to make very clear. And as you said, Topaz, we have friends today that are joining us from overseas, and we have friends that are landed in Canada. So we have a diverse, great group here that will be engaging the Lighthouse Labs booth over the next 2 days, perhaps. So Nathaniel is one of those friends that's overseas and is willing to learn more on data analytics and science, but asks, can someone outside Canada enroll for your courses? Because You talked about the ICT Boost program, for example, and eligibility in terms of Canadian PRs, but you also said, quote, talk to us if you're overseas and we'll figure something out. So you can elaborate as to, someone like Nathaniel, who once again is interested, but questions if he's eligible to engage Lighthouse Labs.
Yeah, absolutely, Nathaniel. So the answer is absolutely yes. We have a lot of international students coming through our doors. The only difficulty that we have with international students is through programs like ICT Boost. Our funder does not allow us to offer fully funded programs to non-Canadians. So you can absolutely, through our open enrollment is what we call is our paying students. It's a majority of our students. You can absolutely come talk to us, apply. Our programs are open, and we do have, as I said, other financing options outside of our government funded projects to support if there is a financial barrier. It's only the government projects that we can only offer to Canadian citizens and permanent residents. But outside of that, absolutely, we have a lot of students that are international students that are part of Lighthouse.
Well, that's great to hear. So we talked about the process of applying, training, perhaps working on projects. Now, then you mentioned employment support. So someone asked, do you help find employment? Because I believe you do, but you could elaborate on that important later step in the process.
Sure, I can absolutely. So I've been with Lighthouse. This is my second rodeo. I've been there from pretty much our first cohort, and then spent 6 years with the organization, and then came back in the last year back because of our larger workforce development projects. But I can say with confidence that from day one, career services have been a big part of our organization. Because for us, ultimately, we believe that the majority of your training will take place on the job. We will do whatever we can to get you there so you can continue learning on the job. But with that philosophy, we'll build career services as a key core of our programs and offerings. So we have a whole team that is dedicated to doing employer outreach. So they talk to employers all the time with the idea of, again, talking about our grads, connecting them to opportunities, understanding what do hiring managers looking for, so we can then apply those learnings and change and adapt our curriculum, which we do all the time. And then we also have a full career services, it's part of our career services team, a full team dedicated to supporting all of our grads that come out of the program. So what support looks like is workshops, so interview skills, resume skills. They actually review each one of your resumes and make sure that they adjust. They help you with things like contract negotiation, making sure that, that when you are looking for different roles, making sure to help you find what role is right for you, what kind of environment are you looking for. So doing a lot of career coaching. And they do that all the way until you find employment. And then they will do it again as you're looking for your next employment. So we have graduates that come back to us a year later and looking for their next step. And maybe the support that they need is about salary negotiation. So our career services is there. We always say it's career services for life. And essentially are there to support you on as I said, anything from prepping for employment to negotiations and contracts, and just making sure you're making that transition to work.
And career services for life. So someone can complete the training and some project work via Lighthouse Labs, get their first employment in, for example, cybersecurity. And if they want to engage the career counseling team 2 years later to transition or to explore transitioning to a new employer, you're saying that Lighthouse Labs will continue to support their previous students?
Absolutely. And we have, and we will continue doing that. Yes, the answer is absolutely.
Quote, career services for life. That's where that phrase comes then.
Correct. We stand behind those words. They're not empty words. No, it's our philosophy essentially that we're here to help your career, not just your first job. Your first job is where we believe you will do a lot of your learnings and where you will actually, again, we apply the same 80-20 rule that I talked about earlier to our career services too, in the sense that we believe 80% of your training will be done on the job. We can do the 20% that will get you there. But our goal ultimately is to make sure that you continue learning on the job.
And career services for life for any Lighthouse Labs participant. What if a future Canadian would like to start the Lighthouse Labs course training resources? So that's an eligibility question again.
So for as long as you're a student of ours, whether through funded or through financing your own training, the rule applies to everybody. We made sure that it actually started from our open enrollment students, but we made sure it applies to all of our funded students as well. But yeah, the rule applies to everybody.
Well, thank you very much. So something you touched upon earlier, but I think we could touch upon it again, is frequency, because everyone has to deal with reality, meaning oftentimes you hear of people upskilling when they're working full time. And we also understand the effectiveness of perhaps the boot camp approach because it's so intense, 10, 12 hours a day. So once again, if you would like to review the different approaches,
sure.
Well, it's not about the question that whom is the person's name? Akanya asked is more about frequency, upcoming sessions, when are the upcoming sessions? And your colleague has already sort of answered the question through the chat function. It says, here's the calendar, go to the website. But personally, I'm just extrapolating a little bit because I know, or I believe there are, as you said, different approaches to either the boot camp method or the part-time 30-week approach, because it's really important that people can fit upskilling within the reality of their lives.
Absolutely. And we understood that, which is why, again, when going back to our vision statement of making tech-enabled change opportunity for all, is we realized for the first few years, we only had our immersive programs that are your 12-week, very immersive, as you said, singular focus, but we realized that that's not really accessible for everybody. We have a lot of students that would love to reskill and find a new career, but have jobs, have realities and whatnot. So I'll start with the two delivery methods that we have, and then I'll talk about the frequency. So the two delivery methods essentially is we have our immersive programs, which are 12-week, very intensive, very immersive. We essentially tell you, nope, you can't have a job, essentially put your life on hold, but they're very effective in getting you to where you need to be at the end of the 12 weeks. And then for those who are looking for more flexibility because of constraints, because of life situations, we also have our flex programs, which are essentially the same boot camp, but stretch over 30 weeks. So you still have commitment to being there in lectures, but we have morning or evening lectures, depending on your situation. So in terms of content, there are the same programs, just a different delivery method to allow for people that maybe their life circumstances don't allow them to take an immersive program. Both great programs, both seen great success. And in fact, we only had a web flex program. We just launched data science and cybersecurity flex that is rolling out. It's already on the website, but we will have our first class for that at the end of May. Now, in terms of frequency, both start every month. So we have starting dates every month for both programs. Web development is normally very early in the month, so the first Monday, and then the Flex program is normally halfway through the month, week 2 or 3 of the month. So I think the next one that we have is April 17. The one thing to know about frequency is, again, you have to get through admissions process, which normally we say 2 to 4 weeks, and then you have to get through prep 4 to 6 weeks. So we really encourage people to apply ideally 2 to 3 months ahead of when they are anticipating to enter bootcamp. We've seen people do less, but that will be our recommendation.
Okay, well, this leads into a next natural question, which is to probably dig a little bit deeper as to the expectations of the admission process, and then the expectations as to the prep, because I wrote down earlier, you said 80% of the effort is on you, meaning the B2C client, the aspiring talent to enter the workforce. So 80% upon you. Well, you will tell us what that exactly relates to, but it sounds like the prep session is pretty important too. And then there's the admissions process even before that. And that's to get to the starting point of either the boot camp or the flex program. So let's dig a little deeper.
Sure. So our admissions process, again, what it looks for is really few things. It looks for like aptitude for tech roles and tech skills, not experience. So we do not test, as we talked about before, we're not expecting you to come in having lots of previous knowledge, but we do expect you to have aptitude for problem solving, because that's very important to all of our we know that that's very important to cybersecurity specialists, to web developers, to data scientists. So really the way our admissions process work is you have to get through a logic test. It's very quick test. It's online. You can't really prepare for it at all. After that, once you pass that, there is a technical test. We give you a few, let's say for your web development, you're applying for web development, we give you few chapters to study about fundamentals web development, and then you go through a technical test to check that knowledge. Again, what we're trying to see really more than anything, that a bootcamp will be a right fit for you. If you don't pass a tech test, that does not mean the web development is not for you. We just know that we've been doing this for 10 years. We want to make sure that you are set up for success in an immersive environment, which is where those tests come in. So our admissions is those tests, and then you get to an interview. Again, what we ask you in the interview, a lot of it is just to make sure that you understand the expectations and what will it be like to take a bootcamp program. So we go through things like, we know that people that have a lot of grit will do really well in this kind of environment, because it takes resilience, because we push you a lot with the study. This is where the 80% counts. We also know the newcomers, for example, make great bootcamp graduates, because to come to Canada and move your life and move your family, that takes a lot of grit, that takes a lot of resilience, that takes a lot of problem solving. So we have an interview, which essentially is also your opportunity to ask questions about the program. And we really try to make sure that you make the choice whether this is right for you, as much as we make the choice whether this is right for you, and set expectations. If you read our website from the get-go, we never, even my slides, we're not going to tell you it's going to be easy, but I think it's a really, really rewarding experience if by the end of it you get a pathway to a new career. So really that's our admissions, is looking for a little bit of aptitude for problem solving, a little bit to understand that you are set up and understand what it will take to take a boot camp. And then the prep part is, again, we want to make sure that you come in with basic fundamentals before you hit day one. So it's really important for us that there are the things that you can learn on your own, at your own pace before coming into the program. We're not wasting the first week teaching you that. You already covered the fundamentals, and then we can hit the ground running. So really that's what the prep course, it's a lot of fundamentals that technically, if any of you have tried web development and whatnot, like probably a lot of this has been covered in other courses, like even free online resources, but we just really make it tailored to make sure that we touch on the fundamentals.
Thank you. With a thorough prep process, I assume that the completion rate of Lighthouse Labs programs is high.
Yeah, around 85% of completion rate. We do see people, when we see somebody that doesn't finish the program, it often comes down to, a lot of times it comes down to life situations change. So if somebody has gone through something that makes them not able to complete boot camp, that could be, life circumstance change and they're falling behind. We try to accommodate as much as possible, let them restart, but we have seen students that have not succeeded in and have not graduated. We also have a lot of measures in place to, if somebody falls a little bit behind, we have methods like rollovers, so we let them roll over for 2 weeks back of the program. So we have different methods, but yeah, that's essentially our graduation rate is at 85%.
Okay, yeah, usually not an aptitude reason, as you said. Sometimes life gets in the way, and that's the way it is. Why don't we? This is an interesting question. Someone asked, whom are competitors to Lighthouse Labs, and why does Lighthouse Labs stand out as a top learning provider? So sure. You don't have to say competitors if you don't want to, but that's the question. It's a fair question. Yeah. Why Lighthouse Labs and why not someone else?
Yeah, sure. So I think we've been around, we are one of the first boot camps in Canada. We've been around, as I said, almost for 10 years. We've had great success in launching careers of over 40,000 people across Canada. And we have a lot of experience doing that. And I think what sets our program apart is few things. We are very personalized in our learning. So we have a lot of measures throughout the program to make sure that, you know, I don't think I touched on if you need extra accommodations, if there is something that, you know, you have a specific learning style, that we really tailor the program to make sure, and everything around the program, our career services and whatnot, to make sure that the experience is tailored for you. So I think I've been doing a lot of research around boot camps in Canada. As I said, I been in this industry for a long time. I haven't seen this degree of personalization of the experience. I think too, our mentorship model and support. So we have mentors pretty much all day, every day, supporting our students. And those are a community of developers that essentially working for us, mostly part-time. As you do your work, you always have somebody to ask a question to. So we constantly, and we've had that since day one. At the time, people thought we were crazy for offering that much mentorship. But the reason being is because we believe that students should have the support to be able to ask questions, do tech interviews, really, really learn with somebody from industry, and to also be immersed within the web development community, within the data science community. So by having lots of different mentors, really be there throughout the hands-on part, which is the majority of the day, that's a key differentiating point for us. And then our career services. Our career services, you've seen the outcome. We'll publish another report. We've published reports since pretty much 3 months into starting. It's hands-on, it's supportive, and it's for a lifetime.
Thank you, Topaz. Amr has a question. This has hopefully somewhat, you must have your ear to the ground in terms of the labor market, Topaz. So Amr asks or states that he's a data center infrastructure engineer. Mm-hmm. And in your opinion, are there companies looking for profiles like his? Once again, he's a data center infrastructure engineer. I see that data, is becoming more prominent in the labor market the past few years. So what are your takes?
Yeah, 100%. So, Omar, I'm going to take your name after, because I can connect you with our career services that will give you more specific data about roles. The truth is that I'm not as connected for specific roles to tell you exactly what demand look like, but we do have our career services that can help with that and kind of give you, especially if you're a newcomer to Canada or are thinking about, we can make sure that we get you into a chat and talk specifically about the types of roles that you're looking for. But what I would say is you've seen our outcomes when it comes to data in general. What we are seeing is that there's so many varieties in roles within data, way more segmented than any of our other programs. And we are seeing big demand for those positions. So our grads, I think there was like 16 different roles on the slide. So I don't know specifically about your role, that's the truth, but I do know that we are seeing lots of demand for data roles in general. And that I think what those would look like also changes all the time when it comes to data, because I said, we're still seeing a lot of fragmented industry when it comes to data and the types of roles that are available in Canada. So I can make sure to connect you to our career services for your particular situation. But what I could say is based on the reports, and as I said, we're just about to release our 2022 one, we see a big demand for data roles as a whole.
So that's a good answer and good point, that there's so many roles out there and there's different types of people. So my point is that Amr is already a data center infrastructure engineer. Mm-hmm. So once he connects with the Lighthouse team, we'll know if he's more well suited for a data science bootcamp program. But so my question is sort of the difference between, because data getting into everything these days, what some of those professions, such as a business analyst or a junior data analyst, are those the types of roles that maybe someone might be getting their foot in the door in terms of data through a Lighthouse Labs program? And is it possible for someone to get into, or once again, what are the for someone pivoting, let's say, from a previous area of expertise, will they be getting in more into a business analyst or junior analyst role rather than a data scientist role?
Sure. That's a great question because we actually just launched a shorter version of a data program, which is called data analytics. So for example, if you're interested in more of the data analyst role, business analyst role, we actually have a shorter boot camp. I need to check. I believe it's either 6 or 8 weeks. I'll make sure I get the details, but we just launched it maybe a few weeks ago for those who are looking to get the foot in the door first to more of the data analyst, the analytics role. So let's say if you're like, this is how either this is my end goal or this is how I want to get into the industry, we have a shorter course. Our data science course is a lot more about getting into data science, data engineering, machine learning engineering courses. So I think it just depends on your goal. And this is where our admissions team can help you figure out what the path and what's your end goal. We always ask that in an interview. So depending on what your end goal, what are your life constraints, we can recommend which program makes sense. We also have a data analytics part-time course. So an upskilling course. So let's say you're a marketer and you just want to gain some skills and become, the analyst on your team, or maybe not even become an analyst, but just have those skills. We also have that option. So I think in data, it really depends on what your end goals that we would recommend what program is right fit for you. And maybe the truth is, if you already have the skills, maybe it's none of our programs, which we can also, we can help you navigate that depending on your previous skills and what your end goal after the program.
Good point about the end goal. The end goal, would relate to what program is right for you, and the Lighthouse admissions team can liaise and counsel you on discovering that. So we've talked about post-employment, but Zahira asked a question. So, what is the kind of diploma we get after completing the 30 weeks program? I think that's a good question. And even myself, I was looking at the ICT Boost landing page section of your website. And, I saw some post-secondary educational institutions in partnership, and I didn't fully understand the relationship is sort of what I'm trying to say. So that could be related to the diploma question that Zahira is answering, but we understand there's a diversity of programs, but Zahira specifically talks about the 30 weeks program. I want to make sure Zahira's question is answered. What is the kind of diploma we get after the 30 weeks program? And then myself, I tacked on part 2 of the question, which was what's the relationship between some of the regional educational institutions?
Sure. So I'll start with both of your questions, which is what diploma you get. And I would say, regardless of the program, you will get a Lighthouse Labs diploma. So all of our bootcamp courses, so whether it's the Flex or the immersive courses, all get a Lighthouse Labs diploma at the end. So that's across the board. Now, specifically for our higher education, we have partner programs where we are offering Lighthouse Labs immersive or Flex programs. We have both depending on the institutions available through continuing education institutions across the country. So we have 8 different universities that we've partnered with, and all of those universities, if you go through the program through the university, the course content itself is the same course. There's some specific, might be additional support or something like that from the university. But if you go through the university, you will receive a certificate or micro-credential, depending on the university, in addition to the Lighthouse Labs diploma. So it's kind of complicated answer because every university and continuing education school has a different kind of way that they do certification. But essentially, if you're going through a school program, and those are partner programs through schools, you will get, in addition, a certificate in addition to the Lighthouse Labs diploma. Now, for ICT Boost that I was talking about, currently we had spots available for the program through our own Lighthouse Labs Direct, and then we had spots available through our continuing education institutions. Currently, in terms of availability, all of our remaining spots for ICT Boost currently are through our higher education partner institution. So that's a partner program where you will get a Lighthouse Labs diploma plus a certificate or micro-credential, depending on the school. If you're coming directly to Lighthouse Labs, not through a higher education institution, you will get a Lighthouse Labs diploma.
Okay, that's a great answer. Which we should get to make one thing clear though, and Christina asks, but is Lighthouse Labs the one teaching the programs, or is it with another institution like Coursera or one of the educational institutions? So I don't want anyone to get confused. That's a pretty fair question from Christina.
Yeah. Absolutely. We teach all of our courses, including the university courses. So we actually deliver the courses for universities because universities have realized that the value of immersive education, of bootcamp education, and therefore have expanded their product offering to essentially offer our own bootcamp. So all of our courses by Lighthouse Labs are designed and delivered by us.
Are there, I don't know if you have anything on the top of your head, but knowing we have a diverse audience today, my question is, can you think of and provide an example, a case study, a success story of a person? We've had a pretty general conversation, which is great. There's so much to cover, and there's such a diverse group of friends today. But sometimes it's interesting to hear the story of a specific person, you know, where they're from and what were their challenges and what were their interests and why did they come to you guys and what was the process of their journey and how did it result? I think that would be a long answer, but I think we'd like to hear this case study answer.
Sure. There's so many, but one popped to mind right away because it's timely. So our ICT Boost program, we formally launched it in February, but we've been accepting applicants ahead of it. And our first cohort are our classes, our starting classes. Our first cohort was actually November, and we had a couple that took the course together, which is something that we've seen over the years, not many times, but a husband and wife that came from Iran as refugees and essentially got their started the program and have done really, really, really well. Our education delivery staff have said that they were some of our strongest students they've seen through cybersecurity, have graduated from the programs in February because December we take a little bit of a break. So it's a tiny bit of a longer program, but graduated, used to be teachers, came to Canada to start a new life and a new career. And I believe one of them already found employment. The other one is working with career services very closely. So it's a pretty great story for us to see how an opportunity like ICT Boost can really make a difference in somebody's life, especially a newcomer coming to Canada. Not only to start a new life, but start a new career within the first few months to a year of them joining. So we see a lot of those kind of students through programs like ICT Boost, and we also see a lot of students, different walks of life. We see anything from accountants that become software developers. We've had a lot of poker players, so people really from all walks of life.
Well, that's really cool to hear. Thank you for that. Going back to ICT Boost, because we were touching upon the some slight confusion between diplomas and issuance of diplomas because there's the partner educational institutions. So someone asked the next sort of question, well, can you name some of these reputable partner institutions? It is a pretty relevant question.
Absolutely. So let's see if I can name them all on top of my head. We had the University of Guelph, which actually their program just got full. So no, I think we have actually a few more. University of Guelph, AU Arts in Alberta, McMaster, University of Victoria, Mohawk College, Saskatchewan Polytechnic. We're just about to launch a program with Norquest, also in Alberta. And I'm missing one. Maybe somebody from my crew can answer in the chat. But yes, we have 8 different programs across the country.
However, we should all remember that since the pandemic, delivery of programs has been through online, correct?
Absolutely. The whole delivery is online. What we do through career services is, for example, if somebody for example, taking a program in Alberta, we would ask them where are they seeking employment. Some of it will be irrelevant because a lot of the employments are virtual, but if you want, like we have a lot of employers that are regional, which is why it's really important for us to grow regional ecosystems. And that's what we use our higher education institutions as a partner for as well. They are pillars within their community. So I would say from a delivery perspective of the course, 100% online. When it comes to being embedded in the local community, that's where some of our higher education institutions help us embed in the regional community that they are from, connect us to community organizations, connect us to employers and whatnot. So I would say 100% online, you're right. But for those who are seeking the regional benefits of the community, we also have that.
Do you have that across Canada, or would you say you have that in the regions in which you have the partner institutions?
So I would say our career services has access of employers across Canada. So from employer perspective, we're working all across. Our higher education institutions are helping us cement ourselves more in specific regions that they're in. So probably stronger footprint in communities outside of career services. So when it comes to like community support, events, whatnot, that's where our higher education institutions are definitely helping us with. But when it comes to employer network, we have that across Canada.
Thank you for that. It's good to know. And Canada is a wide place, so it's important that career services and the network is available across Canada. And there's different types of people in Canada: established Canadians, newcomers like the couple from Iran, but we also have a lot of international students. So Zahira asks, if someone was an international student, are they eligible to engage a Lighthouse Lab program, let's say concurrently? Can I come to Lighthouse Labs as an international student? So is there any restriction for international students?
So no restrictions on entering the course whatsoever. I would say the one thing to note as international students is if you do not have a work permit in Canada, and that depends because different international student status might be different, but the way the career services will work with you is based on your work permit availability, because obviously we don't want to put you in front of an employer if you do not have a Canadian work permit, for example. So I would say to take the course, absolutely no restrictions. To work with career services will depend on your employment status when it comes to just if you have a work permit, what that looks like. So that's the only thing that I want to be transparent with international students wanting to make this decision, is you can absolutely take the program. Your ability to work with career services will depend on your employment, I don't know, like eligibility, I guess, in Canada.
Yeah, that makes sense. And that's a good question from Zahira. It's very relevant to international students in Canada. So with that, I'm going to welcome Topaz to have final words. We're running out of time with Topaz Live, but as Topaz mentioned, please visit the Lighthouse Labs booth, whether later today or tomorrow in the National Virtual Career Expo. And I see my old colleague Shweta in the chat function. I'll say hi to Shweta. I haven't spoken to Shweta in like
Shweta, you can't get rid of Shweta.
3 years. So hi, Shweta. And I really thank everyone for joining us, and thank Topaz for joining us. And I certainly welcome Topaz to tell our friends how they can continue the conversation with Topaz or Shweta or the team today and tomorrow or next week, etc. So take it away, please, Topaz.
Sure. Thank you so much, everybody. Those are such great questions and great engagement. I had lots of fun. Please come talk to us at the booth. We have all the links and support that you need to any of the programs we discussed today, and a lot more that we haven't discussed either, because as I said, we are part of a lot of different projects and initiatives. So please come chat with us, and we'll point you to the right direction.
Thank you, Topaz. Have a great day. Good to see you. We'll take a quick commercial break, and then Sha Kwan will take us away soon.
Okay. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Based on our decades' experience serving internationally trained professionals, together with our partners, G-TAC is proud to offer career-focused trainings. The goal of those trainings is to help skilled workers stay abreast of the latest and emerging labor market demands in Canada. Explore career options and the pros and cons. Expand your professional networks and therefore make informed decisions and fast-track your career. Different from academic trainings, there are 3 key features of G-TAC's career-focused trainings that you can benefit from. 1. The trainings are all designed by industry insiders, along with inputs and feedbacks from hiring employers we worked with, and delivered by experienced industry experts. 2. The training contents are focused more on case studies and practical tips and tactics, not on theories. As a result, you can apply the knowledge and information in their job interviews, and quickly and successfully take on tasks when you are newly hired. 3. The trainings are short-term and low-cost, with possibility of job referrals. One-on-one career coaching is available to help you find out career path that can make the most of your experience and passion. Please visit G-TAC's website to find more details. Grow your career, G-TAC can help.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen. Oh my goodness, time flies. So now we're into the final 2 webinar of today's Discover Canada. My colleague Jay is taking a much deserved break, so I'm taking over for our next topic, which is City of Ottawa. And I would like to welcome Noha Fahmy. She will be representing City of Ottawa. For those of you who doesn't know Noha is an outreach and recruitment specialist within the HR programs and planning, finance and corporate services department at City of Ottawa. They're very, very specific, okay? And in this role, Noha is responsible for developing an outreach and recruitment strategy for the City of Ottawa, maintaining and creating new and innovative corporate programs and initiatives aimed at attracting, retaining, and engaging qualified applicants with diverse skills and background. She's also responsible for developing new and enhancing existing community and educational stakeholders relationship to further address the need to attract and retain a skilled, qualified, and representative workforce. So Noha here is to talk about some of the talents that City of Ottawa are currently looking for. And she will also give you a little bit of a general landscape about what are the job market like in Ottawa. So Noha, the mic is yours.
Hi, thank you, Sho. Thank you so much for having me today, and nice to meet you, meeting you all. And today I will be talking about the City of Ottawa and what we can offer for you. And just to, before we start, I would like to say that the doors, all doors for the city, they are open for people, even without Canadian experience. That's the new thing here. So everyone is welcome to come and join. So would you like to share the screen, or should I share my screen?
Hold on a sec here.
Okay.
No, don't worry about it. Here you
Okay.
go. Here it comes.
Okay.
Yeah, we like to keep you in suspense here. Okay. Now, you know how you will have the control, so all you need to do is just put your mouse over the screen.
Okay. Oh,
It works?
maybe
Okay,
yeah.
Okay, good.
Okay, so part of my role is to create the corporate outreach for the city of Ottawa, just like Sho said now, to maintain and to have like new talent, new blood at the city and maintain what do we have. That's why I created the Discover Your Career at the City of Ottawa, or Discover the City of Ottawa as an organization. So usually before I don't know, like usually before we start we recognize that Ottawa is located on unceded territory of the Algonquin and Anishinaabe Nation. We extend our respect to all First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people for their valuable past and present contributions to this land. We also recognize and respect the culture diversity that First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people bring to the city of Ottawa. Le peuple de cette nation occupe ce territoire depuis des millénaires. Sa culture et sa présence l'ont imprégné et l'imprègnent encore. This is how we all start our meetings at the city of Ottawa, just to recognize the effort and where we are located. So today, I'm sorry, just like I'm so bad in this. Okay. So today I will focus with why work with for the city of Ottawa, the culture benefits at the city, and what you need to know in order to be part of this organization. I'm sorry, Sho, but I'm really so bad in this. I'm really doing my best.
No problem. Hold on a sec here. I tell you what. I'm gonna help you out. Give me 2 seconds here.
Okay. Can you take control? Like that will be like great for me. So
Okay, hold on a sec here.
Okay.
G-TAC host, can you please let me have control? Just give me 2 seconds here, okay? And so I can share my screen. Is
You can control
G-TAC...
right now. You can control. So you can control.
Okay, thank you. No, I cannot share my screen.
Perfect.
Okay, good. Thank you.
So I will only talk.
Okay, give me 2 seconds here. And I'm gonna go like this. Okay, so do you see that?
Yes.
No? Okay,
Yeah,
good.
I see it. So
I'm gonna change slides and you talk about
Okay.
this. Now we're gonna get at this screen. Yes.
yeah, so okay, so let's start why work with the city of Ottawa. Next slide, please. Okay, so usually when I talk about the city of Ottawa, we have to know where we are located, and some facts about the city of Ottawa. It's the capital of Canada. Ottawa is the 4th largest city by population. Only Toronto, Montreal, and Calgary are larger than Ottawa. Our population is over 1 million people. Our city is growing at a faster rate than Ontario or Canada as a whole. We are also unique in that 92% of Ottawa is rural, and we have more farmland than all 5 of the major cities in Canada combined. This is important because it presents us with different issues to deal with than areas that are most urban, such as providing emergency services to such a large area. With Ottawa being the capital of Canada, there is more focus on us than other municipalities in Canada. A special feature of the region is that both English and French are widely spoken and reflected in the city culture and commerce. Next, please. So I would like you to imagine, like in any city, whatever, like whenever you are now, you can imagine like how many services are provided. So our city, the city of Ottawa, focus on providing services excellent to our residents. City service span a wide range of activities and encompasses services that each of us and of you use each and every day, such as transit, sidewalk maintenance, garbage, recycling, emergency services, urban planning, long-term care, parks and recreation, social services, art, heritage, and public health. The city has over than 17,000 full and part-time employees. Resident can receive services by calling 311 or visiting our client service center or online at ottawa.ca. The mayor is the head of council and is elected citywide. He joined on the council by 24 yard councillors, and council is elected for 4-year term. We just had like a new council, mayor this year. Sorry?
No, excuse me. I just
problem.
sneezing. Yeah.
Okay, so the city has more than 110 lines of business, and some of our employees are federally regulated, like transit and some in finance. Okay. Next, please.
Noha, this is the right slide, right?
It's okay.
Hold on 2 seconds here.
It's okay. It's
Give
okay.
me 2 seconds. No, it's okay. I know I there. Give me 2 seconds here.
No problem.
Yeah. Sorry. My fault. My bad. Okay. There you go. Now, sorry, I got too many slides in my folder here, and I probably pulled the wrong one.
It's okay. They are
almost
good. Yeah. So
the quizzes, yeah, and then
yeah, so just like this is for you, like for the participant, he's like just like to think about the number of departments we have and the number of jobs available for them. Like anyone, like 8 a.m. wake up, brush like your teeth, like you have like tap water, delicious. So which department are you using? Like as you can see here, like I will give the answer because of the timing. We use like infrastructure, water services. You go to if you go like a little bit like down show, you will see like other questions. Yeah, so going to work like at 9 or 7 a.m. depends on you. What are you going to use? So you can see here we can use like transit service department because we are using like buses. We can use the public works department because we are using roads, parking. So each activity we do, we can use more than one service. Going to the gym, like you can use our facilities like recreation, parking, buses, road. So you can drop off your kids in our daycare. So we as I said, like we can use like more than one service, one department, like in 2 minutes. That's the reason behind this exercise.
Okay.
Yeah. So we talked about this, and then we talked about our services.
Yeah, the service. We're gonna go there, and then now we talk about this.
Yeah.
Okay. Now we're gonna get to the next one.
Yes, now this is the part I like it or I love it because why choose the city of Ottawa? So you have to choose the city of Ottawa because Ottawa has consistently been named top employers in the National Capital Region, and we are top diversity employer, and we won that several years in a row as well. We have active living clubs or on-site gyms that are available at many of our city offices. We offer competitive compensation. Continuous full-time employees are eligible for enrollment in the group benefits plan, which includes medical, dental, vision, life insurance. As a bilingual corporation, second language training is available in English and in French. We are involving our Future of Work initiative to provide flexible work and arrangement and hybrid environment. But again, it depends on the job because like Ottawa Public Health, they never stayed home. I work from home, so it depends really on the job. There are wealth of opportunities for learning development to support your career growth. We have a learning center for our city employees. The city puts our employees first and offer many opportunities for career progression. So you can move from department to another department easily, like without any problem, and with your manager support as well. Many positions are unionized, providing the benefit of union negotiation for things like vacation leave, sick leave. We have 13 unions, so the city offers a very broad diversity of jobs that allows for career growth. Membership with one of the biggest pension organization in the world, OMERS. This is like for retirement. Employee and Family Assistance Program provides employees and their family with immediate and confidential support if needed to help resolve work, health, and life challenges in general. So this is some of the benefits why you have to choose to come and join the city. Second, please. So like this is like if you would like, you can like scan this barcodes. You will see all our jobs. They are in our website. I really encourage all of you to go and check what where would you like to be, and just like please apply. So we accept external candidates. I'm external from the city. I joined, and now I'm one of these employees. So I joined as a in a contract base. So please check our opportunities. We have now from my top of hat, we have like at least 2 or 3 job posting for analyst, HR analyst, transit they need analyst. So this is on top of my hat. We have the bus operator recruitment campaign. We have customer service campaign again with transit. For international student, we have summer student, we have co-op student. It's just like if you have your permit, you are more than welcome and join the city. I can go next because we still have time. So do you have any question on this, or can I go?
Let's continue, and then we'll get to the question after that, okay?
Okay, perfect. So after that, it will be like, I really encourage you to create an online profile. How to create an online profile? You can go to our website, ottawa.ca. You can go next, like yeah. So the online profile, it's this is really your resume, but anytime you are applying for a job, please tailor your resume. Don't touch the profile. Put everything in your profile, but tailor your resume and your cover letter just to make sure that you are answering all requirements needed from the hiring manager. Sign up for job alerts because we have everyday job alerts. You can apply for more than 1, 2, 3 unlimited jobs as much as you can. So you can build, save, and modify your personal job applications. You can track the progress of your job applications. And once you are called for an interview, you can review and accept your job offer in this profile. So it's really important to have a personal profile on Ottawa.ca. Next, please. So how to create? Go to our Ottawa.ca, create an account. Here, just like you can click, create an account, and then to create a profile. And also for those that already have a profile, you need to select login or manage profile, because I know sometimes we have profile. So just like you can create you can create yours. Next, please. Okay, so this is the login screen, which you need to use to register your profile. Login. Any issues with your username or password, you can call the HR service center hotline. And then they can help you go through this this part of creating, or if you have any problem, you forgot your password, they can help you. So please write down your username and password because not to forget it. So please don't forget to accept the privacy statement in order to continue with this profile. On this page, you will need to fill out all fields. Once filled out, you can create your profile and your resume. So you have really to fill everything. If you click on this profile, you will expand all documents. So you have to put all your documents. You have your profile information, the privacy, all job applied, where did you apply, saved application from the past. You have to add your work experience. If you did any volunteer or community involvement, it's important to add it. Former education outside Canada and inside Canada, if you have any, or if something it's still in progress, please put it. Any designation, professional membership, other training, language proficiency. So we welcome English, French, and other languages as well, because the reason behind the diversity part is because we are serving Ottawa community, so we need really to reflect our employees, to reflect what people, our community we are serving. So this is the just like I'm not sure show if we would like to go through all this part. This is a very straightforward how to create the profile. I rather go with questions.
Okay.
Yeah.
Diversity questions.
Yeah, diversity question, so important because we have quota and we have to have certain percentage on diversity. Means don't be shy of your from where you are. You have to be proud of your origin. Please check the diversity. It gives sometimes it gives priority to come and join the city. Okay. So yeah, this is the diversity questions. Yeah. Yeah, that's yeah. So I just took a screenshot from the profile. Work experience, put everything, please.
Community and volunteer involvement. Wow.
Yeah, this is important because yeah, we appreciate our volunteers, like the community involvement. It's so important. It's not. I know it's not counted as experience, but it shows that this person can do something, you know. And especially in Canada, like community is so important. Yeah, this is the formal education and designation, professional membership, and other training. Again, I'm repeating myself. Even if it's outside Canada, please add it here. And language. And then you will see a lot of, on your left hand, you can see like all languages, they are here. So we really do appreciate the diversity. Yeah. And don't forget to save. We don't want to lose your what you have done.
It's safe,
and
yes.
Yeah, can you go back just a sec, Show? If you see on your right hand, if you see this exclamation mark, so means that there is something missing in your profile. So you have to go back and fill it out again.
Okay.
And then once you create it, you can view jobs and then just like apply as much as you can. This date is the date when the job posting is posted, not the end date of the job posting. And then apply now. And then you can see the application closing date. Each application has a closing date.
Yeah. Well, let's get to the question right now, because some people, if they apply for several positions, we all say that, oh, you need to have a customized resume for each position. But we already uploaded a resume in the profile page. And say if I apply for 2 different jobs where it's 2 very different requirements, where I have 2 actually very customized resume, how do I make sure the right resume is applied to the job?
Yeah, so make sure to add on, like when you save your resume, put your name, and then beside the requisition or the name of the like the title of the position, just to make sure that the hiring manager goes and check this this resume, just to make sure that this is the right resume for this job. Because sometimes we have project manager, like project management in IT, project management in other, like you can see like people, they have the requirement for more than one job. So they have like to explain how they are a good fit for this job, you know, with the skills and transferable skills and everything.
Okay. And I noticed that you put a red arrow for application close, say March 24, 20, like those are what? As when you say March 24th, as of 11:59 p.m.
11:59 p.m. Yes, midnight.
Okay.
Yeah.
Eastern time.
Eastern time.
Okay.
So, but don't wait till the end. So once you, because sometimes, and this is like I receive a lot of phone calls saying, I have everything ready, but I have a problem on my Wi-Fi. I have glitch on my, you know, like we cannot relate really on technology sometimes. So just like give yourself like time to apply on the right time, not at the end.
Okay, good. And then applying for position, just look at the various
so you
description.
have description, the job summary, what would you like to need to know. Now we have to, like for the language requirement, here, for example, for this position, it's really various language requirement, like means like location. Some location they require English only, some location require English, French, some location they are looking for only French, like in the East End. So it depends really on the jobs. Some other they are English only. Other position they should be bilingual, like designated position. When you see designated position, means you have to be bilingual. So designated position, you have to be bilingual. Day one ready. But we are not like federal. We have a lot of positions are not bilingual. I could say like 50% or more are not bilingual.
Yeah. And this is something very important. Please save a copy of the job poster. Once the closing day has passed, it will no longer be available. This is very, very important, right?
Yeah, but if you are called for an interview, if you go down the page show, please, you can see here, this is the end.
Yeah, this is the end.
Okay, maybe on the front page of ottawa.ca, if anyone is called for an interview, call HR Service Center. It's on my my presentation as well, and ask for the job description for the job. You have the right to check the job description before your interview. So, and then you have the right to review, prepare your interview. Once you are in the interview, they will give you the questions. You will prepare the question for 15 minutes before you go to the panel. And some positions require some exam or presentation. It depends on, again, on the position.
Yeah, there you go. There's my answer. If you apply for a position where you have a customized resume, you can actually upload it here, right? And a cover letter.
Yes.
But I have a question for you. I mean, we're gonna do this as we go. Okay, is that okay, Noha?
Yeah,
we're gonna change a little bit here. So
yes, please.
A lot of the career counselor says it's better to have, if you're gonna write a cover letter, make sure the cover letter and the resume is in one file and you send it out. So if that's the case, whereas here you have cover letter and you have resume separately, right? So if somebody already had the cover letter incorporated into the resume and turn it into one file PDF,
it's okay.
Should they attach to both of these?
Attached, yes. Yeah, just to make sure that when the hiring manager click open, they can see it.
Okay. Perfect. Okay, so that's good. Now I'll go on. I still have a few more questions, but let's go on. Job specific information.
So you have to be legally eligible to work in Canada, work permit, refugee, permanent resident, Canadian citizen. This is so important. Yeah.
Okay.
Just one thing, we don't help people coming from abroad to have their work permit. They have to come with their work permit.
Work permit. Okay.
Yeah.
And then you submit, right?
Yes.
And once you submit it, then there's
you can see all jobs you applied. Like you have applied before. So for this one, I took like a random profile. So this one, applied for 5 different positions.
Okay. And save application.
So saved application means this application still the applicant is still working on it. He didn't submit it. So we can start an application today and then tomorrow, okay, so I need to work on it. And then till I submit it. So it's saved means it's not submitted yet.
Okay, good. So what I'm gonna do is we're done with the presentation, so I'm gonna stop
You know
right
what?
now.
Like you know what, Show? What you can do is like go up on the presentation till till you can see the barcode and the HR service
the
center.
QR code.
Yeah.
Okay, bear with me, ladies and
Yeah.
gentlemen. I'm
No
gonna do a slide by slide because this is we want to do this properly here. So we just give you it's coming up. Come in. Nice presentation, by the way.
Thank you.
Great job. There we
Yes.
go. This is the one. Yes.
Yeah, and this is the HR service center. If anyone has any questions, like feel free, please, to call them or send them an email.
Okay, perfect. So, ladies and gentlemen, please, trying to scan the QR code right now if you can. Of course, if you're eligible to apply to City of Ottawa, it's definitely a great place to work. It is the national capital of Canada. So there's lots of parks, lots of outdoor, lots of good family environment, very low crime rate. I mean, this is I think City of Ottawa is probably one of the nicest city to live in. You know,
Welcoming. It's a welcoming environment, and I would like to add something about the City of Ottawa as an organization. We don't require oh my God, I forgot the name. The security clearance.
Oh, you don't need. Oh, yeah.
No security clearance.
Okay, good. That means, say, if you're a newcomer,
it's easy to apply.
Exactly. If you're a newcomer, you can apply right away. You don't need to worry. Not like the federal government where you need to have the security clearance. Sometimes it requires that you live in Canada for 3 years or 5 years, right?
5 years. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So what I'm going to do is I have to stop sharing, otherwise I cannot see the questions.
Okay, no problem.
So I'm going to stop sharing right now, but we can go back to the QR code later. So, well, thank you very much, Noha, for this wonderful presentation. So I'm going to get to the questions, but before I get to the question, I am going to ask you something. Okay, this is not what I want to see. I'm going to full screen here. Yeah, this is what I want. Good. Okay, perfect. So, no, there's a question that says that these seminars are for people that want to move to Canada, but this session is only for people in Canada with work permit. That's good. That is true. But let me also tell you something is, if you're currently, say for example, you're currently in Egypt, just as an example, and you want to come to Canada. For those of you who doesn't know, Canada is the second largest country in the world in terms of geographic area. So yes, a simple sentence is, yes, I want to come to Canada, but where? You know, you, depending on your profession, you want to go to a place, depends on what you want, right? You want to go to a place where you want to be happy with, for yourself, for your family. What is happiness? Happiness could be where there's a job, where there's actually industry that will require your expertise, or if it's family lifestyle, you want something very quiet, or you want something very it depends. You want somewhere that's near the ocean, right? Or somewhere near the mountain. So it depends on what you want. Canada has got them all. So yes, it is for people in Canada to understand, but also for people like Atuemi, is while you're thinking about coming to Canada, learning all about various jobs across Canada will help you. The more the knowledge is power, the more you know about the labor market information, the more you know about the various parts of country that the standard of living or quality of life, it will help you decide where you want to go. I mean, Noha, is there anything I need to add? If somebody that's sitting in Egypt right now, thinking about come to Canada, what else do they need to? I mean, these webinar is good for them, right?
Yeah, it's just like to think. So first, like they are like all of you are lucky to have these webinars. So before I came from like to Canada from Egypt, I just like came, but my like I came to Canada, but I chose like Ottawa because I'm francophone, and so kind of like Ottawa, it's a bilingual city. So it really depends on where would you like to live. So like for the francophone, pure francophone, and then you don't want really to learn English, go to Quebec, New Brunswick, maybe. I'm not sure, but like here it's I'm talking about the city. I love the city of Ottawa. I feel safe. I don't know. What should I say, Show? Because it's like it's where you can find a good job and good housing system. Yeah, each part of Canada it's unique. I say so.
Absolutely. Like Noha family. Has anybody, have you ever felt discriminated? People will look at you, oh, no, have you ever felt discriminated in Ottawa?
No. No one can.
Absolutely not. No. I mean, people will treat Noha like Noha. They will not look at it like, oh, you're immigrant or you're not, absolutely not. In fact, one of the largest population, ethnic population is Arabic, right? In Ottawa.
Yeah. And then and just like I would like to say something because I can see like a lot of like some question in French for francophone participant today. Just like look at me, I'm francophone, pure francophone. Before coming to Canada, like I came with zero English, like absolutely zero English. Like all my life is in French. So make sure to start your English learning. It's important here. French is important, but English is like this is the even if we say it's a bilingual country or cities or like English is a must.
Well, of course, I mean, if you go to Quebec, right across the river, that's another beauty about Ottawa is you literally go across the river, it's entirely in French.
Yeah.
Right.
But again, like English is always like an add value, right? So.
Yeah. So here's the thing. Here's a question from Akantia. He says, would you be able to give some tips on how to stand out as a candidate? He or she is a PR here. So would you give any tips on how to stand out as a candidate?
Like during the interview or in the application?
I guess in the application, yes.
So in the application, like you have to add all your experience. Don't downgrade yourself. Even if you are applying for customer service, like entry level, put everything in this application. They will select people based on their experience, right? It's not you are overqualified. Don't listen to people about, okay, so don't put everything, don't add your qualification, don't add your experience. No, you have to add your experience. Answer the questionnaires related to the job posting, because this is the first screening tools the staffing officer is using, the questionnaire. How many years of experience, like languages, like please don't forget to answer these questionnaires. Like yeah. And if you are called for an interview, make sure to prepare your interview based on the job description. Each part of the job description, you have to prepare the star, like situations with examples. What result did you had at the end? and so on. So this is the yeah, this is how it works.
Okay. There's a question. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen, because I was handling the slides, so I didn't get to see some of the questions. So I'm going through the question, not in a particular order. So if I didn't get to your question, just please be patient with me. Here's a question from James. With a great interest, I have joined late. I'm interested in heavy equipment operator and a truck driver as well. With highest interest and very ready to start at any time. Kindly assist whenever you can. Thanks in advance. Now, a heavy equipment operator or truck driver, I'm sure you'll be good as a bus driver, no? No?
Yes, bus driver, and we are looking for heavy equipment operator. So I'm not sure if he's like permanent resident, like, or can he, I don't know, like legally.
Yes.
Yes. So if yes, so can we so I'm not sure, like, Show, can you send me his name? I need to be in contact with him.
Okay.
Do you have your TZ license?
I'm not sure. So James, are you able to put your email? Do you feel comfortable put your email in the chat box so that Snoha can see? So she will be in touch with you. Okay. That's number one. And number two is so yeah, I guess all the jobs spoken, all the jobs that you mentioned today from city of Ottawa is for people that's in Ottawa, in Canada, right? Not for those of you who's hoping to immigrate to Ottawa and get a sponsorship.
No,
Okay.
no, we don't do sponsorship. No.
Yeah. So for all the people that's looking for sponsorship, they are City of Ottawa is a government agency. There's private sectors, especially Ottawa's Ottawa, basically the two main industry, the government and the high tech. High tech are very, very big on sponsorship. They are looking for some of the best talents around the world, and they will pay very good, and they will sponsor you. So go to our VCE booth and talk to some of the IT companies. Okay. Here's a question I want to ask you is it's from Hannah. This is a question for Hannah. I guess it's a comment. I am moving to Ottawa in September as a permanent resident with my family. I'm a GP. I'm a general practitioner, a family doctor, and I have some doubts about living there, especially finding a job. So for somebody who's going to immigrate to in Ottawa in September, who is currently working as a family doctor, I kind of have some doubts about living here, especially finding a job here.
I'm not sure about this specific job as family doctors, but I really don't have answer for this.
Yes, I do, but I want to see if you have any opinion before I give my reply.
Like if he has, like, he's a family doctor, he is, like, if he is a family doctor, we have a lot of like, he can work as a family doctor. If not, there is bridging programs or like career alternative to his medicine. I don't know, like, it's yours, Shaw.
Yes, no, how you're absolutely correct. There are so many there are so many agencies here that can help you in terms of career transition. If you want to practice as a medical doctor, you have to consult with the Canadian Medical Association in terms of what you need. For what I know, I don't know where you train, where are you licensed. If it's within certain countries such as Australia, UK, France, or the US, there is a certain kind of bilateral agreement. I know that that might give you some advantage, but other countries in general is you probably have to go through the Canadian Medical Association. There's a whole process. Chances are it's a very lengthy process. anywhere from 5 to 7 years for you to get your license here in Canada before you can work as a GP here in Canada. Okay, so it's a very lengthy process. Is it doable? Yes, it's doable. Has it happened before? Yes, I have known people that have got that. So that's all done. I've known people that was doctor in their country. More specifically, I have known someone who was a doctor in China, but come to Canada, and after 6.5 years, they finally got her doctor license here in Canada as well. So it's possible, but it's a very lengthy. But Noha said earlier is there's other agencies that can help you, like in terms of using your medical knowledge, work in other field that's available. Okay, so this is a very lengthy answer to you, but obviously in consideration of time here, we cannot go through all the process with you. So okay, at the city of Ottawa, what are the steps with the invoice? So once I click submit, what are the steps involved, especially in interviews? How many rounds of interviews? How long does it take from start to finish?
Usually it's only one round, but again, it depends on the position. Some position they only do interviews. Some other position they do interview and written exam. Other they do interviews and then they ask for presentation to be done in front of the panelists. So it really depends, but usually it's only one round. Only the bus operator. It's different because bus operator, once they are in after the first interview, like the personal interview, they go through training, and after this training, they can be hired or not. So the bus operator, it's different, but usually it's only one. Like very rare, it's two.
Noah, if you have a pen and a paper, go to the chat box because James actually listed his email there for you.
Okay. Yeah, sure. Thank you.
So where can newcomers to Ottawa find help with settlement and employment?
I'm sorry, again, sorry.
Where can newcomers in Ottawa find help with settlement and employment?
So with the city of Ottawa, we have the Community Social Service. They have, so if you go and check ottawa.ca, and then you can see Community Social Service Department, they can help on settlement, and then they can help on employment as well. That's one. The second, we have a lot of settlement other than the city of Ottawa. We have, can I name some of them, Joe, or?
I tell you what, you're gonna be in the Ottawa booth after today's, right? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, Noha will be in the city of Ottawa booth after this presentation. By all means, go to the city of Ottawa booth because there is one more presentation after this. But after that, you can go to city of Ottawa booth and chat with Noha. She can give you more answers. But we already list the website for the person to think. Okay. Now, some people say in Ottawa, Vanier, Lower Town, Orleans neighborhood, which one is good for French-speaking immigrants to settle in Ottawa?
It's Vanier.
Vanier. Okay, good.
But and Orleans, sometimes I don't know, and it depends on like how much are you willing to pay, because it's a huge difference for renting or buying. So yeah.
Okay. Here's a question from Oladapo. How to access the booth? Yes, you need to register with the G-TAC VCE 13. So you need to go register now. Once you register, you will give the instruction how to access the booth. Once you're in the booth, you can talk to various employers, not just Noha, City of Ottawa. You can talk to all the other employers there. Okay. So Oladapo, yeah.
Yeah, I would like to add something because I believe like people, they are confused a little bit. So I'm presenting the city of Ottawa as an employer. So not as a city, you know what I mean? Like, so as an employer, we have engineering, we have accounting, we have finance people, we have admin people, you have, you know what I mean? Like it's an organization. So answering questions about like where to stay at the city, I'm not sure if I'm the right person to answer.
Okay. Yeah, so someone is trying to register for accounting training class, but their banking system does not allow them to transfer to buy dollars and send to Canada. Well, Sissy, I don't know what to say. I'm not a finance person. I don't know. Do you have any idea if somebody want to enroll in our course and pay in Canadian dollars, but they're having trouble convert that in their country?
Yeah, if you have any friends, common friends, I don't know, family, so they can pay for you and then you can pay for them, because sometimes we don't accept external credit card or Visa. Or you can call the school and make a money transfer to them directly from bank to bank. So it's an idea.
Okay. So to Oladapo, I just put down it's https //g-tac-expo.com. Go there and register. And once you register, you go in there, click on City of Ottawa booth, and Noha will be there from 3 to 4 p.m. Eastern time. Okay. Thank you, Noha. They really appreciate your presentation. Now they're going to check. They're going to check the career page. So somebody wrote in Arabic, I think. Noha, can you read it?
Let me check. I don't see it.
It's in the chat box.
Yeah, but we have only 15. Hi all, thank you.
At 2:54 p.m. The chat box, not the
2:54?
You cannot see it? Yeah.
No. So
not,
the last one I can see is James.
Okay.
And then after it's Benny. Hello, can I get a job in Canada? This is the last one I have.
Okay, that's fine.
Thank you so much. And
yeah. So our time is up. So Noha, I want to give you 30 seconds. I want you to be creative with your closing statement. You can add English, you can add French, you can add Arabic, you can add Mandarin, whatever.
Mandarin. This is my. I will leave you like the subtitle. I will speak, and then you do the subtitle. Yes.
30 seconds to close today's presentation.
Just like for people who are looking to move to Canada, just do it. It's a nice country to live. Kids, they will be happy. Family, we are all happy really here. So wherever you go in Canada, just make sure that you are well settled with jobs. Once you have a job and looking for a job, looking for a job in Canada, it's not an easy path. It's a full-time job. So you have to be really focused on, I'm good. Don't downgrade yourself with your qualification. We left our country to be good, appreciated here in Canada. We didn't come to work. I'm not against any Tim Hortons. I'm not against Walmart, but we didn't move from our country to be in Walmart. Sorry about that, but this is the reality. Maybe it's a transition. Just make sure that, and then ask questions as much as you can before you come. And you are lucky because you have a lot of settlement agency who can help you. It wasn't the case before. So thank you so much, Sho, for that. Nice to meet you. And then, yes, now I can see the Arabic. كيف يمكنني? I don't know. Okay, and then I will be in the City of Ottawa booth, and I'm happy to answer all your questions. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you all. Thank you, Noha. And then I'm going to sign off now, so my colleague Jay can take over. And stay tuned. Within a few minutes, the tourism HR Canada will do the presentation. So thank you all, and
Thank
Jay
you.
will take over shortly. Okay, bye.
Bye.
Getting 300 million tons of freight to market and powering the economic growth of a nation, that takes a lot. It takes fortitude and focus, a strong footprint, and a commitment to reducing it. It takes partnerships, communities, collaboration. It takes a vision and care for one another. It takes all of us together into the future.
Technical professionals should give consideration to Cognizant because ultimately we're about business solutions and technology serves as the enabler for that business solution. Cognizant associates can very quickly move from individual contributor to team lead to manager all the way up to strategist. We have various team outings to reward individuals who have contributed to the growth of the company. Cognizant has an employee referral program that incentivizes our associates to refer friends and family members to the company as we grow. At Cognizant, the core product that we go to market with is the knowledge base of our associates.
Cognizant Career Architecture offers amazing opportunities to our employees to choose from a career path of their liking. Cognizant Academy, which is our virtual university, works with associates to design training programs that best suit them and their needs. Cognizant is an excellent example of being a melting pot of diverse cultures, ethnicities, and backgrounds. We continue to integrate diversity and inclusion into the very fabric of our culture. Inclusive workplace is what makes diverse workforce feel empowered and part of the organization. Our diverse teams are spread across geographies and time zones, and that'll give you an instant feel that you're working for a global giant.
What makes somebody successful at Cognizant? This is a question oftentimes people do ask, and having been in Cognizant for 13 plus years, I would definitely say that we call that a Cognizant DNA. For instance, somebody who goes above and beyond, somebody who's honest, loyal, who's got integrity, accountability, works collaboratively, works with people, shares, helps people. These are definitely some of the traits that make somebody successful in Cognizant.
Thank you everyone for waiting while we had a quick commercial break there. I think the last Cognizant woman was dubbed. That was pretty funny. I don't know if anyone noticed that. It's pretty interesting. But they have many roles to convey at the G-TAC National Virtual Career Expo. Thousands of roles across Canada. And we're also going to now dig in deeper into a specific sector, the tourism sector, and we'll be joined by the by Tourism HR Canada. And I expect that we'll dig into the opportunities in the sector and for the employment opportunities to be diverse. There will be different types of practitioners, roles, opportunities, and Tourism HR Canada is a national organization in terms of scope, but we'll hear from Isabelle and Jasmine. So we're welcomed by Isabelle Debron, Vice President of Labor Market Intelligence, and Jasmine Chi, Senior Manager, Product Development and Innovation. So good afternoon to both of you. And I see, Jasmine and Isabelle, that you are muted. You are welcome to unmute yourself, because we really look forward to hearing what Tourism HR Canada has to offer in terms of employment support, but we also understand that you certainly advocate for the member organizations in your industry across Canada. But both of you will be conveying that, not myself, So on behalf of myself, we certainly thank you for your time today. And for all our friends joining, whether you're currently in Canada or whether you're a future Canadian, expectations for the next 1 hour will be Isabel and Jasmine sharing what their organization does and where the opportunities are in the tourism sector and how you can further educate yourself as to accelerating your career in the sector. And then when it's time for a question and answer period, you'll be able to further ask questions direct to Jasmine and Isabel through the chat function. So enough from me. Jasmine, will you be speaking first or Isabel? Regardless, you two decide. You can take it away, Jasmine. Isabel, thank you very much.
Okay,
Thank you,
yeah,
Jay.
thank you.
So I guess I will be speaking first. Can we have the presentation shared on the screen?
Yes, absolutely. If my colleague who's off camera can please bring up the slide, and we'll give control of the PowerPoint to Isabel first. So I'll stick around until we make sure we're smooth and ready to go. I said smooth, and I could have said smooth sailing because we have a big cruise ship on the landing page here. So we'll make sure Isabel has control, and Isabel, just try and click to the next slide whenever you're ready, just to make sure you have control before I take a break.
Yes, I'm not sure I have control on it. Hold on.
Once again, I'll remind my colleague to give Isabel control. And sometimes Isabel, it seems the keyboard sometimes is a good way to check instead of the mouse, but up to you.
I have a pass the control to Isabel already.
Okay,
So
cannot, or you can.
yeah, he right now he has the authority to control the slides. She has.
She does. So yeah, perhaps she could click with the cursor to.
Please click the mouse and
activate
roll your mouse. Maybe click your mouse first. On the click mouse.
Yes. Okay. So that seems to work now. Perfect. So hello and welcome to this webinar on career opportunities in tourism in Canada. So first, a quick introduction. My name is Isabelle de Bruyn. I am Vice President for Labor Market Intelligence at Tourism HR Canada, and I'm joined today by Jasmine Kui, Senior Manager at Program Development and Innovation. So we will be talking about several ways of knowing a little more about the tourism labor market in Canada. Tourism HR Canada's mandate is to help build a resilient, competitive, and inclusive workforce. And for 30 years, we've worked with partners across Canada, including government, businesses, educators, and associations to support all aspects of the workforce, including sharing information on all the incredible work opportunities that exist right across the country. So the tourism industry offers a very wide range of job and career opportunities, as well as a lot of flexibility. Whether you're working as an employee or running your own business, tourism is really an industry that will allow you to follow your passion. And this is our best value proposition. So as you probably know, in pre-pandemic period, more than 2 million people were working in tourism in Canada in 2019, or 1 in 10 workers, which is quite a lot. Tourism is a major economic force in the country. It's the 5th largest sector and is largely composed of small and medium-sized businesses. Despite job losses during the pandemic, employment is expected to return to its level by 2023. Many job and career opportunities will be increasingly available. The tourism sector is diverse and offers more than 400 types of occupations in 5 industry groups. The accommodations and food and beverage services industry are likely to be the best known and where we find a majority of the jobs in the sector. But there's also a broad range of options in recreation and entertainment or transportation, for example. Travel services are not to be neglected, especially since the resumption of international travel, as the increasing complexity of travel strongly encourage the use of travel agents. In this area, digital skills are likely to become increasingly critical to the industry's recovery as customer expectations for online services and interactions rise in tandem. While we look at these 5 different industries, there's a lot of overlap, like a restaurant and a hotel or a tour operator that owns its own buses, for example. There's also lots of jobs that can shift from one industry to the other, like a social media manager or human resource director can work in any of these 5 industries. So first, the accommodations industry is very diverse and allows for the development of many skills, whether in a urban or rural setting. There's opportunities to work in a ski resort, as well as a luxury hotel, and at all skills levels, either in contact with the public or behind the scenes. Many make a career out of working in the same establishment or hotel chain, for example, for the front, starting at the front desk to become the manager of the establishment. And in the accommodations industry, new opportunities are emerging due to the need for employees to transfer their learning to multiple positions. And the dynamic rethinking of operational requirements and service products that can be offered throughout the year. So there's a lot of ongoing new opportunities for new skills. Looking at some specific example, the accommodation industry really allows for the development of many skills. You can make a career out of working in the same establishment, like I said. So for instance, hotel manager, director, it's how do you use your leadership and your many organizational management skills to make sure that the operations run smoothly and that you are able to work with several different departments. The front desk agent's role is very important because this is the first contact with the client. So it's really the first impression that customers will have on the establishment. So this is a very important position. So while the tourism sector in general is expected to continue its recovery and growth trajectory, the accommodations industry will need to innovate in terms of operations management and service delivery, which will involve learning transfer challenges, but also new opportunities for internationally trained individuals. So this is a really interesting part of our sector. Of course, Canada is known for its vast natural spaces, outdoor activities, and world-class golf courses. Cultural tourism also offers job opportunities in marketing or event planning, for instance. Whether you are a sports lover or an arts lover, you are sure to find the job of your dreams in this very, very adapted industry in Canada. Some other examples of positions, or for instance, if you're aiming at being in natural settings, interacting with animals, you could be a hunting guide. So, for instance, skills and knowledge required could include, of course, professionalism, safety and survival skills, preparation, coordination, and execution of the trip itself, and of course, the knowledge of laws and employment contracts. If you're a tour guide, your role is really to promote tourism, have a good general knowledge, be well presented, and know the procedures and be able to solve problem situations that may arise during a trip with a group, for instance. Looking ahead, many entry-level opportunities will be available in the recreation and entertainment industry. While this field remains vulnerable to external factors that can impact operations, the demand for cultural and outdoor tourism experiences is growing, and providing new opportunities for very diverse profiles. So the food and beverage services industry is part of what we call the culinary tourism sector, and is the largest tourism employer in Canada. Whether you are a specialist chef or simply interested in the restaurant business in general, this sector is always growing and looking for new staff in terms of very different skills. The development of microbreweries, for example, and the wine industry also offers unique opportunities for event organizers and different kind of occupations that you can do in this specific industry. So if you're the go-to person to help prepare and store food and maintain a safe work environment, you're the perfect kitchen helper. Kitchen helpers know how to use their tools of the trade, from basic cutlery to ovens, and they play a major role in the chain to create a perfect experience. The food and beverage manager has also a very important role across, you know, all the event activities in specific establishments or within a destination. They must show leadership, enjoy administrative tasks. Of course, you have to have strong marketing skills, and you have to be able to manage operations and human resources, and of course, have a knowledge of the laws and regulations that apply in your sector or in your destination. So in this particular industry, looking ahead, we know that culinary tourism is a central part of the tourism experience. So it won't go away, it will be increasing, and in terms of a variety of jobs and subsector or sub-industries, this is a very, very important part of the tourism experience. There is therefore a growing need for workers at all levels, but particularly in, you know, the supervisory positions. And again, transferable skills and upskilling will be assets in meeting the challenges of the future. So there's a lot of opportunities in this area as well. Now the travel services industry. So this specific group of activities is a perfect springboard for starting an adventure tourism or business, even planning consultancy business. So not only can you work in one of these travel agencies or two companies, you can also, as an entrepreneur, start your own business. And this is where this becomes very, very interesting. It's also a fast-growing sector. They're in search of professional photographers, influencers, and that could be very good opportunities to, travel, see the world, and interact with a lot of different other occupations or staff or even new destinations. In this specific industry, you could be a travel counselor. So that's one of the, the most known occupation. Of course, as a travel counselor, you must be able to sell and promote travel products and services, but also demonstrate skills in, researching, organizing packages for groups of any size. And travel counselors are usually confident, personable, and have extensive knowledge of all things travel related, which allows them to develop the confidence of clients who turn to them for help in making travel arrangements. So, and as we've noticed before, this has become really a role that is central to any trip, especially international travel, since it has become a little bit more complicated than before COVID. The event coordinator is also very interesting because this specific person take care of all the little details that go into creating an unforgettable event. They require people management, marketing, interpersonal skills, to deliver an unparalleled customer experience. So very, very important role and very creative role as well. In terms of looking at the future of travel services, of course, we mentioned it already, but digital skills will be most in demand as customers' expectations of any services that they can find online or any interaction really increased since the beginning of the pandemic and beyond the post-pandemic recovery. So the development of new personalized products and services will also provide new career paths for skilled job seekers, especially around digitalization. Now, a sector that is maybe well known from the public, but less known in terms of careers and possible occupation. So transportation has a very important role in the traveler's journey. So from working at an airport or for a cruise line, it can be very, very exciting. Whether you organize concerts on cruise ships or fly planes, there are plenty of opportunities. And right now we have a huge shortage of, pilots, activity directors. So definitely something that employers are looking for, people who are skilled in this kind of occupation. So again, some examples. So, for instance, taxi and limousine driver, they provide a wide range of tourism, information and exceptional transportation experiences to their passengers, who in turn choose their services for all their transportation needs. So they can become quite central for a group, for instance, or for a small family to go around their destination. And as a customer service director, you have to learn how to handle a wide range of customer situations and how to become a frontline service expert. Customers will appreciate the personal touch that a professional like you brings to their own experience. In terms of looking ahead for transportation, so despite the many difficulties of recovery in this specific industry, the need for passenger transport will continue to grow as demand is strong and is ramping up, as we can see across the world. So we've been, locked down for 3 years, 2-3 years, and people want to travel. They want to go back to discover the world. So they want to be able to use the best transportation services. And it's also an area that allows for a certain level of stability. Once, you've reached the point of having the certification and licensing stages, then, it becomes a very, very stable, it can become a very stable occupation. Now we'll hand over to my colleague Jasmine to talk a little bit more about some myths and facts about tourism.
Thank you, Isabel. Hello, everyone. As introduced, I'm Jasmine Qi. I'm currently the Senior Manager, Program Development and Innovation at Tourism HR Canada, and mainly leading the initiatives and projects to support immigrant workforce and also other underrepresented groups within the tourism sector. So I'd like to start the conversation about some myths and facts around this sector. As some of you may know that the tourism sector sometimes is the victim of negative perceptions from the public. And sometimes the misperceptions are always turned to false. So the first one, you may hear about—
Jasmine, you can control the slide. You can click the mouse and then maybe you can— I pass the control to Jasmine.
Oh, okay. So yeah, I thought Isabel will also help me to control this.
You can use your mouse to try.
Okay.
Click the mouse and going.
Okay, yeah, it works now. So the first one I'd like to share is most entry-level tourism jobs pay minimum wage. Although some jobs pay minimum wage, but most jobs in tourism sector are well paid and also lead to a high level career. And the second myth is someone may think about, oh, tourism jobs are only available in the summer months. Actually, seasonality is a feature of the tourism sector, but is not all the jobs are only provided during the summer months. Majority of tourism jobs are available year-round and on a permanent basis. So the third one is all tourism jobs involve working face-to-face with the public. As you just see from Isabel's introduction, there are so many different types of occupations existing in the tourism sector. Not all of them requires face-to-face interactions with customers or with the public. Some of the jobs such as the IT support or accounting support or accountants may and operation coordination may need to work behind the scenes. And the next one is around tourism jobs are found only in hotels, airlines, and travel agencies. As you have explored in Isabel's introduction, tourism sector comprised of 5 sub-industries, not only include accommodation and transportation industries. There are also jobs available in travel services and also food and beverage services in sub-industries. So who makes what? To help you understand, address the myth of the minimum wage, I would like to invite you to see some of the figures we have. And this research was conducted in 2019, and some of these examples have likely been revised upwards, particularly in light of accelerating labor shortages and the difficult economic climate. You can see from the slides, some of the jobs are paid more than minimum wage, and these salaries really vary by region, province, or whether the job is in an urban or rural setting. And sometimes these positions, the same as other industries, as the positions offered by other industry, the jobs, the salary you earn may vary based on the candidate's level of experiences. So sometimes some of the candidates may have a very high salary of 6 figures in certain positions. So what benefits do employees get? In the total, as we know, total compensation goes beyond salary, and there are a number of benefits tourism employers also provided to their employees in different levels. Some of the benefits you can see from the screen, including health and dental insurance, employee dependent life insurance, long-term disability insurance, maternity leave, parental leave, pension plan, group RSP, and others. And it's the same as other industry provided to their employees. And what type of other benefits you could get as employees within the tourism sector? Some employers provide employee discounts and free services to their employees. And majority of tourism employees really get flexible working schedules to meet with their family needs. And some employers provide tickets to events, familiarization trips, association memberships, and other housing, even some housing accommodation support to provide it to their employees. So there are more than the salary to offer to their employees. And also, I totally understand some of the newcomers coming to a new country, as newcomers coming to a new country, you may not be able to work in your field immediately. So during the transition time, tourism sector will provide a great opportunity for you to practice your transferable skills. In the same time, you could earn the money to pay off your bills. As we discover in the variety of occupations and jobs we provide to the job seekers, tourism sector really help job seekers to build a variety of transferable skills, such as teamwork, time management, communication, multitasking, problem solving, interpersonal skills. All of these skills are very valuable for you to develop your career, no matter which industry or which occupation you go after that. So that's another benefits provided by the tourism sector. And if you are interested in exploring different type of programs provided by Canadian education institution, there are also certificate, diploma, secondary education, or even post-secondary education offered by Canadian universities and colleges cover the following majors in the tourism sector. If you are interested in further your education, you can explore on different Canadian universities' website to select the major you have most interest. Looking ahead about the growth of the tourism sector. So as we know that with a tourism workforce of over 2 million people in Canada prior to the pandemic, so this sector currently is also struggle with labor force challenges. And the recent studies indicate that over 500,000 jobs will be available as early as 2024 in all sectors and regions within the tourism sector. And this is really a very fast growing sector in the world. And all indications are that the recovery in travel is well underway. So I really would like to encourage you as newcomer job seekers to consider tourism sector as one of your options or even an alternative career pathway to fulfill your dreams in Canada. So where to learn more? Tourism Canada is, as Isabel has introduced, we are a nonprofit organization to provide a variety of programs, projects to support this industry. So some of the service and programs we provide, I can show it and take you there. And just this morning, we launched a fully updated attraction and retention campaign called Discover Tourism. There is a new wave of job seekers who are looking for meaningful work, enriching experience, and also the freedom to pursue their interests. They want to know what the future looks like and how to get there. So all the questions you could find answers through our Discover Tourism website. And by telling successful stories and demonstrating the kinds of robust career pathways people can pursue, Discover Tourism really shows what's possible within the sector. So you can see the website is just called discovertourism.ca, and once you tap that into the search, you can access to the full website with different programs and services we provide. So this is a video I'll click to see if we can see it together.
Although I grew up in the kitchen, I never thought of it as an option for a career.
Several years ago, I told myself I would love to have a job that allows me to help communities, travel. I was never expecting that job will actually be there.
It is incredible to watch faces light up or people dance in front of a show in front of their favorite artist. That is why I do what I do, and I think a lot of us are in this business in the first place.
We're really based around Indigenous tourism. This is our home and our land. It's important that we're the people that help share it.
If you want to discover more of yourself,
if you want a life of adventure,
if you want to escape the ordinary,
if you want to be in the business of changing people's lives,
then tourism.
Tourism. Then tourism can take you there.
Okay, so I'd like to invite every one of you to check discovertourism.ca to see the stories shared by people working in the tourism sector, and also the resources we provide to job seekers and intermediary stakeholders. So beyond the Discover Tourism service we provide, we also manage and develop training products to support the industry and the employees. The emry.ca is another website I like to share, and you can check. There are more than there are tons of micro-credential learnings and certification provided to tourism employees, such as front desk agent, housekeeping, room attendant, line cook, micro-learning opportunities. And we also have workplace essentials to support newcomers understand Canadian workplace culture and also tourism workforce. And there are also professional certification to provide to the industry. And we also provide the platform called Workforce Management Engine, and they work all together. So another pillar of the service or product support we offer to the industry is a tourism employment tracker. And we have a dedicated labor market intelligence team led by Isabel. They provide labor market research information on a regular basis to the industry. So you can check on the available job vacancies in a monthly basis, and also focus on different region and urban rural societies, also including different demographics. So the labor market information is also very valuable in newcomers job search. So this can help you to identify some potential job opportunities and even some potential area you would like to settle down. We are a national organization, as we explained, and we work very closely with other different national organizations as a partnership. So we work very closely with Tourism Industry Association of Canada, Hotel Association of Canada, Restaurants Canada, Indigenous Tourism Association of Canada. They are all our national partners. And in the meantime, we also have a group of regional human resource organizations who execute the similar roles and responsibilities within each regions from coast to coast to coast. So you can see their logos and some of their names are also displayed on this slide. So that's conclude our introduction to the sector. And I think now is the time for answering any questions if you have.
Thank you, Jasmine, and thank you, Isabel, for giving us such a broad and diverse presentation. And as Jasmine said, so now is the time to start sending in some questions based on what we've learned about the sector and what we've learned about Tourism HR Canada and the multitude of resources and programs that are available to member organizations. Or of course, you guys are more so talent and job seekers. So some of you have sent in some questions already, but please go to the chat function and feel free to send in questions. And I've made some notes myself because, Jasmine, there's different components to the sector in terms of talent. Isabel mentioned, she gave an example of a progression from a front desk host to a manager, for example. So my question is, what about students? Is there a placement? Are you aware of any placement program or any pathways to the industry for those persons that are students? It doesn't have to be international students. It could be Canadian citizens whom are students. Or yes, do you have any off the top of your head? Do you know of international students that would enter the sector? And secondly, is there any portal or resource or program to support students entering the sector?
So that's a great question. Thank you, Jay, to facilitate that. So we do have a program called Propel. So this is a student placement program funded by ESDC. Any students in the Canadian education institutions, domestic students are eligible to apply to this through their school, I think. And we have a dedicated team to manage the program. So the employer who hired a student for a work placement can be subsidized for a certain percentage of the salary of the student's salary. Yeah, it's the I think it's one of the major student work placement programs funded by ESDC. Yeah.
Wow. So the Propel program, Tourism HR Canada is a liaison between the educational institution and the tourism employer?
Yes. So we are managing the program on the platform with other industries who also provide this program. And then so as a Canadian student, you can apply through the platform is Magnet, through the Magnet platform, and also the employer can also apply to that. So we can put the program web page in the chat function for people to check.
Sure, please do that for any students. So as you know, we have a mixture of guests today that are in Canada or overseas. So I saw on the Tourism HR website yesterday a mention to facilitation of the temporary foreign workers program, which I assume is probably to facilitate employers in the industry, not talent. However, I'm just using that as an example because some people whom I think are overseas have asked, "Oh, great presentation. How can I get into the sector?" Because Jasmine and Isabel, I mean, yeah, we know, or someone like myself knows that such placements are employer-led, right? But I just wanted to broadly touch upon that, so the expert, maybe Isabel, could in a more refined way, as the expert, support some of our friends today that are interested, because personally I don't know where the restrictions lie and where they do not, and perhaps you could shed light on that conversation, Isabel.
Thank you, Jay. Yes, this is, it really depends where you come from and how you want to go to Canada, if you want to have, if it's you're immigrating, or if you want to go for a few years, have a job experience in Canada, or you want to study in Canada. So there's, different profiles, and there's different immigration programs that are adapted to the kind of profile and the purpose of the talent. So how and why do you want to go to Canada? Is it to, like I said, to have a seasonal job for 1 or 2 seasons to discover the country and discover also the kind of occupation that you could have? Or do you want to really immigrate with your family, and then, find a region where you want to settle, and then you want to find a job for yourself and for your spouse? So it really depends on the profile. So there's different programs. And of course, at Tourism HR Canada, we work mostly with associations, employers, and the membership of these national and sector associations. We don't work directly with talent and job seekers, but we provide information for the job seekers to prepare themselves to join the sector. So like Jasmine mentioned, all the labor market information and intelligence is there for the candidate to have an idea of what is the situation of the labor market, what is the situation of such industry related to another industry, from the tourism sector. Because when you go into applying to a job and having an interview, for instance, it's really good to know what's going on in the country and what's going on in the sector. So I think it's really valuable information. We also provide information to the employers so they know how to use the immigration program, because we think there's several steps. We also work with IRCC on trying to smooth things for job seekers who would like to join the tourism sector. There's also job banks available, national job banks from the government of Canada that are very useful for people outside of Canada. So if you're not in Canada yet and you want to find some specific positions or jobs, you can go on the job bank website, and they have specific portals for, depending on if you're newcomer in Canada or if you're still outside of Canada, and they're very valuable. You can go by occupation or by purpose, and then find examples of jobs in different regions of Canada, so the provinces and territories. But also you can find information on the kind of salary wages that are attached to this specific position. So there's I think the first step in this pathway is really to know if you're made to work in tourism. So if you have already experience in tourism and you have a certificate of any kind, of course you can apply to these jobs. And like we mentioned, most of the 5 industries are looking for a lot of staff. Of course, if you have transferable skills, digital skills, linguistic skills that are very welcome, customer service skills, this is the kind of skills that we will need in this sector. But more and more, we don't think about specific skills for the future, but mostly a way of thinking and a way of shifting from a job to a purpose. So it's really about passion. It's really about what you want to what kind of career you want to have. So I hope it answers the question. I suppose there's a lot of partners around this fair that know how to guide the job seekers and the talent through some of the immigration programs.
Yes, it's a broad question, in fairness to yourself. So thank you for answering the question. But it's a relevant question. And once again, from my perspective, I had seen the concept of temporary foreign workers touched upon on your website, and I could even ask other questions. I'd be curious to what other questions, such as is it regional in terms of demand for the TFPs for the sector? But I want to go to questions that people have, not myself. So Jasmine, because some people, like as Isabel was conveying a few things there, but also the positioning of tourism HR being an intermediary and a hub to support the member organizations, as well as talent from a resource and program and tools perspective, to use a simple word. I wanted to ask you about emirate.ca, because a few people, Atuweni, who is a chef and says, where's the jobs, basically? Where's the jobs? Was emirate.ca, was that a job board? Or no? So I'm incorrect, but maybe I did write it down. So I was wrong, but I wrote it down. So where could someone like Atuweni find a jobs board related specifically to the sector? You did mention the Government Job Bank, Isabel, but I was incorrect about emirate.ca. But were there any tourism specific jobs boards, so as Isabel said, our friends today can continue with their own research based on their aspirations and their plans?
So the embark.ca is a learning platform. So we manage and provide training opportunities through embark.ca. And then there are different micro-learning programs, products, and also different certifications available on embark.ca. However, we don't provide a job board services. So if job seekers would like to check any available jobs, they may either go through the general job seeker job searching process, for example, like the Indeed, LinkedIn, to find local, regional, or monsters to find local, regional available job opportunities, or you can check some particular employer's website. So you as a job seeker, it doesn't matter if you're living in Canada or outside of Canada, you may want to start your own job search research. And then first of all, to identify certain employers you would like to work with in the tourism sector and check their websites first. Most of the time, the tourism employers may advertise their job vacancies on their own website. But for some small and medium-sized employers, they may work very closely, for example, with local community partners, like immigrant serving agencies. Some of the agencies work very closely with our with our employers, and they may share the job vacancies there as well. And they may also publicize their job postings on other, like Indeed or the Magnet platform I mentioned that is also has some job connection services there. So you really need to find job availabilities by yourself first. Yeah.
Yeah, I will add to that, maybe just to add an example. Most of the job boards are even, local or regional. So for instance, Ottawa Tourism has a job board, and it's pretty new because we had our friends from the city of Ottawa just before. So Ottawa Tourism built this specific job board to cater all tourism related jobs in the Ottawa region. So this is an example, but you have other kind of initiatives that are the same in various regions. And then, of course, some of the provincial partners also have their own job boards. I know in Quebec, they have a lot of platforms, especially for hospitality. So anything in hotels and the food industry, because there's such a demand for these industries.
Yes, and good point that this sector is so broad, the tourism sector across Canada. So therefore, as Jasmine said and Isabel said, the roles are conveyed regionally, and Ottawa Tourism having their own jobs board makes, of course, a lot of sense. So that would be where you could start your journey if you were landing in Ottawa or you currently live in Ottawa. And then, as Jasmine said, emirate.ca is more of a training portal to support you in your job preparedness. And there's no fee for that, Jasmine, is that correct?
I think there is, because it's very tourism sector is not like engineering is a mandatory regulated profession, but we are kind of like voluntarily certificated. Majority of the occupations are voluntarily certificated. If you want to pass the exam to get the certification, you need to register to purchase the product, and then you take the training, and you pass the exam. Your experience will be examined by certain professionals, and then you can certified. For example, certified as a chef. So it's very similar like how you register as an engineer in the engineering association. Yeah.
Yeah,
that's a good point.
Yeah, what is very good about that is that these are standards that are recognized by the industry in Canada. So if you have a certificate from another country and you're not sure if it's going to be recognized, then you can go through that process and get the Canadian certification. And this is something that is recognized by the industry. So it's really worth the investment sometimes to get that training to really, make sure that you will meet the needs of the Canadian employers in the tourism sector.
So this might be quite useful for someone who is pre-arrival.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But we have candidates that apply at emirate certification from Canada, outside of Canada. So it's pretty wide, the range of people we get.
And do you have off the top of your head, because Sisay has said he's basically talking about pivoting professions or careers. So he's an accounting graduate, his wife owns a small restaurant, any means they could get a job in the industry. So as one of you was saying earlier in your presentation, a lot of people's conception about the tourism industry is, yes, that it's seasonal work and it's university students renting bicycles in June and July. That's what comes to mind sometimes in Ottawa. But no, there is a whole lifetime's worth of work and a pathway from the front desk to middle management to upper management to director level, as Isabel was conveying. So for someone like Sisay, who has an accounting background and his wife is in food and beverage, can people make the transition, and are there programs to support them?
Yeah, for sure. For example, in tourism sector, we also need accountants. There are accountants working in the restaurant, working in the travel agency, or working in a hotel. There are so many accounting positions available. And if you want to, as I mentioned that in my presentation, tourism is also a sector to perform as a skill incubator for people who transit their career, because some majority of the newcomers, they couldn't work immediately once they arrive in their profession. For example, if you are a lawyer back in your home country, you still need the time and process to certify the law degree and also to pass the bar to become a lawyer in Canada. It may take months to years. And during that time, you still need to pay for your bills, right? You don't want your money account to be drained off. So tourism sector is really provide the transitional opportunity as an alternative career. You can still practice the skills you need. For example, in the accounting, you must be very pay attention to details, and you also organize some of the worksheets. You can easily transit your skills as administration support or coordination position. And there are so many other varieties. And even as the candidate's wife, he mentioned that used to have a small restaurant, so that the skills and experiences can be easily transferred to the food and beverage sector. You may not become a restaurant owner right away, but you can work from the start from some as a server or even food and beverage manager. You can easily apply your leadership skills when you're managing your own restaurant to the industry. Yeah.
That's well said, Jasmine. And Jasmine, I'll ask you to put the emirate.ca URL in the chat function, because some people have asked if it can be engaged by overseas future Canadians. And I think we could have the last words from Isabel. And after that, Shaw, you can wrap up today and tell us what we have in store tomorrow, Shaw. But we really thank Tourism HR Canada, Jasmine Chi and Isabel Debrun for sharing with us opportunities in the sector, pathways to progression, and career pivoting, and the newcomer journey that Jasmine just mentioned, and the diversity of roles across the country. But Isabel can say final words on behalf of Tourism HR Canada and share with you all, whether you're in Canada or soon coming to Canada, what your next steps could be for success in the sector. Thank you, Isabel.
Well, my last word would be go on the discovertourism.ca website to discover a new campaign, because as it says, tourism can take you there.
Well said, Isabel. Thank you, Jasmine, for your time. And we thank everyone for joining us today. I think some people have probably engaged many webinars today and gone back and forth between the Expo Hall and the live channel. I've been here for 7 or 8 hours, but I'm having fun. And I see Kim giving applause and Herman saying thank you. Thank you, Herman. So Shaw, what do we have in store for tomorrow? Do you have any tips for success for the job seekers and the talent before we wrap it up? We have 1 minute.
Okay, well, thank you very much. Well, first of all, thank you, Isabel. Thank you, Jasmine. And then thank every one of you that stay whole day today. I know a lot of you stayed the whole day, watch like all 7 or 8 webinars. And so I really appreciate this. Tomorrow it's Career Forum. We have a lot more exciting about whether if you want to find a career in the construction industry, or if you want to pursue a charter professional accountant designation, or if you're living in the Greater Toronto area, if you want to register for some bridging programs for newcomers. So we'll start with New Brunswick Association of Nursing Homes. Then we'll have Humber College from Toronto, and CPABC, and then IECBC, the FAST program. It's a certification program for newcomers. Then a BC Construction Association, and then PPE Engineering Prep Exam. This organization will help you prepare for the exam to become a professional engineer in Canada, for those of you that's foreign trained engineer. And finally, very relevant to what Jasmine and Isabel was talking about, is we will have Metro Vancouver Community College to talk about the hospitality industry in BC. How desperate, let me repeat, desperate needed for the people in the hospitality industry in BC. I mean, I'm sure this is a phenomenon. This is happening all across the country, but in BC alone, because the hospitality industry, tourism industry, they're expecting a huge rebound in this summer, coming summer season. So please stay tuned for tomorrow's various webinar. And Jay, back to you.
Well, that's it. That's well said, Shaw. It's been a wonderful day, and we thank everyone for their time today. And tomorrow, make sure to join us in the Career Forum live broadcast, as well as visit some of the employer partners and the the sector organizations like Tourism HR Canada and educational institutions. We're here to support you in your career success in Canada. Thank you, Isabel. Thank you, Jasmine.
Oh, one more. do you guys have a booth? Because people are asking, how can they talk to Isabel and Jasmine?
No, we don't have a booth at this specific fair, but you can. I invite you to go on the website, and there's our info at tourismhr.ca if you want to send some questions, and we'll do our best to answer all the talents and job seekers to lead them to the right resource.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Bye bye.
Thank you. Bye bye.
Bye.